Kia ora koutou. Look, a very warm welcome to today's Puroto Amua Planning and Environment Committee. E tū for the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Kia ora, thank you for that. Right, as you know, if you could just let us know if you need to leave the room, and we will have morning tea at 10:30, lunch at 12:30. And councillors, I would like to set ourselves a challenge. No, I would like to set ourselves a challenge of a finish at 5 o'clock. I'm going to rely on Councillor Sparrow to remind me. I think there are some council and community commitments tonight, but we will be speaking briefly, I'm sure. Councillor Paul.
I just wondered how we would have morning tea and lunch and maintain social distancing from the public.
Right. Ms Parker will respond. Right, okay, well I'm going to move the motion that we accept apologies for lateness from Mayor Foster, who's currently giving a submission to a select committee on congestion pricing, so on council business. I put that motion. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Day. Can you vote, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Conflict of interest declarations. Has anyone got any to declare? No. Thank you. All right. Now I move the motion that we accept the minutes of the Puroto Amua Committee from the 23rd of June. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free. I put that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Those in favour, press the 1 button. Those against, press 2. Councillor Rush? Oh, okay, it's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so there are no items not on the agenda. And now it is my great pleasure to welcome the public and also those watching on the live stream to this meeting. It's very important that we have public participation. So what we have decided to do, I just want to explain just for clarity, is that our standing orders don't generally allow people to come back once public hearings have been held on an issue. But I think that these two groups of submitters will add some clarity and useful information to our debate today. So we are going to have first Jane O'Loughlin from the Mount Victoria Residents Planning Group, Tony Randall and Daryl Botton from the Johnsonville Community Association, and Anna Kemble-Welch and Martin Hanley from the Newtown Residents Association to address the committee. There will be 10 minutes for people to speak, and that will be strictly enforced today, given the size of our agenda. Thank you.
There's just some supporting information for the first point that I wanted to make that mentioned. Just some information support.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the chance to address you on this very, very important thing. I just wanted to start off by saying Johnsonville has been a growing suburb, it is a growing suburb and will continue to grow, and that we welcome growth. But it's got to be done right, and the spatial plan is still not right. We just want to cover 3 issues in this short time, which are about accessibility, about walkability, and about prioritisation. So this is the Johnsonville area. For the blue is for 6 stories, but we have concerns about 3 particular areas because we know that these are not accessible for pedestrians. They're not able to be lived through and above. Just looking at the bottom right one, for example, this is accessible via a 150 metre gravel stepped path, and people really can't live up there. This is not pedestrian accessible. Up on the left on Woodland Road, again you can see an area which is to have 6-storey apartments and apparently people who won't drive, but it has a steep, narrow street with no sidewalks, no pavement. It can't be reasonable, sorry, let's put that back, for a family to have to walk on the road to get to facilities and still be deemed in the walking catchment. So we ask you to please fix this by removing these areas from consideration. And if the facilities are improved, then put them back in for sure. We're fine with that. The Environment Court's previously already removed 2 of these areas, so they're going to get removed anyway. The second thing is about the walking catchments, and it's really about 10 minutes from a rapid transit stop is not the same thing as being 10 minutes from the CBD. Here is walking from Kelburn on Google Maps. I mean, from Kelburn, Upland Road, not in the CBD walking catchment, to Lambton Quay here, down here, 23 minutes walking. Now, it's not to the edge of the zone, it's actually to work. You've also got the alternatives, 8 minutes of cycling, 11 minutes by cable car rapid transit, because of course it is a rapid transit system under the new definition. This is a very quick trip. In contrast, Johnsonville, from the walkable catchment to work to the same spot in Lambton Quay, it's 38 minutes by bus is the fastest way. 41 minutes by walking and train and walking. So the outer suburbs, the walking catchments are not fair compared to the walking catchments straight to the inner suburbs because it ignores the PT travel time. Large walking catchments around the CBD are fair. We support 20-minute catchment.
You've nearly used your 3 minutes up, so have you nearly finished?
Yes, I've finished, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming in. Right, next grouping. Thank you, Jane.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Jane O'Loughlin te oko ingoa. I'm representing a group of Matarangi Mount Victoria residents who are alarmed about the council's spatial plan and its impacts. We looked into the numbers, we talked to people, we went door to door with a petition, and we found areas of Mount Victoria that would work well for medium density housing and could house several thousand more people. And we looked elsewhere around the city and we saw to our surprise there are great swathes of land in Te Aro Flat and Adelaide Road, all close to infrastructure and the central city that were underutilised and crying out for development and that could house tens of thousands of people. We held a public meeting to discuss the situation and we found that many Mount Victoria residents like us were very concerned about housing supply and felt that the city and Mount Victoria could do more, but it could be achieved in a far better way than the draft spatial plan outlined. So we wondered, why is the council so keen on removing controls on inner city suburbs when there's already undeveloped opportunities elsewhere? Why were heritage and height protections being stripped away so radically when there are better options available? But meanwhile, the debate had taken a nasty turn. Inner city suburbs started to be characterised as the one thing holding back affordable housing. Suddenly, it wasn't enough to expose 66% of Mount Victoria to development. Let's go further and trash the lot. Unfortunately, several councillors have bought into this rhetoric. Rather than showing leadership...
Can I just urge you to be a little bit careful when talking about councillors?
We would like to see some leadership. We would like to see people bring different parts of the community together rather than mocking and vilifying residents of the city who have dared to speak up for heritage and sensible building heights and community well-being. We are not villains, we are reasonable people looking for a good solution for the city that balances out competing interests and finds the housing that we need. Feedback on the spatial plan found that the majority of submitters in the city did not agree with the approach for the inner city, and among inner city submitters themselves, there was huge opposition to the council's plan, 2/3 opposed, with most of them strongly opposing. So now we have a revised plan on the table, which is a response to feedback. The media says it's a back down. It's not a back down, it's an improvement, based on feedback from citizens who care about their city. This is how consultation works. It's still a dramatic change, and it will still result in loss of heritage and character, and that we are concerned about that. And yet I understand some councillors are proposing to revert to the original draft spatial plan. What's the point of consultation if you are going to do that? Where is the legal basis for you to ignore feedback from constituents and disregard valid qualifying matters? You've been told by council staff that reverting to the original spatial plan will do very little to create more housing, yet it will have a huge impact on heritage. The NPS on urban design does not tie your hands. Explicitly in the document, it allows for heritage protection. Even Grant Robertson has said it should be possible to find a sensible compromise, and he signed off on the NPS. So if the architects on the directive think there's room for compromise, and they've provided the tools for you to do it, why wouldn't you consider it? You have got two paths before you today. You can go down the path of division by voting against the improved spatial plan that council officers have developed. You can try to rebrand heritage areas as colonial heritage precincts in an attempt to sow further hate and nastiness and drive a wedge between two groups in the community who probably have more in common than you think. You can ignore feedback from citizens who've made their submissions to the spatial plan in good faith that you would listen, and start down the path to an inevitable fight in the Environment Court. Or you can accept that the revised spatial plan before you is a pretty good effort at a compromise that meets everyone's needs. It's not perfect, we don't love it, and the other side doesn't love it either. That's what compromises are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna, welcome.
Kia ora.
Martin.
Kia ora, ko Anna aho. Wellington has such an exciting opportunity to find the best places to build more homes. We've lost the clicker. Could somebody bring that back, please? We want to support a plan for more housing. We want densification done well.
Are we describing
Newtown has been telling...
Sorry.
Yeah.
That needs to be full screen display, otherwise you can't see it.
Yeah, of course.
Somebody's just opened it as a
I can't
PDF.
pause because the timer's still
Well,
going.
we'll just... we've got a physical copy.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So we'll just give you a little bit more time because of that. Yep.
Thank you. We want to support a plan for more housing. We do want densification done well. Newtown has been telling the council this for 30 years. We believe in more housing. The suburban centre in Newtown is where it should be built along the main transport route. Now we have planned this out in detail to show how the Newtown suburban centre and adjacent brownfield sites can easily provide opportunities for at least 2,000 sunny, accessible, comfortable new apartments. This far exceeds the target set to meet future growth in our community. And, in fact, the suburban centre and brownfield sites, we know they have a realisable potential for 6 times that required of Newtown. This is different to the officer's advice, but they haven't talked to us about how that would happen. There's potential for over 4,500 new homes. Many of the property owners are already keen to go. We know 12 owners of suburban centre properties who are interested in developing more housing.
The orange dots.
We know 6 owners who've already had initial plans drawn up. It isn't a scattergun waiting for developers to come along. This is real and waiting to happen. If the zoning for 6 storeys is in the right place, the suburban centre, Newtown, would welcome being among the first for the infrastructure upgrade, and many new homes would be built in the next 10 years. But not if last year's draft spatial plan for 6+ storeys is over most of our suburb goes ahead. As organisers of the Newtown Festival, we are closely connected to a really wide and diverse community of renters and homeowners, current and future, and we can speak on behalf of many. We're also architects and urban designers who really care about sustainability and carbon zero goals. So many people went to an enormous effort to contribute to the consultation. By far the majority of Newtown were appalled by the 6+ storey blanket rezoning. The new revised spatial plan does more closely reflect what the community want. With a few adjustments, Newtown would wholeheartedly support this through the district plan, and the Residents Association have approved a motion to say as much.
Which has been circulated in front of you.
We would totally support prioritising Newtown to be one of the first suburbs where densification is developed. We want the whole community to work together. Gen Zero, Renters United, we all agree a city is for people and we want more housing. And in Newtown we have a plan where it can be done well. where higher buildings fit and add positively to the place. This could be a template for a brilliant city with neighbourhoods and communities that welcome the changes, instead of conflict and heartache that last year's draft spatial plan brought. Thank you.
Appreciate your contribution. Right, now my pleasure to welcome Geordie Rogers from Renters United, Susie Olsen from A City for People, and Luke Somerville and Yvette Taylor from Generation Zero. Welcome.
Kia ora. Our first two speakers are on Zoom.
Oh, right. Thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou. I am here today as both a member of Generation Zero and a concerned resident. I have spoken to you before on the realities of the housing crisis for children and young people and how the current lack of housing is pricing out young people and causing stressful, unstable upbringings for kids. I would like to remind you of the effects that both poorly maintained character houses and a lack of housing are having on young people. However, we are far from the only demographic being affected. The reality of housing in Wellington is going largely unheard because those who are struggling the most do not have the time and resources to lobby councillors to protect their interests. It is important to acknowledge the privilege of those of us speaking today, and that students and youth-led organisations are some of the only demographics affected by this crisis who actually have the time and resources to respond. For single parents or those working full-time jobs, our housing crisis is no longer a rite of passage, it is just their day-to-day reality. In the past weeks, we have heard from residents living in damp, mouldy character rentals in their 50s who can't afford to move out, and single mothers whose kids sleep in the lounge as their bedrooms are all filled with black mould. We have heard from people who have been made physically ill because of their living conditions. These are the realities of character housing for many in our city, and they should be at the forefront of our minds when considering the future of housing in Wellington.
Over to Luke.
Kia ora koutou. I chose to come to Wellington for reasons I'm sure are shared by many here today. I came for the diverse communities populated by people from all over the world. I came for the thriving music scene where one could just as easily bump into a friend at a bar as a local musician waiting for their set. I came for the legendary compactness of a city that, in contrast to Auckland, one could walk, bus and train their way around without much trouble. I came to a city with a reputation for progressiveness and openness unparalleled in New Zealand. Part of my dream was also to live in a neighbourhood with character. After scrolling through a selection of flats around the inner suburbs, I selected an eccentric-looking villa with a striking red door and green window panes. Situated on a suitably colourful street in Newtown, this house seemed like the perfect place to start my journey in a new city. Sure, I thought it looked old and was far from perfect, but how bad could it be? As it turned out, this flat's eccentricities were not limited to its paint scheme. My room contained a vomit stain on the floor, carpet whose original colour was impossible to discern, an enormous mould patch that enveloped one side of the wall, and a smell that not even a full can of air freshener could erase. Throughout my year here, I fought an endless battle with my room to try to maintain a decent standard of living. My flatmates fared no better. We all suffered serious mental and physical health problems. On the outside, this flat could be passed by with a warm appreciation of Wellington's historic character. On the inside, it was a nightmare first experience of flatting for all involved. My experience is one of many nightmare flat stories shared by many in Wellington, yet I come ultimately from a position of privilege. This story is nothing compared to the trials that many Wellingtonians, particularly the most vulnerable, face every day. In fact, these stories aren't limited to conversation fodder at university parties. Many of my peers are suddenly finding cities like Auckland, Christchurch, or even Melbourne much more appealing when considering the damp, overpriced, and substandard housing opportunities here. Even those with the means to find better homes simply can't because of the lack of supply. I still believe that Wellington can foster a diverse, flourishing community with a vibrant and exciting culture. But to allow the city to grow to its full potential, we need to act boldly. Whatever decision is reached today, Wellington will change. Let's work to make sure this change allows for the city to grow positively, instead of encouraging more articles to be written on how terrible it is to flatten Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi to Luke and to Susie. Ko Geordie taku ingoa, no Manawatu au, no Ashurst au, e noho ana au ki te whanganui a Tara ki Aro Valley. My name is Geordie. Today I'm here as a renter, as a member of this community of Wellington, and a part of the character of the city. I share a lot with some of these stories that Susie and Luke have described. For a lot of my time here in Wellington, I've been in what could only be described as insecure, precarious, and unaffordable housing. So I was actually excited to see the release of a spatial plan that could change that could make a difference to the way that I was living. A plan that focused on the future while being able to recognise the past. A plan that I was really confident in. A plan that I wanted, a plan that allowed for a city and a future that I wanted to live in. To me, Wellington is more than the 70,000 odd homes. Wellington is made up of over 200,000 people. The people who work here, who start businesses here, and who raise a family here. I've met the character of the city, and it wasn't in the houses that I lived or the houses that I walked past. It was the people that I met. People from places like the Free Store, from the Ara Valley Community Centre with the Little Share Shack, or at Newtown Festival. These are the people that, to me, give this city character. But they need somewhere to live. Today I'm asking you to pass an ambitious spatial plan for these people that add to the character of Wellington. Today I'm here as a renter, a proud and true renter, as a member of this community and as part of the character of this city, and I'm asking you to pass an ambitious spatial plan. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. My name is Yvette Taylor. I'm 34 and I rent in Burrampore with a flatmate. Today I'm asking you to vote for an ambitious spatial plan that enables the new homes that our city needs right now and that will enable houses to be built for the next 30 years. We are asking for character areas to be significantly reduced, walkable catchments increased, and for council to push for accessible housing, papakainga housing as well in the district plan stage. 1,300 Wellington City residents have signed a petition calling for this. I moved back to Wellington from Auckland nearly 2 years ago. I wanted to move back because I love being close to where I work, close to shops, close to the city, and close to where my friends live. I like being able to walk or ride my bike down to the Newtown market on a Saturday. And I like bumping into people that I know all the time. Having all of this was not possible in Auckland. But what I don't like about Wellington is the state of our houses and the way that some in our city hold up these old wooden houses as the pinnacle of Wellington's character. Allowing for blanket protection of huge swathes of our inner city suburbs would prioritise these buildings over the actual people living here and the future residents of our city. When I saw the initial draft spatial plan last year, I felt excited about the change that was possible, that new homes of all different types and sizes could be built, and that we could have more warm, dry, accessible homes. The way our suburbs like Newtown and Burrampore could come alive with people, reinvigorating our suburban centres, and how Wellington could feel like a small, compact, modern city rather than an overgrown town. Cities all over the world grow and change, and it's Wellington's time to do just that. We should welcome in new residents, students, artists, new migrants, entrepreneurs. To me, it's people, not buildings, that give Wellington its character. You have a choice to send a message today, that Wellington is open for people, or not. How you vote today will send a message to all of those people who are wondering if Wellington wants what they have to offer. Yes, we need apartments on Adelaide Road and in the central city, but that's not enough to build all the new homes we need over the next 30 years. Our central suburbs like Mount Victoria, Newtown and Burrampore are perfect for more housing. They're close to shops, community hubs and good transport routes, and the ground is solid rock, good for withstanding earthquakes and away from sea level rises. Newtown has some of the best water pipes in the city. An ambitious spatial plan alone will not solve the housing crisis that we face as a country, but it is one crucial step, a step that you as councillors can take to make a real difference. I am not asking you to single-handedly fix the housing crisis, but I am asking you to do what you can to help. We need a spatial plan that is in the spirit of the National Policy Statement. MPs are taking note. The Greens, Labour and National all think this is a no-brainer. We have seen Minister Twyford say this week that the government could take legal action over the NPS. This is our chance as Wellington to define our own future that fits within the framework that the government has built. I am asking you to do that today, instead of leaving it to the courts and whoever sits around this council table in 3, 6 or 9 years' time. Today I'm asking you to make a courageous, but to me obvious choice, one that will see our city thrive, our local communities filled with all different kinds of people bringing their own unique contributions to make our city wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really helpful, and I appreciate all your work that you've put in.
Thank you.
Right, okay, so we're just going to reorder the agenda a little bit just because I'm just trying to make sure that everyone can participate in the debate, and Mayor Foster will be with us soon. So we're going to have the petition, then we're going to do our 2 submissions, and he should definitely be there by then. So in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, I accord precedence to items 3.5 and 3.4 so that we have this order. I'm going to move that. No, I don't even need to move it, sorry. But if you don't want that order, you can challenge, but it's a 75% majority. All right, okay. So we do have the petition. Thank you very much. Warm welcome to you.
I have to press something. Oh, great. Kia ora koutou, ko Alison Robbins aho. Just to thank the people that signed the petition. It was really motivating and encouraging. And also the people who considered it. The number of heavy trucks being driven from the motorway off-ramp through Vivian Street to and via the Cairo Road on-ramp and from the Southern Landfill, C&D and TNT landfills is excessive and is harming the people who live, work in and use these streets and roads. Many of these trucks have uncovered loads carrying demolition waste, which is creating dust and putting debris into people's eyes, diesel fumes and particles polluting the air in people's homes, workplaces, and the traffic hazards to both road users and pedestrians are just too much for people that use these roads. Local people can to some extent understand waste being transported right by them from local projects, e.g. the coming down of the Arlington Flats or, the reservoir, but some of this constant, everything in Wellington region comes by us is just too difficult. We have human and legal rights to noise levels that are not excessive, traffic safety on our roads, footpaths and at our bus stops and crossings, and clean air in our homes, workplaces and streets. This is the paper that you can look at. It's been distributed to you. There's a table. There's 3 sources of data. There's some data from the top of Brooklyn Hill taken by an anonymous signee. I took some data just last week. I'll run through that. Truck numbers coming off the motorway onto Vivian Street and turning right into Victoria Street were counted, excluding those ones that looked like they were going straight to shops that had branding on them. So 1 hour on Wednesday the 16th of June, 2:15 to 3:15, I counted 39 altogether, uncovered 32, covered loads 7, and then the next day, 17th of June, 12:45 to 1:45, I counted 48 in total, uncovered 39, covered load 9. So if you assume that the tips, all 3 of them, are open for 55 hours a week, the first equates to 2,145 trucks a week. And this is just going to the tip, and that's going, right into Victoria, so they are heading that way. And this is the ones that look like tip trucks, okay? And on the second day, it would equate to 2,640 trucks a week coming past our homes, workplaces, and bus stops, etc. At the bottom of the Brooklyn Hill, there's a lot of acceleration needed to get up the hill. That is a very noisy process. I live there. When the trucks come down the hill, their containers rattle, and that makes a lot of noise as well. So people with impaired vision and hearing difficulties, this is just horrible. They don't know where the sound's coming from. They can hardly hear a thing. There's litter and debris on the sides of the road, particularly on Happy Valley Road. Some people constantly pick it up. Many of these trucks are old and unsuitable for acceleration, required to climb Brooklyn Hill, so it creates more diesel emissions. You can't open your windows. It's a choice between oxygen and debris and emissions. Traffic hazards are dreadful. I mean, there was a crash outside my house the other day, and trucks, buses, children at bus stops. It's just frightening and awful. I walked straight past it after it happened. It terrified me. Okay, moving to recommendations now. I'm racing through. When contributing to or developing transport, emissions, climate change or waste policy, WCC should acknowledge in its documents the legal and human rights that residents have to noise levels that are not excessive, traffic and pedestrian safety on our roads, footpaths and at our bus stops and crossings, and clean air in our homes, workplaces and streets. When WCC consults the waste sector in December 2021 about relevant controls for waste licence, please talk to all of the people producing this waste. Can they find alternative solutions, procuring and recycling materials? Can they talk to each trucking company? Loads are to be covered, keep the speed limits, clean as possible emission mechanisms, prepared to develop towards electricity, green fuels, biofuels, hydrogen, minimum noise levels from acceleration, deceleration. Could the police be involved? Could the council involve the police, please? We can't all be ringing the police all the time. Commercial vehicle inspection should be at level 7, focusing on exhaust. Police are required to ensure that loads are not to be fall or blown off or to attend crashes. Police are responsible for enforcing the rule for excessive noise on road vehicles. Air quality testing needs to be carried out in Webb Street, please, by those flats in Webb Street near the intersection with Wallace. I would hate to live there, and I nearly do. And also, could the air quality testing be carried out at the Brooklyn traffic lights? I breathed in something there. I don't know. I was sick for 3 days after breathing it in. Don't know what it was. The council should source another landfill out of the pathway of residential suburbs to dispose of construction and demolition waste from new builds and earthquake strengthening, and it should be just as good as the tips down at there, because some people are carrying their hazardous waste all the way from Lower Hutt into Wellington. Pricing. Competitive pricing, I don't know. Can we please value human rights when we're pricing, okay? Can we set the price high to respect the rights of residents and users? And last point, that's it. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for everyone who worked with me on the petition. It was a great experience, and thank you for hosting it.
Alison, thank you so much for doing all that work. I know it's a long-standing issue, so I think that's incredibly helpful that you've brought this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I might ask my colleagues in Paikawakawa whether they would like to move. One of you? Councillor Foon, thank you.
I'd like to seek officer advice on an amendment, if that's...
That is fine. Liam is just coming back into the room. Liam, we just need some officer advice on the petition around the trucks going up to the Brooklyn dump. Oh, sorry, ELT are watching online just because we're trying to reduce the number of people in the room, because Liam's here.
The question would likely be for Tom.
Yes.
Around, I don't know if he can hear me, if I could have an answer to if we can work with Greater Wellington, as they are responsible for air quality, as I understand it, on measurement on Webb Street and at the Brooklyn intersection. And if so, would I'd like to put an amendment to ask us to continue to work with them on that.
Liam, I would have thought that was pretty straightforward.
It's very straightforward, Councillor, yes. So by all means move the amendment. I think you're directing officers to work with Greater Wellington to do some air quality monitoring on that route, yes.
Right, okay, so do you wish to speak to your amendment and to the motion?
Yes. I'd just like to thank Alison for the work here. I really understand the frustration that has led you to do this, and I know you're not alone in your experience, and I can say that even just a few mornings on Brooklyn Hill, I think I left jaw dropped with this, witnessing the trucks that were going through and the size, scale and the sheer amount of them. So yes, just in moving the paper, I'd like to acknowledge that Wellington City Council is in a tricky situation here, but things are changing, and I just want to acknowledge that if people like you don't come and remind us consistently that these are really big problems, it doesn't help us be motivated to do something about it. So I would say please don't stop your voice. I would like to commit to a meeting with you after this, so if you could, I'll follow up on that, just to really get a sense of what else we can do, but meanwhile we'll thank you and accept the information, and we're putting that amendment in as a start to things that we could be doing.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to really endorse the comments of Councillor Foon. This is an issue that is raised by the community with us constantly, and it really isn't the way that you want a modern city to function, is having these giant trucks going through all the time. And I guess I just also particularly want to endorse Councillor Foon's comments about making sure your voice is heard and keeping saying things, and even if it doesn't seem like progress is being made, please keep making these points, because they're important points, and I know that they're widely felt throughout the community. And interesting your point around the opening times of the landfill, and also I know that there's a lot of concern around engine braking and speed limits as well. So those are on our radar, and yeah, thank you so much for bringing them to the table.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Look, I'll just briefly make a point too. Yes, Alison, look, I'm really well aware that the community has been concerned for some time, and we've tried to do a few things and look at a few different solutions, but it hasn't been very successful. I guess this is a particular issue, obviously, given where the tip is, but inner city streets are, which were not designed for this, particularly in the character areas, you know, they're taking very, very heavy truck movements and also often arterial traffic as well. And so it's obviously a very difficult issue to manage, because if you put them somewhere else, then that can have an impact on that area, and sometimes there isn't anywhere else to go. So I think the officer report was really helpful in terms of looking at the bigger picture around waste, that obviously there needs to be some quite systemic change rather than just a bit of monitoring and a bit of improving our relationships with the truck companies. So I'm sure Councillor Foon and Fitzsimons will be all over this and will be able to represent us on this issue to try and get a bit of improvement. Thank you. Any right of reply, Councillor Foon?
I think the reality is this beast is a long game. Yeah, so we're going to need some stamina for it, but yep, ultimately, if we're intensifying our cities, that this is actually not going to be okay in the long run. That is to have 3 landfills right next to a sanctuary, and also, yep, going through residential areas at this pace and scale. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, that's been moved and seconded. If people could vote now, please. Thank you. Sorry. Councillor O'Neill, have you pressed the button? Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone. Right, Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, everybody. I thought officers were introducing this, but that's cool.
Oh, yes. So, apologies. Sorry, that was me on autopilot, obviously. Mr. Hodges, thank you. Thank you. That's good.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think Alison, Howard and her staffer, Henry, yes, they're both online, so they're ready to introduce the report and answer.
That's right, that's right.
Good morning. There's Henry. Good. Take it away, Henry.
Good morning, councillors. So this submission is in response to a Ministry of Transport discussion paper that outlines a range of pathways to decarbonise transport. This discussion is to inform an emissions reduction plan that the government needs to lay out by the end of this year to respond to the climate change report that came out a week or so ago. So the paper that MOT has put together outlines a bunch of principles and goes through a range of scenarios for reducing transport emissions and sets out a series of very specific policies that they want to investigate over the next 5 years to help reduce emissions. The pathways that they look at, generally one pathway really focuses on how to achieve mode shift as a way to reduce emissions. Another one is really focused on innovation, like uptake of electric vehicles. Only one of the pathways, however, has modelled that enough emissions reductions to actually achieve the Climate Change Commission's level of emissions reductions that they think is required. And that particular pathway, which is pathway 4, requires a lot of mode shift and reduction in travel. So it's quite interesting that the Ministry of Transport think that it will require about a 40% reduction in light vehicle trips by 2035 and 55% reduction in light vehicle trips by 2050 to align with the Climate Change Commission's targets, which is also quite different to what the Climate Change Commission said. So our submission generally supports the focus in the MOT discussion document on mode shift. As you will all know, in Te Atakura, that's a big focus because we see so many positive co-benefits for the city of that. Our submission calls on the government to think more about how it's communicating this transition in transport, not just in the sort of technical changes that need to happen at the street level or at the policy level. We think that it will be, for councils, it's going to be very difficult to go out there and communicate, why the cycleway or this bus priority lane needs to be put in place without a really clear message from government about the risk of inaction and why these particular initiatives are needed from a climate change perspective. The rest of our comments are pretty technical proposals about what policies we think they should prioritise. Some of the ones that might be interesting to you, we push them to increase the funding assistance rates from waka kotahi for things like walking and cycling and public transport, to establish a clearer regulatory framework for street changes and trials for things like innovating streets, to be clearer about the level of mode shift that's going to be required in different regions, and the level of investment that is going to be required to achieve that, and the time frame and how much that central government is actually going to put up, because that's obviously we need to get going on this stuff pretty soon, and we need to know how much central government's willing to invest. So those are probably the key points. So
thank you very much. Thank you, Henry. Alison, did you have anything to add?
No, I think Henry's covered it. I mean, the Transport Submission is broadly in alignment with previous submissions that we've done. So unless there are any specific questions from councillors on it.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Condi, do you want to?
Thank you. One of the things we talked about was the need for to make it easier to do innovating streets, tactical style approaches, but the report kind of didn't clarify what it is that we would like to see there. Are we talking about we want to see a streamlined TR process? Because a streamlined traffic resolution process generally would help us make all kinds of changes to our streets that are necessary, as well as making innovating streets and tactical approaches easier. Is that what was intended there? Because it wasn't specific.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't go into the specific solution that we thought is best. I think it probably, I just haven't talked to the transport team. There's multiple changes that need.
I don't think this piece of policy out of Ministry of Transport is very specific on that stuff yet. So I think those are conversations we can have with MOT going forward.
Yeah, it's more about emphasising that we want them to prioritise doing that work to figure out the problem and the solution.
Do we think that it would be useful at this point to be a bit clearer about some of our asks? Because there was also a whole discussion around parking infringement rates, but it doesn't specifically say please put them up, which I think is what we want them to do. Because at the moment, the parking infringement is getting to the point where it's actually possibly cheaper to pay the infringement than pay for parking. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that could be changed and made clearer.
So yeah, it's just getting to some of those clarity around some of the details about what we actually are going to need on the ground to make those changes possible. So I might have an amendment.
It sounds like you might have the supporter of the mover. So yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill and then Deputy Mayor Free. No. Oh, right. Okay. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, look, I'm just wondering if there's a case, along with the government's focus on EVs, if there's a case to actually make the point that electric bicycles could be better subsidised, and there could be tax incentives for them, because there's lots and lots of tax incentives to run a private vehicle, but very few incentives to do anything else.
Yeah, we've actually made that point in the submission. I think we suggested that the clean car discount thing could include a subsidy for e-bikes, primarily because it supports that overall objective of mode shift as well, and you could achieve significantly more with a discount on an electric bike than a brand new car.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
Thanks, guys. I confess I didn't have a chance to read the consultation document, it's been one of those weeks. So just wondering, why do you think, as I understand it, option 4 has been selected because that is the option that actually is consistent with Climate Commission advice. So why do you think they included options 1 to 3?
My understanding is that they did those first before they had seen the draft advice from the Climate Change Commission. Once the draft advice from the Climate Change Commission came out and suggested that the emission reductions need to be stronger than what perhaps the ministry assumed they would be, they then modelled that 4th pathway to align with it.
Okay. And just to follow up, I mean, have you been in contact with your counterparts in other councils, and are they also nominating option 4 as being the only one consistent with the advice? Or
yes, I have talked to other officers at other councils. It's not so much about an opinion as just pathway 4 is the only one in the MOT's advice that lines up to the Climate Commission's advice in terms of the modelling assumptions and the amount of emissions reduction that's achieved from the policy settings.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Look, that was such a great submission. I've just been ticking all these points, which I love, so thank you so much. And apologies, Henry, for cutting you off a bit. Look, the just transition was the part I just wanted to, and maybe the mover will be able to address this, just whether we've got that right, because obviously you're asking for, more money to be going into sustainable modes, but do you think we're really doing enough for those on low incomes who are genuinely going to struggle?
I can honestly say probably not. I think the points that we make in the submission are strong ones around the fact that e-bikes, public transport, walking are all far more affordable than owning and driving a car, but none of that addresses the availability of public transport, the availability of cycling infrastructure, and the compactness of a city that reduces travel distances to the point where you don't need a car. So I think there's still work to do for sections of urban landscapes, not so much in Wellington, but definitely in other urban areas that are lower socioeconomic areas where people are super reliant on really cheap clanger cars. And I think there's still more policy work to be done nationally on trying to support that to be an equitable transition.
So maybe if I get your support and the movers, whether we could just add a bit more wording around that, because I just didn't think it quite covered it off. But look, great job again. Thank you so much. Right, this time, Councillor Paul.
All right, well, yep. Atamari kia koutou. Thank you very much, Henry and Alison and the team, for another smoking, banging submission. They're always great. I always look through them and I just am always furiously nodding. I think it's another great one, and thank you to my colleagues for the really good additions to that. Happy to reassure you that when I saw Rod Carr and James Shaw on the Q&A panel about the Climate Commission's advice, that I said to them, hey, here's something that you can do for free that would help us out a lot, which is to amend the traffic resolutions process and the parking fees, because Deputy Mayor Free and I went for a walk around with our awesome parking wardens recently, and we had that discussion. It's kind of getting to the point where parking fees are getting so much that people, especially wealthy people, might just choose to stay and pay what is quite a low parking fee in relation to maybe some of that environmental damage that occurs that we are trying to mitigate. So thank you, colleagues, for the great amendments to the submission, what was already a great submission, and I'm sure the government will get the message, and I think Wellington are doing a really good job in rising to our own targets of addressing our transport emissions, particularly through this awesome option for investment in cycleways and all the different things that we're doing to make walking and cycling easier. But public transport is the big beast ahead of us now, so we need to put a lot of effort into our PTOM submission to make sure that the legislative framework around public transport allows for more people to see being a bus driver as an awesome job, because we know buses are being cancelled left, right and centre, and that's because the legislation put in by the national government makes it awful to be a bus driver in terms of pay. Sorry, you
Point
can't.
of order.
No, you
Point
can't
of order.
point of order that.
It's
Sorry.
just
Councillor
totally
Rush,
unfair.
I think you're being a
Debate,
bit...
but you can't point of order my speech
Councillor Rush,
because I can. It's
excuse
politics.
me, I'm the chair. I'm not going to accept that. I think you're being a bit oversensitive.
Yeah. So that national legislation made it awful to be a bus driver because people are not being paid enough and their work conditions are horrible. So I hope that we can undo that nasty piece of legislation, and we will be submitting a very strong.
Councillor Rush, stop interrupting.
Yeah. I think you just... Yeah. Okay.
And so we will be making a very strong submission to reverse that legislation. So kia ora. Now you can debate my politics.
Yes, next week, councillors, we need to work on our PTOM submission. Right. Who would like to second? But you can't because unless these are just part of the... Oh, okay, great. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'll just very briefly say, just to also commend the excellent submission, and that all the little notes, the little changes I've got here are all things that were already in there, and I just think we could benefit from just teasing them out a little bit, particularly the Build Back Better stuff that we're working on. That's become a really well-known in-house language, but I'm really conscious that when we start talking about it people outside of the building, they don't actually know what we're talking about, and it is quite a new approach. So I think it's worth unpacking in detail so that people can understand how we're approaching that. So just thank you very much, and just me being a bit nerdy to put, the really specific, some of the really specific boring things that we need.
Important.
Me, surely not. But yeah, the really specific things that will make a difference on the ground for us rolling these things out, because we've got big issues around how we're going to fund these and the big picture things, but these are some of the smaller detailed things that are also going to make the big picture things easier.
Thank you. Any other speakers? So look, I'll just speak really briefly. Honestly, yes, like Councillor Paul, I was just furiously going, what a wonderful point, how fantastic, particularly the point about urban motorways shouldn't be funded so much. And also thank you, Councillor Condy, for picking that up. Actually, we need to be really strong in that. That's not a nerdy point. We do need to put up the recovery cost for residents parking is a very serious policy issue, and the parking offences should go up. Look, so sorry, just because it is in response to the answers from officers, I'm just wondering, Councillor Paul, if I just had an amendment basically just to expand on the issues surrounding the just transition to make sure that there's equity for low income people or something like that, would that be? I just thought the submission was just quite short on that.
Well, will it be?
Would that be all right? Sure. Officers, would that be okay? All right.
Yes.
Of the just transition to ensure there is equity for low income families. It doesn't matter if it's not perfectly worded, you know what I mean. Great. Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Young.
Look, just very briefly, I think we should be aware of the optics of when we take stances on these things. I'd just like to remind councillors that both the mover and seconder have cars, and they both have council car parks. So it's all very well to talk about, charging more for parking infringements. I've never had a parking ticket in my life because I regard it as throwing money away. But I think we just have to think about how we look when we have car parks for our cars.
Right. Okay. Any other speakers? Right, Councillor Paul, right of reply. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I'd like to say, I would first like to thank
sorry, apologies. Sorry, did I miss? Oh. Sorry, Laurie, I didn't see you, sorry.
I'd just like to thank the officers for, once again, it was a real delight to read. Really happy to see the rail brought up. That's really critical for our region. Just on the regional growth climate framework, it is really important that we're enabling people to move without cars, as we can see what's happening in the city at the moment. And thank you regarding the car issue. But I don't have a car park at Wellington City Council anyway, so
Yeah.
Fortunately, you do. Even me, who doesn't drive.
Before we vote on C, I just want clarification on, well, can you please someone explain, clarify requests for parking infringements to be raised? I don't have a problem with the intent there, but I just want, what does it mean, clarify requests? From who? By whom?
I think the intent of the amendment is that we're just clearer in our commentary on the parking infringement costs are capped. So when we put up our parking fees, the cost of the fine is lower than the fee. So it's an effective cap and it hasn't been changed in 16 years. So I think the intent of the amendment is to just make it clearer that we're not just pointing out the problem, that we're also asking for infringements to go up. Did I get that right, Jenny? Yeah, okay.
Just a clarification as well on 2D. So what does that mean? Was this just wealthy people giving money to poor people?
Look, this has been a long-running argument about when we moved to a low-carbon economy and society that we don't want to leave those who are most vulnerable behind, and obviously including disabled people who do need private transport. So this is just basically asking Councillor Paul just to give a bit more, and ask the Ministry just to give a bit more consideration to that issue about how you get that equity. So when you put up, for example, the parking fines, that is considered at least, and how that will impact on low-income people and disabled people. Councillor Free?
In relation to that, I did make that point about the tax benefits for cars. They are quite considerable. I wonder if it's worth mentioning as an including, tax, the way the tax system is structured to offer certain benefits.
So you want a rebate for?
No. Yeah, it's just, there's just so much you can claim on your tax for running a car that you can't claim if you do it, even a bus fares. If you take bus fares, you can't claim any travel allowance for that. But if you run your car, you can keep all the mileage and claim certain benefits. And I don't think it's encouraging. It's not providing the right signal. So I just wonder if you mentioned, it is true.
Oh, and not over it, you can just wait if you need. Okay, so you've got that. Do you want to move that as part of the amendment?
I think just including it in the just transition, it's about the financial, I don't know.
It's kind of a different point, I think.
All right.
Maybe ask Ministry of Transport to investigate tax.
Yeah, that whether the current tax incentives are actually encouraging the right.
So clarify the point on that.
I don't know. It's just something that I noticed, and it's not encouraging.
Okay, thank you, Henry. Henry will now just respond.
If you can claim your bus expenses,
right.
it's not very easy.
Point of order, can we get some order to the meeting?
Yes,
it's just
please.
all over
Sorry,
the
it is. Sorry, yeah, that's right. Right, so Henry.
I think the fringe benefit tax exemption might be what you're referring to, and there's a sort of operational carve out for double cab utes and that, which some people believe is a perverse incentive to encourage people to buy utes. That's already that's proposed as part of the ministry's work program that they investigate that. But we could make a point about encouraging that particular initiative along. And there is a relationship in there about the difference between public transport fares versus tax write-offs for utes.
Okay.
If you need a specific proposal, it could just be support work policy work on changes to fringe benefit tax exemptions.
Okay, that sounds excellent. Okay, thank you. Diane, did you want to speak?
Once again, we're making amendments on the fly without
without proper information or actually advice, because all due respect to our officers, these are not tax advisors. So, you know, look, I'm happy to take tax advice from a chartered accountant or a CPA, but actually not from our climate change team. So, and making these amendments without getting good advice and making statements which, you know, from what I heard, don't appear, from my limited accounting knowledge, don't appear quite accurate, I think it's just really dangerous. But then, you know,
I think
this is what we do.
In previous submissions, we have suggested that the government might wish to review the funding basis for vehicles and for transport in general, and the tax elements of that. So I don't think this would be inconsistent with that previous position.
Okay, look, we are in debate, and we have got it has got a bit messy around officer participation, but I think Alison was just trying to respond to Councillor Calvert's point. Okay, but can we we'll just be a bit orderly, right? Are there any other speakers? Okay, now just Hades reminding me. Sorry, Councillor Rush.
Sorry, yes, I missed a question. So, like Councillor Calvert, I'm concerned about these amendments. I was comfortable enough with the submission as provided. I am concerned that these terms like Build Back Better and Just Transition are fairly ethereal and actually do come from a particular end of the political spectrum. The opening comments politicise something which is irrelevant to this whole process. I'd like us to be objective. I'm not going to support the amendments, but I'll support the submission.
Thank you. So, okay, anyone else want to make a comment? So just in terms of process, I'm going to ask you if you're happy to accept these, given the motion has been moved. You are able to say you're not, and then, okay, right, okay. So is there any particular one that you are concerned about, or is it all of them? Because then they'll have to be moved. All of them, okay. Okay. So I'm just wondering, can I just move them, and then can I have a seconder for D&E? Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Thank you. All right. Now, no, I don't. I don't feel a need to exercise the right of reply. I don't think. I think we've had quite a lot of discussion now. So that's fine. So can we vote on D and E? Would anyone like to take those two separately?
I'd like to take all these amendments separately.
Just D and E at the moment.
They're amendments now.
But what about ABC?
I don't.
Okay, so it means we just have to vote against it then. Okay.
Okay, so would you like D and E to be separate, or together? No. I've said we've finished. I have not. I have said I don't need to exercise my right of reply. We are now voting on D and E. Okay. Yep. No, we're just voting on D and E because they had to be moved by amendment. So we're going to do D separately. We're going to take a division on both of these. Okay, thank you. Just D.
Both of those together.
Just D. Oh, A and B in the amendment. So we're just voting for A in the amendment.
So the just transition.
But the just transition part, yeah. Right, Councillor Rush. No. We're going to be voting soon. Oh, once it's set up, just wait. Not instant noodles. Apparently they exist. Maybe they're not at Moore Wilson's. I'm not sure. No. It's just waiting for it to be set up. Yeah.
I just feel like if I keep.
Yeah, there's something will happen. Yes, the lift. We can, oh, I've actually got a few issues with that. I'm just going to ask. Yeah, we can adjourn for a moment. We just need to sort out some technical issues.
Do you want to do morning tea?
here for the vote, just given he hadn't been part of the debate. So just for the submission, he just felt, yeah, just for the submission. He will be coming back. I told him not to go back down to his office. All right, so just to be really clear, we're going to vote on D separately and then E, and then if there's any last speakers, we'll hear them, and then it will be Councillor Paul's right of reply. Okay, so is everyone ready to vote on D? The just poor people. That's right. Yeah, sorry.
Point of order, we don't debate while we're voting.
Yeah, I uphold that. Okay, look, let's just get through this, okay? Okay, right. Right, okay, so that's, thank you very much. That passes. All right, we go to E now. Can we just not talk? No. So this is the E. All right, okay, thank you very much for that. All right, now can I just check, are there any last speakers to the substantive? I'm looking at all of you. Right, no, okay, Councillor Paul, would you like to exercise your right of reply? Thank you very much. Right, councillors, would anyone like anything taken separately of A, B and C? Or would you do it as a block?
Yes.
Which one?
A, B and C.
Right. Is that okay? A, B and C. If that's what you want to do? No, D and E we've voted on. This is...
They want to approve the submission with
right. No changes.
Take A, B, C, D and E separately. Is that
You still want to take them separately? All of them? Or just vote against the whole lot?
1 and 2?
I won't be voting for any of the amendments or the changes to the submission. So, and that might make the number 2 defunct anyway. Basically, isn't it?
1 and 2. All right. Okay. So is everyone happy just to vote 1?
Yeah.
And then to vote 2? Okay. All right. So can we vote? Receive the information. Thank you.
No, but it's not there. But
Okay. All right. Okay. Now number 2. Oh, sorry.
it's the way they've done the amendments. It's made different.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Now number 2.
Yeah, can I just clarify? I thought we were going to strip out A, B and C so that those who were comfortable with the submission as originally written could make that approval public.
So that is possible, but it just does take time to set up the system. So I did ask for B and C to be sort of separated in terms to make it the system, but the A is also, you want to vote that separately?
Work, I think you need to approve the submission as originally presented.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know.
No, because it's got with the following changes. So look, so can we just take a very, how long do you need to do the 5 minutes? So we're going to take a 5 minutes. So do people really?
Or because
that's unfair to the staff who prepared the original submission.
Look, we were prepared to accept the original submission. So could you just not have approved the original submission number 2, number 3 being approved the following changes to the original submission with A, B, C, D, E?
No, that's not how it was moved, Councillor Calvert.
Or could whoever moved it, Jenny, that was you, wasn't it?
No. Okay, look, sorry, we're going to have a long day, and I think we just need to think carefully about how we use our time. So it's up to you, colleagues. We can either spend 5 minutes so that people can vote on A, B and C separately, or we just, people who have some concerns can vote against it.
I want to approve what the officers put together.
No, you cannot do that. So you have got to vote. Yeah. But you could vote presumably for B or C or against B or C.
So we can take it as 1, 2A.
Okay, so you can take it 2A, 2B, 2C separately.
2D, 2E.
But you can't take 2 separately. Right, look, I'm sorry. I actually think we are wasting quite a lot of time here. Yeah, no. Can we do the vote on 2A, 2B and 2C separately? Right, that's what we're going to do, okay? Right, okay, so 2A, now voting for or against. Oh. Right, thank you very much. Okay, 2B. Right, okay, let's keep some order, okay? People want to get to the spatial plan, right? Okay, 2B. Councillor, thank you. Oh, Simon, are you in favour or against 2B? Thumbs down. Okay. Right, thank you very much. Right, 2C. Right, thank you. Okay, so that passes. Look, just now we need to vote. We still need to vote D and E. So do people want to take it separately? D, okay, right, D.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. You just wait for it on the screen.
Okay, thank you. And then 2E. Laurie? And you have done it, you just need to keep pressing it. Thank you. Right, okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. So look, just to make the day go easier, can I just ask Heidi, if people want to vote separately, you're going to need more time to set it up every time. So if we can just take that into account. But in saying that, I know that there will be some people that will want to vote in a very specific way, so that's okay. All right, thank you very much, colleagues. Right, now we are now going to the next submission, busy day, Councillor Condi, and who has got some amendments. So we, what I think we'll do is get Councillor Condi to introduce it. There can be questions of officers. Sorry, too long institutional background. Sorry, can the staff, Nadine? Oh, Nadine, you're. Please come to the podium.
transport rule. It proposes quite a lot of different changes to the way speed limits are set across the country, but there are two main points that are of interest to Council. The first is a proposed mandated requirement to lower speeds around schools. 40% would have to be completed by 2024 and the remainder by 2030. And the recommended process that they're setting up for that is that it would be variable speed limit signs directly outside of schools, and that those would only operate during school times. And the recommended speed limit would be 30 kilometers an hour, and you would need some sort of special reason if you instead chose a 40 kilometer an hour limit outside of schools. The second one is setting up a new process of setting speed limits. So currently that process is run through road controlling authorities like Wellington City, and then it's entered into a speed limit register, and that is done through our bylaw process. The new process would eliminate it being through a bylaw process and instead would be through this national guideline setup. And the proposed limits would be notified through the Regional Transport Committee as the RLTP is. So one notification would go out across the entire region for all changes across the entire region, and then the regional council will be the one sort of fronting that and receiving submissions from the public, and that would be in alignment with the RLTP and LTP timelines, although we would have the potential to do special speed limit changes outside of that normal cycle, but that would be sort of the normal recommended cycle for doing speed limit changes. Our officer advice is that we've done a detailed analysis of this school speed limit proposal. We've done a cost-benefit analysis of 8 potential options of safer speeds in Wellington. And we found that the current proposed approach of part-time speed limits outside of schools has a very high cost of approximately $8 million because we have 81 schools around Wellington, and each one would require several variable speed limit signs. And it would also have relatively low benefits because the benefits would only occur for a couple hours a day on a very limited part of our network. So we're suggesting that a more area-wide approach that is across all of the day would have higher benefits and lower cost. Higher benefits because it would be benefiting a wider area. If you're thinking about children walking to school, it's not just the school gate that matters, it's actually the entire journey from their home. And then we wouldn't have to be buying those quite costly variable speed limit signs. On the second part of the proposed process of setting speed limits, our view is that the proposed process provides unnecessary complexity that may not easily be understood by the public, that they're actually supposed to be going to the regional council to hear about speed limits. We think we run a pretty successful process through Wellington City Council in the past of speed limit changes. And also that's a really busy and complex time during that RLTP and LTP time, and it would be ideal to not have it be in alignment with that time. So our preference is that ideally that process of consulting on speed limits and setting speed limits should be remained at the road controlling authorities like Wellington City Council.
Thank you very much. All right, Councillor Day, then Councillor Fitzsimons with questions.
So my question was...
Yes, sorry. Sorry, there
that
are
is a new process. My question was, so we've got schools included in that. Are early childhood centres also included?
No. So it's just the 81 primary and secondary schools, which does include all public and private schools, but not early childcare centres.
Not kindergarten.
So that would be another potential benefit of the area-wide setting, is that it would pull in everybody in the neighbourhood.
Definitely. Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
I just had a question about the council's response to question number 1, which is that Wellington City Council is supportive of a special consultative procedure because it's positive in applying a strategic forward-thinking approach. I just want to sort of test that a bit, because we're just basically advocating moving from something which was very onerous to something which is a little bit less onerous, and it feels to me like actually we want a much quicker process than that, and it's an issue that I've raised a number of times around Ohiro Road in Brooklyn, that there's 3 different speeds on that road, and everyone said you don't have an evidence basis. We agree, but you don't have an evidence basis, and there's a massive process and you can't do it. So why are we suggesting still quite an onerous a process and quite time consuming, where sometimes we need a quick fix?
Yep. I guess there are 2 aspects of that. The aspect that we are in support of is currently the setting is that kind of speed limits are the way they are unless council feels some reason to change it. And this current process is that the government has adopted this road to zero of a country with 0 deaths and serious injuries, and is proactively encouraging councils to review their speed limits to make sure that they're safe and appropriate, so that we would be encouraged through this normal cycle to every time be creating a speed limit plan and ensure that that speed limit plan is consistent with our vision. So I guess we're supportive of that idea of proactively managing speed rather than having it be a sort of random ad hoc thing when we thought it was appropriate, and also allowing for further coordination, because we do have a state highway system running through our city. So having this process be a little bit more joined up would allow us to work with our partner TAs and also with the state highway network a little bit more all meshed up together. But agree and take your point that it is a difficult process to change speed limits.
And would officers support an approach whereby we ask for a more permissive approach to council setting speed limits, that we don't want to have as much regulation of this, particularly so that we're able to be flexible and responsive?
So we did point out in the submission that we think that the current proposal of having it go through the Regional Transport Committee is unnecessarily onerous and complex, and we preferred an option where it's retained within council control.
But you still want a special consultative procedure? Yeah, okay.
It has to be a process whereby it's legal and the police can enforce the speed limits.
I'd just like to know the amendments in red, where they've come from.
Right, yep, no, so, okay, so do you want to...
Well, I'll speak to them when I move the motion, but if you've got questions about...
Yeah, I do. So I might just put myself on the list. Look, Nadine, thank you very much for the work that you've done. I got a little bit confused when I was reading it, because in some places it sort of seemed like the Regional Council was doing a bit more, and then it sounded like we were doing most of the work. So can you just give absolute clarity?
It's very confusing, and that's one of the problems with it. So basically, us as Wellington City would be preparing a draft speed limit plan. We would then take that to the Regional Transport Committee, which has all the other councils in the region. We would sort of discuss it and come together with one plan so that we're all joined up. Then the Regional Council would be sort of publishing that process, and they would receive the submissions, but then the submissions would be forwarded on to us. We would have to respond, and then we'd have to send them back to the RTC, who would then go to the submitter.
That sounds absolutely... Okay, so can I just understand the implications then? So my local community does want a lower speed limit in Mount Victoria. So does that mean then that people from around the region, and it could be done in any community, who have no idea where it even is, just making a decision?
I guess the idea is that one draft speed limit changes for the entire region would go out as one block through the Regional Council, and that would be published region-wide.
Right, and then would all the hearings be held through the Regional Council?
That's my understanding, and it would be every 3 years in alignment with the LTP cycle.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just find this. Okay, and then the last question I've got is, as Councillor Condy has reminded me, we have got money to be looking at even like a citywide approach to reducing speeds. Now, in that case, I think the process you've outlined might actually be quite helpful, but it's just if it's quite small. So if we were going to say all suburbs did have a 30k speed limit, will we then be able to do that through this process?
Yes, and another thing that is even more complex about this is it's setting out a standard process in line with the LTP cycle, but if you had a special reason to, you could do a different speed limit change in between LTP cycles, which would then be notified and consulted on through Wellington City Council.
Okay, so... But can I just check then, could anyone actually, or even if it was a community in Lower Hutt that we knew nothing about, or, or Porirua, could the Regional Land Transport Committee stop it? Who votes?
We do. It's just that it's sort of like it's very similar to our normal process of applying for funding through Waka Kotahi, where we create a draft program of transport investments, but then we need to enter that into the regional land transport plan, and that is the process by which that is consulted on, and then that gets submitted to Waka Kotahi. But we're the road controlling authority that prepared the cycleways program that we wanted to do over the next 4 years, but the process of that getting to the government is through the regional land transport plan, which is run by the RTC at Greater Wellington Regional Council. So it's similar to that, but for speeds, the process that we're currently using for funding arrangements.
Okay, so there's no vote, that it would just be basically okay.
It's collating the plans and having the engagement material or the submission process on their website and all of that engagement material.
So I think maybe one point to add, if Councillor Condy hasn't, is how confusing this all is, and it definitely does need to be streamlined. All right, okay, any other questions, councillors? Councillor Free.
Yeah, well, for a start, I've been on the Regional Transport Committee, and the projects that are there sometimes don't bear a lot of alignment with what we know are our priorities. So the 3-year cycle actually really means things are not very up to date. But my question is around our legal responsibilities as the road controlling authority here in Wellington City, and who would actually be in court if we needed to change the speed limit and this process was too slow and too cumbersome.
I'm not a lawyer and I'm not prepared to give legal advice.
But do you see this, is this going to be a problem, that we're kind of responsible for something but we're devolving our responsibility
I don't
away?
think I can answer a question if
okay.
it's about legal responsibility.
All righty.
Questions? Councillor Rush.
Just a point of practice, should the Mayor be signing these submissions if he's available?
Yes, I did send him a text he could come back in.
It's just that the previous submission was signed by the Mayor, to be signed by the Mayor. The one that we had for infrastructure the other day, I picked up that I was going to be signing it, and I thought the Mayor should sign it. So I think as a point of practice, unless there's a limitation in time, it should be the Mayor. Is that something that maybe
we have
Jen
agreed to a document with his name on it, so I don't know. Look, I think we can tidy that up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's got any problem with signing it. It's just as a point of practice, the submissions going to select committees should be signed by the Mayor.
So the practice we've had also is for the portfolio leader and the Mayor. Okay. I'm not quite sure. In this case, though, I am a little bit uncertain about the submission, and my name is on it. So, I mean, obviously, I'll observe the will of the committee, but it does become tricky.
So notice the...
Okay, so just in terms of our rules, but look, I'll get Hayley to email that about, I think, again, if we just keep moving on. Councillor Free, have you finished? Okay, so Councillor Condy and then Councillor Young.
So I'm still trying to, again, it's confusing and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So the hearings would be, people would be heard by the Regional Transport Committee, not by this council?
The Regional Transport Committee would be coordinating the process.
Okay.
But they would not be making the decisions.
So the hearings would happen here and there would be a vote at this table to change the speed limits because we're the road controlling authority?
Yes. Okay.
And then that gets notified up to NZTA because it has to be formalised so that the police can enforce it. Okay. This comes back to Councillor Fitzsimon's point around the special consultative procedure. Because, really from a political point of view, I think our view has been we want to be quite ambitious on safer speeds in the city, and the onerous process has kind of been holding us up and able to do that. Why would we still want a special consultative procedure, given that that's got a special definition in the Local Government Act? It's the procedure that we use to consult on the library. It's actually quite a big deal. But rather than just saying this should be a standard traffic resolution process that also requires a certain amount of notice, that requires public, hearings, all those sorts of things, I don't understand why we would still be asking for the special consultative procedure, or why we would support that suggestion over just a standard traffic resolution.
Yep. My understanding is that the intention is to ensure that speed limits across the country are more harmonized and that all the councils in the country are following the national guidance documents and that all of our work is sort of in alignment with that central government guidance so that all sorts of councils across the country aren't just changing speed limits willy-nilly for random reasons, and that there is that sort of overarching process and that we're all giving effect to that overarching vision for the country of a system free of death and serious injury.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Young.
I'm just a little bit concerned the letter is being signed by the Mayor who's not here and by you who's ambivalent.
Yes, that's irrelevant. Whatever the committee decides is what I'll sign off on. But
you get my point.
The Mayor, I did send him a text to come back. I'm not sure where he is.
I think the Mayor should be one of the people in the list in number 7. If he's going to be wanting, if his signature will be on it.
Should we go on a hunting trip?
Ms. Parker, I'm just wondering if you could see if you could find him. I thought he was supposed to be on this floor. I did ask him not to go back to his office. Yeah, I know he loves, this is his thing. This is the thing, this is the most. Okay, right, are there any just straight questions of Nadine? Okay, so what we're going to do now, because I want to be really clear about not officers coming into debate. Councillor Condi, I'm just wondering, can we just scroll it down a little bit and then questions can be asked of what, or do you want to move it first? Well, yeah, I can move it. Okay, so Nadine, if you just wait there, people will ask questions and then you can go and sit down, if that's okay. Great, okay. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Free.
Would you be open, Councillor Condi, to including the Mayor in the list of people that are involved at point 7? Because if you're suggesting, yeah. But I'm just suggesting that if it's going to be his signature on it at the end and he hasn't even been here for the discussion, that it might at least be good to include him. Thank you.
I just spoke to the Mayor. He said he's happy to sign on behalf of Council, but if you want to include the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee amongst that group of wonderful people.
Okay, look, okay, I think this is just actually taking up quite a lot of time, right? So Councillor Condi, if you could introduce the paper, thank you, and then we'll just sort out, but we understand your amendments, thank you.
Excellent. All right. So obviously, reducing speed limits is a really important thing we can do for road safety, and it's something that this council has done a reasonable amount of over the past few years, but it is a very difficult process. It's very onerous. It takes a lot of time. And so we've been keen for a long time to see the process streamlined to make it easier for these kinds of changes to be made, because we certainly are getting, it's not just that that there's strong evidence that this makes a big difference in terms of safety, but our communities are asking for this now as well. So we were excited to see that this piece of work was happening, but I have to admit that when the when the proposal came in front of me, I was quite disappointed, because it does pretty much seem like.
Phones off, please.
It does seem like essentially they are taking away some of the complicated hoops we have to jump through and replacing them with different complicated hoops we have to jump through. I don't actually see this as this doesn't seem to me to be a particularly much of an improvement over the current process. It's not particularly streamlined. The one advantage is that they are trying to do having a more strategic approach, which we obviously support, and having greater coordination, which is also great. But we need to make sure that coordination doesn't then become additional bureaucracy that makes it difficult for us to actually make the changes that are needed for our community. So just to speak to these, the changes, the amendments here, they're not amendments, but the changes, in my view, I think the cover letter was quite soft compared to what's actually in the submission. The submission is reasonably clear that we do not support a number of significant elements of this proposal, but the cover letter was maybe a little bit softer on those things. So I think it is really important that where we don't support these elements of this, that we're very clear and we use strong language. So that's really the point of 3 and 4, is that it's essentially keeping the substance of the submission the same, but being a bit more pointed where we actually have quite strong opposition, rather than saying we do not support because blah, blah, blah. It's a little bit bureaucratic speak. Let's sharpen it up. And item 4 particularly identifies these 2 elements that we've just had a bit of conversation about. If Heidi, if you could scroll up, thank you. Item 4 looks at the role of the regional councils, which I think just adds a complicated extra step, and also this issue that the speed limit changes should be made through the LTP cycle. I think we're quite aware that the LTP cycle is a very busy time for our community anyway. We've often got lots of other really significant issues. And this sort of thing, not only is it a lot of work, but it becomes something that might get lost in the noise of what's happening around the LTP cycle. So, very much our view is that it should be counter-aligned. If we're going to do it every 3 years, we shouldn't be doing it at the same time as the long-term plan. So just strengthening those 2 points in particular. Number 5 here is, I think, the submission was written very much in the, answering the questions and saying, okay, we don't support this, we don't support that, but I would actually like us to have a clear statement about what we do want instead. So let's be really clear about what we think the process should look like, which at the moment the submission, you can kind of work it out from all the things we don't support, but I think it's useful, as somebody who receives submissions, I think it would be useful for us to be clear about what we think the whole process should look like instead. So again, that's not about necessarily changing the content of the submission, but just clarifying what our goal and our end state should be. Number 6 is a change to what's in the content of the submission, which is that at the moment officers say that they do support a special consultative procedure for speed limit changes. In my view, I think that is an overly onerous procedure. I think that a standard traffic resolution process can do pretty much what we need it to do, and that we can still achieve the coordination benefits that Nadine was talking about through a standard traffic resolution process and other procedures rather than requiring a special consultative procedure. Unusually, we're all very familiar with a special consultative procedure because we did one for the library, so you understand how onerous and complex that is. So I think that it's valuable for us to go back and say, actually, we still think that is too high a bar for the kind of for this type of work, and that we can get the kind of coordination benefits Nadine was talking about with a simpler process like the traffic resolution process. And I never thought I would say the words that the traffic resolution process is simple, but in comparison to the special consultative procedure, it is. So that's a bit of explanation. Just the fact that normally I wouldn't do this, but I have added myself as the Deputy Chair of Infrastructure Committee onto this, just because we're in transition between the portfolio system and I'm the subject matter expert on this at the moment, and it's due tomorrow. So it's not something that I would normally do. I did discuss it with the Chair of this committee before we added that, but just to make things a bit easier on 24 hours notice, that's why I've been added in there.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to just reserve your right for now? Right. So what I'm going to do, it's only questions of clarification from the officer. Otherwise, and then when you speak, you can ask questions of the mover. So does anyone have questions of clarification only?
Not debate.
No debate, no. So Nadine, can I just ask, that number 4, so then does it become clear what we're wanting? Is it just basically now saying we support a standard traffic resolution, even if it's just, even if it was like quite a substantial area of the city that we were putting the process through?
Are you asking about the question, do you think the content requirements are appropriate both for full and interim regional speed management plan?
Well, no, I just want to, are we providing a clear submission to the ministry? Because if you look at number 4, sorry, Hedy, if you could just, if we're saying we're opposed to something, do you believe it is clear, and if we have to do some public communication around this, is obviously quite a vexed issue, is it clear through, do you think through these amendments that that we don't support the regional council coordinating it, so does it mean that we would coordinate it?
Okay, so if you direct us to strengthen the language, we can definitely do that. Are you asking about strengthening the language just on the consultation process, or also on the speed limit around schools process? Because just having the amendment clear on what exactly you want us to clarify.
So I'm just wanting to clarify. So just in terms of the process, sorry, I'll ask a clearer question. If the regional council doesn't coordinate, then is it correct that we would?
Yes.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Is there any other questions of clarification? Right, thank you very much, Nadine. We really appreciate your work. All right, now I'm going to take a speaking list. Councillor Rush, thank you.
I have every confidence in Councillor Condi's amendments and very comfortable to support.
Very succinct. Anything else? So I guess this is probably, for me, a matter of well-intentioned bureaucracy, possibly going a bit off-piste. I apologise to the members of the public who are wanting us to debate the spatial plan, but this is actually somewhat related. So I guess, Councillor Condi, if you can just particularly make sure that we have really good clarity through the submission, because I did. It's just like everything to do with transport, where I do literally have to think, okay, now we own the bus shelters, and the regional council does this, so I just think even a table of saying who would be doing what under our view, I think would be a very clear way of explaining it, because to be honest, I think the bureaucrats having to understand some of these submissions, it might be a bit tricky for them. All right, but thank you very much for your work. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, I did agree that we do need to strengthen the submission, actually, and as Councillor Condi's amendment says, state what we prefer to see, because this is a big part of our work and our responsibility as a road controlling authority and as a TA, is how we manage the speeds in our city. I think I understand where this work is coming from. It's wanting a regional view and wanting some consistency across the region. So, for example, if you go near a school in the Hutt Valley, you know that you're going to expect to see 30 kilometres, for example, and you're going to expect to see that regardless of which city you're in. But I think the proposals hasn't got it quite right, and it would be really good for us to clarify how we see that working. We are working hard to be more efficient, and I think we've made a lot of progress in being more efficient. This is designed to make things easier to change, but I think it's a little bit misguided to send it to the regional council for, to collect submissions and provide advice and then back to us. The truth is the public will still think it's our job, and they'll come to us expecting us to have some control over it, and if we don't have the necessary control over it, we're going to end up, as you say, bus shelters, bus stops, bus services, bus lanes, who does what. It is a recipe for people to be very confused. So I'm very pleased to second these amendments.
Any other speakers wish to exercise your right of reply? Right. Does anyone wish to vote for anything separately? No? All right. So we'll vote. Thank you very much. Wonderful, thank you very much. Right, now what we're going to do now, I'll just tell you the order of play. We're going to have Mr Hodgetts introducing the spatial plan. We're then going to have an adjournment, so just people also can read what the officers have given us, and then we'll be able to ask questions. Lunch is going to be at 12:30, and then we need to be back at 1 o'clock because the staff from Waka Kotahi are coming in to answer any questions around Let's Get Welling Moving. I just felt it was important that we give them a very set time so they didn't need to wait. Of course.
So will we hold the spatial plan debate if we're still in the middle of it, listen to them, and then...
To be honest, by the time Mr Hodgetts has introduced it and we've got our amendments, I think it will be lunchtime, so I think that will be fine. And then we can begin debate after that. I apologise, it's just the workload has been horrendous this week. Councillor O'Neill and then Mayor Foster.
Can I just clarify the order paper? So Let's Get Wellington Moving and Thorndon Quay will be done
after the spatial plan. All right. That's correct, yes. Mayor Foster?
Can I just suggest that maybe 5 past or 10 past 1 might be a good idea just in case? That we may have some information we actually do want to know. So
I think that's fair enough. Is that all right to organise that with the Waka Kotahi stuff? Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's a sensible... There isn't? Okay, but just have a bit of flexibility. Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Right, Mr Hodgetts, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, councillors, of course, this is a follow-on from our Monday session and Q&A. We covered a lot of material and detail in that session, and I'm not proposing to do a long-winded introduction now, but we are obviously putting forward a very comprehensive set of recommendations for council after a significant amount of consultation. Spatial plan is a generation that started back in our City Tomorrow conversation. So 3.5 years ago, council set some growth parameters for the city, and we've been proceeding on that basis. 4 scenarios were floated. Also, we had 1,300 submissions on those growth scenarios. We're now down to a spatial plan that will inform the rulebook, the district plan, and we've had 3,000 submissions. Officers have taken that on board and are producing a package of recommendations to you. I think for today, and given the COVID restrictions, we've had to set things up slightly differently. You'll recall on Monday we had a team answering questions. The same team is here to answer those questions for you. They're in the spatial plan emergency room just across here at 1610. So when we finish the introduction, which I'll highlight just a suggestion about how we might proceed, we'll hop over to that room and in that room answer your questions. Regarding that, my suggestion would be the adjournment happen after question time. So on the material that is substantive, the stuff that's sitting in your agenda, which is the officer's recommendation on the spatial plan, we now take questions as a team that you might need further clarifications on. At that point in time, we now have the list of amendments proposed by councillors and the responses officers have had to those amendments over the last 48, 24 hours. They are still coming in, and we have now finalised, we believe to be the last amendment suggestion for the spatial plan in a series of documents. We've got one document which covers all the amendments proposed. It has the councillors interested in those amendments and the officer's response to them. And we have an additional last item that was raised just this morning of additional amendments with responses attached to them as well. My proposal, if it can seek leave from the Madam Chair, is that we pause after question time on substantive materials and councillors give themselves time to review those responses from officers and then organise themselves as a team to first and second those motions depending on how the amendments roll. We'll reconvene again and then you can ask further points of clarification on the amendments and the responses from officers to them. At that point, if we have sorted those matters out, you'll then go into debate.
Does that sound satisfactory, colleagues? Okay, thank you very much.
Great.
All right.
So, on the matters of substantive sitting in the current agenda, we'll now pop over next door and my team will come online and you can start asking questions.
Right, thank you very much for that. Right, colleagues, anyone want to ask some questions? Well, shall I start off with one? Yeah, sure. Yeah, just now, are we going to be able to see? Right, once I turn their camera on.
Turn your camera on, great.
No, we shouldn't just, absolutely, I think that's very... thank you, Jen, for moving the chair. That's helpful. Look, thank you, team. You've done a great job and it has been a very demanding week. Can I just ask, and apologies if I've missed it, but around the status of character versus historic heritage defined in, as you know, Section 6 of the RMA? Sorry, oh, they're muted. Is there...
Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
So yes, as councillor, it is a Section 6 matter, a matter of national importance. I think just, the distinction between heritage and character has been sort of a central issue as part of this whole spatial plan development, but it's up to councils to decide what heritage applies in the area. So we have guidance and direction from the regional council through the regional policy statement, which requires us to consider and identify and protect historic heritage in our district plan, which of course we have done through identified sites, areas and objects currently in the district plan, and that will be part of the reviewed district plan also. So what commonly is, certainly in the Wellington context, is what has applied in terms of historic heritage is often we have a lot of buildings and that are of a particular architectural style and a period of architecture in Wellington's past. And they are of particular outstanding merit. I mean, we have St. Gerard's is a good example of a heritage building of outstanding significance. But heritage can also be a lot more than just architectural merit, but can be representative of a particular architectural style, but also a famous person or event. So I suppose that's the sort of high-level test, and there's varying degrees of heritage value associated with those. And then we also have heritage areas. So that is a collection of those outstanding architecturally or a particular area of outstanding merit also. As opposed to character, which in the Wellington, again, way we have it in the district plan currently is our pre-1930s areas, and they are based mostly on streetscape character. So that's streets you might go down and they have a coherent and a sort of a combined identity which is considered worthy of protection. So again, it's not a Section 6 matter, a matter of national importance, but in the past, the council and the community has viewed those streetscape elements and that coherent character as very important, and have consequently used the pre-1930s demolition area as a protection of that. So that basically means, you know, it's pretty difficult to demolish a building, and if you make significant changes to it, you need a consent. So does that help, Councillor?
So just one follow-up question. I'm sorry to do this to you, but I'm looking at the Boffa-Miskell report, and when you look at then the definition of historic heritage under the Act, it starts to look less distinct. So you're talking about, you know, the local distinctiveness. This is the definition given to Boffa-Miskell by the council. The identity of an area that contribute to the unique sense of place. You then look at the definition of historic heritage, meaning those natural and physical resources that contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history. It starts to seem that that distinction isn't particularly significant.
Well, as I said, I believe there's a clear distinction currently in the district plan, and obviously with the reviewed district plan, we will revisit that, and we are doing that as part of this process. But as I say, I think there is a clear distinction.
Okay, it's fine. I'll leave that up for debate. Right. Okay, Councillor Paul, and then the Deputy Mayor Free.
Thanks, John. I was just wondering. Look, I don't know a lot about heritage. So, are the primary mechanisms that people utilise to protect heritage, are those national level tools? And if so, briefly, what are they?
Well, of course, Heritage New Zealand have a process in which they identify Category 1 and 2 heritage areas, buildings, sites, and that's a signal to local authorities to consider those potentially for their inclusion in the district plan. So don't have statutory effect at that point, but once they are in the district plan, they do. Okay. So that's probably the primary one at a national level at the moment. There has been some discussions at national level, potentially having a national policy statement for heritage, but that hasn't come through as yet.
Okay, thank you. And is Wellington the most regulated city in New Zealand in terms of heritage and character protections? Do we know?
I don't know. We do have a lot of heritage protection, but whether I could say that's more than other councils, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've done that work, Councillor, but I mean, the information we've got in response to some of the amendments indicates that heritage protection, but also character precincts are not uncommon across a number of cities in New Zealand.
Okay, and the only other question was just in reference to one of the submissions this morning about people adding to character. Is people, the diversity of a community taken into account with these character protections, or is it just solely the aesthetic of the community?
Currently, no, it's the sort of coherence, the character of those streetscapes is the defining element.
I mean, that's correct, but of course, Gordon Wilson Flats is a good example, I suppose. I mean, that the architectural character of those flats relate to a particular time in Wellington's history where the workers that worked in them contributed to the listing of that heritage site. So the aesthetics, depending on your taste, might not be there for Gordon Wilson, but the heritage context related to the people that were living in it. And so it does formulate to some degree how a site like that is listed.
And that's the distinction, isn't it? Because that's the heritage significance associated with that as opposed to that character issue that we've been talking about.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, gosh, I wish this had been a little bit better explained to the public that we are still having a big character reduction, whatever we do. But my question is really the difference between the, and maybe we just focus on Newtown because that's the area that's actually exercising my mind the most. So we had a small character area with character overlay that we went out to consult on, and we came back with no character overlay but an enlarged character area. Can you explain to me what was the thinking behind the original character area with that was in just the character area, not the character overlay, and the revised character area that we came back with after consultation? What sort of criteria we used to draw up those areas?
So the approach in the draft spatial plan was to look closely at our current controls through the pre-1930s areas, and identified within those were sub-areas of sort of particular outstanding character. I suppose we took quite a view that we really felt we wanted to test how the community felt about just protecting those really outstanding areas of character. And so that's what we went out, you councillors went out and consulted on. We obviously got a lot of feedback on whether we'd got that right or not, but we did revisit the work that had been done by in the Boffin School report, and felt that perhaps we'd been probably a little bit too tough on some of the assessment process. And so that really, and also I suppose we had the character overlay, which was slightly vague sort of approach to how we might manage the interface between the more intact character areas, the sub-areas we referred to, and the broader area where more development would be enabled. So so it was twofold. We looked at that, felt that we needed to reassess, and that there were areas of character that needed more protection. So that's why some of the areas were increased, and that certainly has played out in Newtown, but all areas. But we've also enabled more heightened development outside of the areas. So that was the approach.
Can I ask then, if we were to obviously we've got what's in the paper as the recommended position now from officers. If we were to reduce back to the protected areas, the character areas in the draft spatial plan, is that the end? Can we ever increase the character areas again? Or is this a one-way street is what I'm asking? When we shrink character areas, do you ever have the ability to review that? If, for example, we didn't need as much housing as we thought, or there's a real uptake in other areas and people are still of the view, which some people were, that the character areas are worth preserving, is it one-way street or can we actually go back again?
Certainly that is possible, because this is a non-statutory process. This was an important issue we felt to explore with the community. So the spatial plan is giving a signal to the district plan about how we might protect these areas and how we might enable development across the city. These issues will be revisited again through the district plan, because that is the statutory instrument through which we give effect to protecting character and enabling growth.
And I think the important point there, Councillor, is the process in which that involves has a set of planning commissioners who sit and arbitrate, if you like, the referee what's in and out of those character precincts. And so this is an important opportunity for council to set their policy settings, for officers to then go away and put a plan together that strikes the right note, if you like, with the collective council on their position on this particular control.
That confused me a little bit, to be really honest, because at one point I thought that the first answer was that it's not a one-way street, that this is a non-statutory document and that there would be further testing through the district plan process. But the second answer was that this is quite a strong directive and that the officers would respond to the strong directive in the district plan. So I don't feel that I'm clear on how significant this decision is in actual fact and how irreversible it might be.
Well, just for clarity then, Councillor, I think my point is there will be a series of planning commissioners that will make a recommendation back to council on what their view of those character areas are. And that is an independent panel that will recommend back to you whether those character areas are worthy of protection or not. And that gives you that other opportunity to make any further changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Thanks, and thanks very much, officers, for your hard work. So, I'm trying to get to the evidence around character precincts and their impact on potential housing. Am I to understand that in aggregate they make up 6.8% of the total Wellington City Council housing stock?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, the character precincts that are being debated in that instance equates to approximately 6.8% of Wellington's housing stock. So when folks ask us to support an ambitious spatial plan, are they saying that 93.2% is insufficient and the extra 6.8% is what they're looking for to be removed from character protection?
No.
Well, it's probably not a fair question for the team, but I mean, are there any other issues or tools or other statistics that I'm missing here? Are they the two key statistics? 93.2% is available for unprotected, and 6.8% it remains protected as character.
Yeah, I think, Councillor, to answer your question, it's your definition of what's ambitious. I think officers have put a report to you with a series of recommendations which we believe is transformative for the city. It not only increases housing supply but also encourages housing diversity, which is a topic we don't often talk about in detail. Ultimately, the changes we made in the draft and the changes we are recommending after consultation equate to increasing developability, if you like, of the city by almost 58%. The operative plan itself, when we went on the draft plan, it was for these character areas a 70% reduction in those character areas. So look, as I say, I think it's a definition of what's ambitious or not. I think officers are putting it to you in their recommendations that we think this is a transformative plan. It's going to significantly change the way we look at Wellington's growth potential over the next 30 years. And over time, whilst it might be incremental, it will be a step change for growth of the city.
Okay, thanks.
Right, thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Cool. Just a couple of questions. Just following on from Deputy Mayor Free's question, is it fair to say that this is around character, depending on what we decide today, it's an iterative process anyway, and it's very unlikely that if we do agree to protect some character today, that will be the final that ends up being protected just based on kind of what needs to happen between now and the final?
Yes, that's right. It's an iterative legal process. So you're correct. It will. Some of these matters will be resolved in the Environment Court.
Cool. And without predetermining the outcome of today, and I know you've seen the amendments, if the amendments of Councillor Matthews and Paul around walking catchments go through, and the amendment from Councillor Foon and I around character go through, will that be the most radical change in our approach to urban planning and even more transformative and enable even more housing than the draft spatial plan we originally consulted on and the one you're proposing now?
I think certainly it would be. I think the spatial plan, even and as proposed to you now, is transformative. I think some of the debate around the character areas has we've lost the discussion about what we're trying to achieve across the whole of the city. And I think one of the big changes from the draft to what we have in front of you is the no height limits in central city other than those important heritage areas and the waterfront and other qualifying matters. So I think, there is a big broader discussion here that either way, whichever way this debate goes and what's finalised, it is going to be transformative for the city.
So taking on board that you agreed it would be the most radical change in Wellington, if those amendments that I've outlined went through, would that be the most radical change in New Zealand in terms of enabling housing and
I'm not sure
urban planning?
The officers really have, given the previous question, they have the expertise and knowledge at the moment.
What's that, Andrew?
How would you compare? I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that looks hard. I can't answer that question. I don't have this sort of insights. I know that this council is the first council to attempt to deploy the NPSUD, and I know other councils are watching us. So we are at the cutting edge, if you like, of this national policy statement, and we've done our best as officers through a consultation process with the community to interpret that intent.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Condie.
Thank you. Just had a couple of questions about the Our Place proposal, because I'm really on the fence about which way I'm going to vote on this still. And my question is, what assurance can you give us that this process will not basically lead to relitigating the upzoning? Because in other cities, similar processes have been captured by those opposing development.
Yeah. Well, I think the important thing when we do, and if we do go to those pilot communities, is to define the scope of those sessions really carefully, and that before we enter into a process with the community, that scope's very, very tight. And then one of those aspects will be we are not relitigating the spatial plan outcomes. We are not even talking necessarily about district plan outcomes. We're trying to understand what the community's aspirations for their particular centre is for the future as it relates to development.
And I guess related to that is in this proposal, what assurances do we have that people who are pro-development will be kept safe and their voices will be heard, and voices that aren't normally heard will be heard? Because we certainly have heard from some people who participated in our submissions process that they didn't feel like they had a good time with that.
Well, that's a question about inclusivity, councillor, and I think that's a matter of detail we're going to report back to you. We've heard you loud and clear about the importance of that, because it's not so much the residents who own property that we're designing for, but the future residents as well, and that is foremost in our minds. So we're looking forward to bringing the detail of that engagement back to council.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Day.
Thank you. I'm trying to work out how to articulate this, but it's around the percentage of the character area. So we've got something like, was it 6 to 7% that we're saying? But is that of all the is that of the houses right across Wellington? Because at the moment we're not actually recommending addressing that whole area. We've actually only got a proportion of all of the houses in Wellington, that area being addressed as being changed. So the 6.7% might sound small, but actually when you take it off a smaller proportion of the city, that percentage actually looks different. So is that 6 or 7% of all houses in Wellington, the area, or the built area, or just the built area that we're looking at?
And that's just houses of our total housing stock, Councillor.
Okay, so like say in Tawa, a lot of the houses aren't even being earmarked, those areas aren't being earmarked for development, so they kind of become irrelevant. And so when you say 6 or 7%, it sounds small, but when you take away all of those others, does that alter the percentages?
The percentage is really just to say there's 5,500 houses across the existing pre-1930s areas, and that represents 6.8% of the total number of houses across the city. So we're just trying to put it into perspective as to what numbers are there.
It does make a difference. Yeah. The other question I've got is around the greenfields. I'm just really curious to hear from you what officers have discovered about greenfields, because people are still raising the fact that they'd like us to develop greenfields, and when we look at the Upper Stebbings Glenside area, we were anticipating something like 2,000 houses, and it's now come out at more like 500 or 600 houses. And so I'm just wondering the things that you've discovered through the process, I guess, related to the NPS for both Indigenous biodiversity and fresh water, and just so that people have that context when they keep saying just chuck in a greenfield, you know, what that actually means in Wellington City, and what you've discovered through that process.
Yeah, I think, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So I think obviously this council set its growth scenario as a compact city. So any expansion to the city limits, if you like, was discounted on that basis. The areas already designated for future urban growth, like Stebbings and Lincolnshire Farms, had yields probably about a year and a half ago much higher than they're currently yielding, and that relates to I wouldn't describe it necessarily as a conflict, but a slight anomaly in the NPSs. We've got one NPS for urban development encouraging intensification, and another relating to freshwater and biodiversity. I believe that is requiring quite significant and stringent development conditions on that land, which is reducing the allele yield. And so planners, particularly in the growth areas, are trying to struggle with the developers there, of course, who own the land, trying to understand what they can actually yield from a housing supply point of view, whilst complying with the intention of the NPS relating to fresh water, which of course is governed by Greater Wellington Regional Council. And when those consents come in for additional housing, that's referred to Greater Wellington. Greater Wellington interprets their freshwater NPS and writes conditions back on development that reduce effectively yield. So that's sort of the complexity in our greenfield areas relating to increasing our yield and housing.
And why is that so different? Because you hear people say, oh, in Christchurch they've managed to open up whole big fields of development and it hasn't been an issue. Why is it so different in Wellington? What's our, I guess, is it our topography? What is it that makes it so different that we are having a different experience to other major cities?
Yeah, it's Cashman-based topography, Councillor. So, you know, where water goes and moves depends on the topography of the land, and as a result, Wellington has lots of valleys and lots of hills, and they create lots of streams, and that's where the problem lies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foon.
Just back to the character housing discussion, do we have an idea of how much of the inner city suburbs are character housing, the percentage of that?
I repeat the question.
Could you repeat that again, Councillor Foon?
Sorry, we just
didn't
catch that last bit, Councillor.
So in the proposed spatial plan, what percentage of the inner city suburbs is character housing?
Probably not a percentage, but I think in the proposed plan, so when you say proposed, is this the one you're considering with Office of Recommendations, or when we went out on the draft plan?
Not the draft, just, well, actually, for what we have at the moment, let's just come back to the status quo, not in the draft plans coming up or gone. What percentage of character housing is there in the inner city suburbs?
We don't have a number in terms of houses. I think we certainly worked out the area relative to the so
and that's 307 hectares. I think So if you're asking the draft spatial plan, that is what's currently available. I'm sorry, what's currently available in the operative plan has about 307 hectares. What we went out with in the draft spatial plan was a reduction in that number to 88.3 hectares, and the final proposed spatial plan, that is the standard documents you have to consider today, as a result of reviewing those character areas, we've increased that from that 88.3, we've increased it to 127.3 hectares. And we have a breakdown, of course, on all of the suburbs in the inner suburb areas, all of the hectares and how they've changed.
So then can I ask, what are the total hectares of housing that are in the operative district plan?
Relating to character protection?
No, all housing. So I'm trying to work out, what percentage of the housing in the inner city areas is...
We'll take that question on notice, Laurie. We might try to bring a number back later on.
Thank you.
We'll have to do a quick calculation.
Also, there's the Boffa Miskell report, so maybe for a review at some point that will help you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. One of the key things from the spatial plan, which is very relevant to what we can build, is topography. But I didn't really see topography mentioned much in the spatial plan, and the impact that might well have, good and bad, on what things can be built, in particular in the outer suburbs. How will you address the topography issues?
You consider that?
It certainly is considered, because it goes to the capacity assessments we've done through the housing and business assessment work. So that's come up with what the current settings would yield over the next 30 years, and what and we know through changing the density and height requirements how that would be reflected in that. So certainly that earlier work is very much looks at topography, makes some assumptions around what's developable land based on that topography, as well as, the cost of construction and those sorts of things. So it's quite a sophisticated approach. So it is certainly a major consideration.
So where do we see that information? Because I don't think I've seen it in terms of thinking about the topography, because as Mr. Hodges mentioned before, we are a city of a lot of valleys and streams, etc., and areas that are prone to not only being near faults, but also liquefaction. So I'm just trying to understand where that information is that you were able, that helped you come up with this proposal.
So it's in the housing and business assessment report. It's on the council website.
Okay.
It's a pretty key piece of work.
What was the date of that?
2019.
2019. Okay.
It's on the Planning for Growth website.
Okay. A second question I've got is around the definition of compact, and whether people understand what compact is. Is compact in relation to the current their knowledge of Wellington City, compactness in terms of cities generally, or is it compactness in terms of the inner city? Because I know people who live outside of our sort of territorial boundaries, which are basically a line on the map, and they may live in Whitby, but they still think they live in Wellington.
Yeah. So, Councillor, I think you're referring to a comment I made regarding one of the goals that came out of the Plan for Growth work, where Councillor set us a goal of a compact city. So the definition's thematic only. It's really just explaining that the objectives of one of the key objectives, key goals of the Planning for Growth work is that we maintain a compact city. And I was making that that comment in the context of that vision.
And just on that vision, which, you know, a lot of this is based on the growth scenario work that was done early last year. Was it 2000? I can't quite remember the dates. But that was based on 4 growth scenarios. But it was a different kettle of fish then, because it was before the MPS. And I know with some of the scenario work that was presented, in a lot of areas it was talking up maximum of 3 stories, yet with the draft spatial plan, we went out with 4 to 6 stories or more in the residential areas. So do you, and then the other one, there was quite leading questions asked about the Greenfields area as well, to get the outcomes or to get the results that were there. And look,
I can for debate, Councillor.
No, but I'm just trying to understand, because with these growth scenarios, which we're relying on, or the information that came from those growth scenarios, I mean, how? I'm just wondering whether it's set us off on the wrong path, essentially.
That might be a bit. I think that is a bit potentially political.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you should save that for debate.
Okay. Well, it's just I've got okay, I'll save that to debate later on. I might have another question, but okay, thank you.
Now, are there any elected members who haven't asked a question yet before we go to the second round? Okay, so Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, so is there any ability to pick and choose between, you know, the draft scheme and the one that's currently in front of us? Or would that create some legal, extra legal complications should we be subject to any challenge? And the reason I'm asking this is that it might be, for example, that you know, we would maybe trade off a little bit of more character protection in some areas for less in others, or is that just a very dicey and dodgy thing to do? Sorry to ask such a blunt question, but I'm trying to understand what our options are. And I'm thinking maybe between the trade-off, say, between Berhampore and Newtown, or vice versa.
So just to answer that question, so it is setting a strong signal to the district plan, as I mentioned earlier, around ultimately approach to zoning and what is protected and what is enabled through development. So, and the work that we've done today is based on an evidential base. So the Boffin-Miskell report is a good example of that, and the housing and business assessment work is an example of that. It's an evidence-based approach. So when ultimately, you know, I think we as councillors do need to be very mindful that the decisions they make here does send a signal towards the district plan, which will get tested again. And so we do have to have a good evidential base ultimately through the district plan to support policy positions.
And my second question is, what are the controls on where you don't have a character area? What are the controls on buildings? What's the difference? How much of a difference would this make if the character areas were small? What would happen?
Well, just in terms of the signal that we're indicating in the spatial plan, and obviously followed through ultimately into the district plan, is that a buffer zone to around the character areas, wherever those boundaries might be, and that would be just to allow a transition in height through to the more enabling development outside of that area. So it depends where it is, Councillor Free. So if it's within a 10-minute walking catchment of the central city and it's not character, then it enables at least 6 stories. So it really does depend across the city where that might be.
So what you're saying is the rest of the city doesn't have any protection really apart from what we decide through the zoning, but the character areas do have quite a lot of special protection.
I think it's really important to note that most like multi-unit developments will need a resource consent. They currently do in the district plan, and that's likely to follow through into the reviewed district plan. So even if you're enabling at least 6 stories, there will be a lot of district plan controls around ensuring that that development is well designed and it is mindful of neighbours' amenities.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liam, this goes to an email I sent you last night, and I appreciate that it's been busy times, but I think you may have answered it, but it's in relation to the work I've been doing in the Whaitua Committee and the proposed recommendations that are about to be released in the next couple of months around preserving and enhancing natural biodiversity, as well as waterways and prohibitions on piping. So and that's all been recognised as to be championed in the district plan under the spatial plan. So I'm just a little bit surprised to see that Glenside West has been included as an opportunity site. But I know there are some wrinkles around that, and Councillor Day has given me a bit of a briefing, but just keen to understand how that ambiguity seems to be squared. Just for those that may not have been to Glenside West, it's full of natural bush and little streams and all the stuff that we actually had in mind in the Whaitua Committee to protect.
I might let John answer that question, Councillor. That's a recent addition for an opportunity area. There's a little bit of background and context behind it, but I just would say there's a lot of water to go under the bridge yet on how those recommendations would be recommended for some sort of consenting regime for that site, and utmost will be water quality and native vegetation protection as well, and it's trying to find the balance for that site to be developable. But I'll let John explain a little more context.
It's a pretty good explanation, I think, but yeah, so as you're probably aware, we are going through a structure planning process, which is really trying to set that broader context around enabling growth and protecting those areas that are really important. And Glenside West is a good example of, there's a lot of work that we've been doing to show that actually these areas need to be protected and some areas can't be developed for topography reasons. And Glenside West is an example of how the growth that was signalled in the early stages of the structure planning process with the community is unlikely to happen for those reasons I just mentioned. So we're actually looking really closely at Glenside West. We've been speaking to the residents there, and we are mindful of concerns that they raise, but we're also trying to enable some development. So we will be bringing the structure plan to you, councillors, for approval. So there is a bit of a process still to go.
Okay, so I'm pretty comfortable with that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, thanks. Look, first question is just following up from the Deputy Mayor's question. In terms of character area protections, compare that with the areas which are in the current outer residential area. Very few of those outer residential areas, apart from the ones which are very, very close to the town centres, actually have the expectation of the 6-storey-ish limits, do they? And isn't that the distinction that the entire, essentially pretty much the entire inner residential area, which is currently, which is, if you like, the character area, is it all within that, are pretty well all within the 6-storey potential areas?
Yes, most of them would be, yes. If there wasn't a character protection placed over it, yes.
Yeah, in other words, the MPSUD would not have the same impact on outer suburbs in the way that it does on those inner suburbs.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, proportion is pretty much 100% for the inner suburbs, and virtually, it's a much smaller proportion for the outer suburbs. Okay, cool. Thank you. And then just the issue around evidence base. So you've done a lot of work. You've obviously had Boff and Miskell do a lot of work, and I'm still ploughing through the various bits of answers to questions. But there are some bits where Boff has sort of said, well, there is coherence and character in these areas, and you've not included them. But I guess, so that's the first part of my question. The second part of the question is, if we are just to say, well, we reject that, how strong a position are we going to have when it comes to Environment Court cases in defending that position if our own evidence says the contrary? And I know we had about 140 appeals last time. I have no idea what it cost us, but I know it was expensive. You know, how much does an Environment Court case cost us?
Sorry, I just lost the last part of that question.
I'm really interested in are we setting ourselves, if we just ignore some of the evidence you've given us for whatever reason, doesn't that put us at high risk of challenge and costly challenge at that? And so you got the first bit about the link with Boff and Miskell's advice.
Well, yes, as I was saying, I think it's important we are mindful of the evidence, and that will come through to the district plan and ultimately through to appeals. But and the appeals are an expensive process, so yeah, we do have to certainly in the district plan have strong regard to the evidence because it is a quasi-judicial process in the end.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And the Boff and Miskell advice, sometimes it appears you haven't taken it.
Yeah, do you want to? Maybe
we might just get Tabitha to. Tabitha is responsible for the methodology we have put together to present the current position to you in the papers. So
the indicative areas that you're referencing, those were purely indicative. So BOFA Miskell did suggest them, but we did further work and analysis to then determine those areas, and that a bit large part of that was going and looking at the collective streetscape. So some of those areas they suggested maybe did portions of the street, and we went back on site and kind of, we did both analysis and then went and checked on site through site visits to confirm. So it was a matter of seeing their indicative areas as a recommendation and us to do kind of the further work and thinking based on the methodology that we applied, and then also testing it by ground truthing, going on site visits and looking at a whole collective street. So that's where there might be differences, where we maybe through our own analysis based on our methodology and criteria, or checking via site visits and seeing whether it should or should not be included.
So
based again on our criteria.
Okay, so if I can just explore that just a little bit further. Boffers gave us some maps with areas which were sort of, I think they use gold colour to say, hey, this is an area of which where the character, and then you can go, right, okay, well, there's a whole bunch of them in that street. And then I've been told that those streets were in effect penalised if there was something which was non-residential, like a school or a park or something like that within them. In other words,
no, I wouldn't say we did that. I wouldn't say we did that. We did factor in land use. So partially, but it was more of, because the land use does have an impact on the overall street coherence. For one example, on Tasman Street, there's a center's land use adjacent to the inner residential, and the development that is on the center side is actually kind of built in a differing or kind of a contrasting form to the development on the kind of, I guess, the pre-1930s character side. So that's kind of the way we looked at it. And it was a matter of, does that land use and the development on that side, in terms of the form and scale, have a either contributing aspect to that collective streetscape or a maybe less contributing aspect. But that's just one example.
Okay, and look, the final question I wanted to ask at the moment is just, going back to the MPS consultation that was done by MFE. There was nothing in there. I mean, I had, going back through it, and thank you for the link, but going back through it, there's nothing that says anything about the kind of approach that they've actually taken in terms of 6 stories anyway, which is obviously the bit which has got some people concerned. There's bits about 3 and 4s, but, did they seem to have taken quite a big jump from where the consultation document was to where they actually landed, notwithstanding the timing that they actually did the consultation, which was terrible for us.
Yes, it was quite different to their
exposure draft. Yeah.
It's quite different.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
Councillor Conde. Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
It was not great
Full
timing.
mouth. Yeah, it's all good. I was wondering if you could just talk to me about what the effect of will be once Let's Get Wellington Moving announces their MRT route or routes, the possible options.
That's why my recommendation is in there.
Because I think it would be, it's really important that we all understand how that might then change the plan going forward.
Well, I think the only thing we can say is that it'll trigger a review of the plan. Our councillors all will be familiar with. We're looking to review the plan closer to our next LTP, the 2024 LTP, on the basis that we'll probably know a lot more about our infrastructure at that stage, but we'll also know a lot more about the MRT and the station locations. So it's going to have a and that's why we've forecast that 3-year review period. It's going to have a massive impact. I can't quantify how much, but we'll have to present those, the detail to council and articulate the impact once we know that route and those station locations.
Would you expect that hopefully that might be incorporated into the draft district plan if we manage to get that information?
Yeah, well, it's possible. I think we've been advised to date. We probably, if we proceed with the non-statutory draft, we won't have the station locations locked in by then. And it's very tight getting it even to mid-year next year when we'll have our proposed district plan to get those station locations in the plan. It's doubtful. So what council might see is an amendment to the proposed plan once it's been notified that may include those station locations, and then also the analysis behind what that impact might look like.
Thanks. Just asking about the evidence base. We've talked a lot about the Boffa-Miskell report and the evidence base for these character precincts, but can you talk about the additional work we have to do around evidence base, around cost-benefit analysis, and how is a cost-benefit analysis different to the kind of evidence that Boffa-Miskell has provided?
Look, I'll have a attempt at that. I think what you're referring to, I believe, is the NPS, which explains what you need to provide as a qualifying matter. As I indicated to councillors before, we're the first council in New Zealand to try to interpret the NPS into some form of a plan, and in this instance, the spatial plan, but obviously very clear indications for our upcoming district plan. When you go into the definition section and understand what a site is, I think it's quite clear that the NPS is asking you to do a cost-benefit analysis of its qualifying matter or not, informed by that analysis. And that, in my mind, and we've talked to a number of us internally, we don't know what that looks like from a both cost and person hours point of view. And I'm not sure that was necessarily the intent of the NPS, but let's see what the MFE advises us in that regard. It is quite a new piece of national policy statement, but I suspect that is an enormous and very onerous process if we have to demonstrate those qualifying matters in that way.
Thanks. Last question. In the information we got sent out earlier, it broke down the parcels of land within the proposed character precincts, and it said that there was 3,064 properties that are in the character precinct but aren't heritage, that there are 72 heritage properties within the character precinct. I was wondering if we could get an additional piece of information. I think this might be what Councillor Foon was asking for, which is, can we find out what the total land parcels are across all of the inner suburbs? Okay, so she's nodding at me as well. So that would kind of, so that we can sort of see how those proportions compare just within the inner suburbs would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. A few questions from me. Look, thank you for making some clarification around the height limits because it was really confusing. So just to be absolutely clear to the public, you've gone back to 4A and 4B and you have got an amendment to make that clear so that there will be up to 6-storey buildings and at least 6-storey buildings.
Yes, Councillor. So when we get into, once question time's finished and we'll adjourn and have a look at the proposed list of amendments, there is one officer amendment based on the Q&A on Monday that will clarify that point.
Lovely, thank you. In terms of the unlimited height limits in the CBD, can you just go through with me about what issues you've considered in terms of resilience? So, for example, the fact that some of our CBD is on reclaimed land and also the costs of the engineering for that.
That's the enablement piece, isn't it?
Yeah, so at this stage, we're recommending that to retain the existing heights for Thorndon Quay because it is for resilience reasons. So not encouraging further development, but acknowledging they have an existing development right. In terms of the resilience is a really key issue around what will be in the district plan, but also signalled in the spatial plan. Some of the things around we've looked at, thought about heights and what controls, if any, we should recommend imposing on development in the central city. Our view is that it's more appropriate that those matters dealt with through the Building Act rather than through the district plan. So the soil stability, the sort of engineering response to managing the nature of the soil and land, there is a rigorous process through the Building Act, and so developers will be required to specifically design their property, their building to manage that risk. And so that's where we think the controls should be applied.
Oh, John, we've tried hard to deal with the silos, and that just takes me to my last question, which is around whether you've done any thinking at all around the costs of trying to meet all our city objectives. So I was speaking to a very experienced developer last night, and I said, hopefully, green, accessible, earthquake resilience, zero carbon buildings, and they have to be affordable too. And of course, I got to laugh because, you know, exactly. And, you know, then what goes if you have to compromise on? So, yeah, have you just done any thinking about those costs?
Well, I mean, there's work, there's a lot of ongoing work around all of those issues, signalled in the essentially spatial vision and in the spatial plan. So the essentially spatial vision is reflected in the response to the central city. And then through into the district plan, there will be, we've signalled in some of our workshops, councillors, around how do we provide for development whilst also getting good outcomes around quality apartments and housing generally, how we provide for more green space and those sorts of things, affordability issues generally. So there is a lot of work ongoing on that. Not in a position to say where that's landed because we need to have those discussions with you and they will have to be quantified too. So
okay,
big conversations.
Right, look, I'm going to call the time on this. We'll go back to Councillor Young, wanted to ask a question, and Councillor Free, but we need to have a lunch break now. I think everyone... Is it really quick? All right.
It's just about the building, the lack of, or the removal of the building heights. Have you also taken into account the wind effects, knowing that we have particularly idiosyncratic weather here, and how terrifying some street corners are already? And the fact that we want to be a walking, cycling city?
It's quite a big question, Councillor.
Yes, I suppose the building height, the signal is that it's not unfettered. So any design, any building design will have to take account of there is existing controls in the district plan around wind and the dangers of having buildings that can actually create a lot of wind speed at ground level. So we're reviewing all of that chapter and all the technical work around that. So yes, that's absolutely a key part of the district plan.
Great. Okay, so now look, members of the public and the media, I hope you will feel just the tiny bit of gratitude that we have got some food for you, because you have been so amazing sitting there listening to us. So we're going to have half an hour for lunch, and then if people can come back for the Let's Get Welly moving brief at 1:10, 1:05. But
Is
just
it question time?
that they are separate plates. councillors, just after some consultation with you, is we will have the question and answer session and then we will actually vote on this paper. Thank you. Can I just say a big happy birthday to Mr. Wolf? Because, yeah, so look, I'm sorry that you're not feeling well on your birthday and debating the spatial plan and other matters. But anyway, big happy birthday to you.
We will celebrate later. We were going to, but...
Kia ora koutou, councillors. So I'm going to make a quick introduction of this paper. Of course, I think you've all met David Dunlop, the Acting Program Director for Let's Get Wellington Moving, who will be the primary responder to your questions. I thought it was interesting to note, today being the 24th of June, that it was on the 26th of June 2 years ago that the Wellington City Council first approved the vision and overall objectives for Let's Get Wellington Moving, and then you moved in December to agreeing the relationship between the three partner organisations. So today is really finessing what you decided 2 years ago in terms of the relative weighting in order to establish the prioritisation of objectives as the program assesses packages, business cases, and compiles evidence to comply with the various statutory processes, including RMA, Local Government Act, and the Land Transport Management Act. So I'll hand over to David, who might like to add to that, and he'll be answering most of your questions.
Kia ora, everyone. Yeah, so I guess the key points I'd like to really kick off with is thank you for being part of that joint workshop that we had a few months back, and subsequent joint workshops that we've had since that, where we've talked about these objectives. I guess the other point to note is that we are now trying to get to a point of utilising these objectives, which will help us with our decision making around the program. And really the final point is that from my perspective is that the what we've put in here in terms of the recommendation is consistent with that is going to Greater Wellington Regional Council and has already been presented to the Wakakatahi Board. So, yeah. So I'll pass over to you to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions, councillors? Yeah, sure.
So the Regional Council have voted on this now?
They have not yet voted on it. They are voting on it on the 29th.
Okay, but Wakakotahi have endorsed these?
They went to their committee yesterday and it's going to their board today.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Councillor Rush.
Thanks very much. So the increase in emphasis on mode shift, carbon emissions, and I think further up there's on the next column there's a reducing reliance on cars. How will that fit into the business cases for the inner city bypass, the Terrace Tunnel, for example, and the duplicate Mount Vic Tunnel?
Yeah, so the same application will be applied. So we're now assessing all of those major interventions using the one set of objectives and criteria. So there won't be any difference between the objectives and the assessment criteria for the strategic highways to there will be for the mass rapid transit. It's all being combined and they'll be utilised through what's called the multi-criteria analysis approach, which ultimately allows us to look at all the different solutions and look at scoring them accordingly using expert input and then providing an overall assessment. So the objectives are only one part of it. There are a whole lot of environmental criteria. There is obviously affordability. There's a raft of different criteria that go into it. Does that answer your question?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, actually, can I follow on? Because, of course, I'll ask it from completely the other way. Yeah, I was just worried about how the weightings will be used. And I guess when you consider all those factors, is there some kind of hierarchy? Because climate change, we have declared as an emergency. So in that case, it's a pretty straightforward decision-making process.
So the hierarchy is obviously, as presented here, the significant weighting towards one of those objectives almost gives it a hierarchy, I guess is fair to say. So
I think it's clear that a lot greater emphasis will sit with outcomes that reduce carbon. And as you, if you tie it back to the vision, what we're actually trying to achieve from the program, it actually ties in quite nicely with the actual vision, which is to move more people with less vehicles.
So should I feel encouraged that NZTA actually decided to increase those two things too? Because this is...
I'll let you...
It seems to be a sea change, which seems incredible. Yeah. Right. Councillor Con...
Thanks, David. The second most important objective there is around urban amenity and particularly urban development outcomes. And given that we're talking about the spatial plan today, it would be great if you could expand on how that urban development being ranked quite highly will influence then decisions around some of the options on the table.
Yeah, totally. I think, as many of you know, the program is really about transformation. And it is more than just a transport project. It is about an urban development project. So I think the key point there is that if you actually get the urban development in what is a relatively accessible area with good transport modes and alternatives, you actually get better outcomes for the city and for the region, to be fair.
Last questions? Oh, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Look, you noted it was a transport and urban development program, but a large part of the funding is coming from Wakakatohi, essentially paid through from road user charges. But that's where they get their funding from. Another big part of the funding is from ratepayers. Mm-hmm. And so do you believe that this sort of evolution of the program still meets those, because it's still aligned to where the funds are coming from?
I would say yes. When you look at the GPS for transport, it has a real focus in these and consistent with these areas. So at a high level, government, as well as in the urban development framework, also all point towards this sort of emphasis and weighting.
Okay, and is this these objectives? Is this helping you to be able to make good progress on the business cases?
Yes, I would say it certainly is. It's helping us to shape them and be much clearer in where they're going to land as our program of solutions.
Right. So in terms, because with the urban development, a big part of the urban development was mass rapid transit through to the airport. But given that we've just been talking about our spatial plan, and in our spatial plan, en route to the airport is Kilbirnie, and it was deemed to be a metropolitan centre, but now Kilbirnie is shown to have resilience and infrastructure issues, and any densification of that area is 20 plus years down the track, if at all, and there's a load. So how's that impacting on, with your objectives of urban development?
I think it's fair to say, as you're probably aware, we are looking at wider opportunities for urban development beyond just that one confined corridor. So I think it ties. The fact that we are looking at those wider options ties nicely in with these objectives.
Okay.
It's fair to say.
So we're then really looking at urban development through Newtown and Berhampore and Island Bay. Would that be fair? Is that would be one of the options?
We're looking at wide range of options around Wellington, correct. And we're always looking at Newtown and the likes of Te Aro.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Great, thank you. Mayor Foster, you're introducing the paper. Thank you.
No, officers introduce the paper. Barbara did. Sorry, Barbara. You've introduced the paper already. The mayor's going to move.
I move.
1990. Yeah, of course. Just really briefly.
Amendments, you.
No, I'm not moving any amendments. Certainly not. 1998, we took the no, this is very brief. 1998, we took transit to court, and I cannot believe that I'm actually seeing this in black and white, that they have moved this far, because they could not see that in the 90s, and that is great that we are going to reduce our emissions by changing mode. Fantastic. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge all the work that's gone into getting us to this point and the significant work that we did with our partners in the workshop that we had. I'm aware that, of course, there'll be some councillors here who don't feel like that these weightings reflect their own personal views or the views of some of the people who may have voted for them. But I think what it's clear is that they do reflect the majority view across the partners. And that's a really important thing to remember. We worked these out. All of us were in the room with all of our colleagues from Greater Wellington and some pretty senior people from NZTA as our third partner to get to this point. And noting that this was one of the recommendations out of the health check was that this was needed to give staff the direction that they could land these program business cases. And as David has just told you, that has really been helping in terms of moving these things forward. So I'd just like to thank everyone who participated in this and thank David particularly. It's not a role that many people would have put their hand up for at the time that you did, and really appreciate the mahi that you've been doing to keep the program moving forward a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Rush. Oh, Rebecca. Sorry, Rebecca. Sorry. Councillor Rush.
I just want to, I suppose, endorse what Councillor Condi said, although I didn't feel the discussion we had with other partners was as thorough and robust as perhaps it could have been. It was nonetheless a discussion which clearly indicated that these were the objectives amongst the partners. On a personal level, I disagree. I think the city is looking to get State Highway 1 all the way through to the airport. The inner city bypass, as the Gale report suggests we need in order to make those other transformational changes. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I'm moving my amendment, which is there.
So hang on, I am going to ask for officer advice whether it is actually even possible.
Well, of course it's possible, just because they don't agree with it.
No. It's a process issue. Yeah, okay, so I just...
Oh, thank you, Jay.
I can. So, Ms. McKerrow, can I just get some advice from you?
Through you, Chair, I think rather than us answering that as a technical question, because technically you can probably make an amendment, but the practical reality of a change to this will create difficulty because it will not be consistent with the partnership. And my advice would be in keeping with what has already been emailed to you all, because you've been emailed two emails, and the latter one from the program director, also giving you advice about how this would be not in keeping with the conclusions reached by the three partner organisations in their workshops.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to allow that because it actually wasn't a decision-making forum when we did meet. So, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. So yes, I'm not putting any bets on whether this will go through, but I probably put a bet on if it won't go through. But anyway, but look, I could have just voted this down, but I thought, well, no, I will try and put something forward, as the program manager talked about the vision, the vision is broken down into 4 parts: a great harbour city accessible to all, with attractive places, shared streets, and efficient local and regional journeys. And if you think about how the catalyst for Let's Get Welly Moving was actually had a very inspiring title, but everybody knew what it meant, Naronga to Airport. And from that, people are expecting to be able to avoid the CBD, be able to travel across the city, be able to get to the airport or the regional hospital, and the airport is essentially regional. And I think with what we've been doing is we are gradually moving away from that too far. Because people, whatever mode we get through that way, it's what people need. And people, to transact business, to get across the city without clogging our CBD streets up. So my suggestion is that we bring forward the access, increase that from 15% to 25%, and of course, to keep it balanced to 100, there needs to be some other consequences to that. So that's the premise of the amendment, because I think it's really important that we don't lose sight of what was initially intended, and that is to be able to, for people to be able to move around our city, both within the city and from people coming from outside of the city. We've got Transmission Gully opening soon, and I know a number of you may not agree with it, but it is going to be on us soon, and people need to get across the city in the best way, and that involves various modes of transport, not just cars, which eventually will all be electric or hydrogen, but it also enables public transport as well, and as well. So look, I'm going to move this. I understand Councillor Young will be seconding it.
Do you wish to speak, Councillor Young? Okay, thank you, Councillor Day, then Councillor Paul.
So just to bring some context around this amendment, which I will not support. Actually, both the mover and the seconder didn't stay for the full meeting. One also didn't really stay for the discussion when we talked about how we work together. So there's a context around this that is the discussion in the room was very strong in the direction of what has been proposed. So I think the proposal in the paper is excellent, and it definitely portrays the wishes of the majority in that room, and it was a strong majority, it wasn't a small majority. And I do think when we're talking about the region, actually, that I know people who live in the outer region and actually they don't want to come to the airport by car. That is really awkward, it's not easy, and actually often what they want to do is to jump on public transport, and we need to improve that, because the bit where they stop is at the train station in Wellington and then they get stuck. So we need to make sure that we get that public transport really humming from there to the airport, there to the hospital, and actually, so we can't just keep thinking that jumping in the car is the way to get to those important destinations. And so I think that actually what we've got as the base proposal is actually really strong in achieving that, and I think it's really important that when you're making a change, you make sure that you've been there for the full conversation and you really understand the full context.
Thank you, Councillor.
I don't support it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paul.
Yeah, and I suppose in addition to this, it was very late in the piece. We got this email about 2 hours ago. It's an amendment on the fly, Councillor Calvert, and unfortunately I won't be supporting it for that reason, because it's on the fly. It's waka kotahi, it means it's one vehicle moving together as one, so I think we need to move together as one on this project and stick with the things that we've already agreed and not derail it at the last minute on the fly. So I can't support it, but I respect your ambition.
Thank you, Councillor Condé. And then that's 3 speakers probably.
Acknowledged.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's one of the things I'd like to reassure you is that whether this amendment goes through or not, the airport is still a priority destination for Let's Get Wellington Moving. One of the things that we discussed during the workshop when we were weighting all of these objectives is that all of these objectives are critical to the success of the program, and the lower weighting for one of the objectives doesn't mean that it's not a critical objective that is at the heart of the program. All of these objectives are still key. I do think that bringing this amendment, when we know that this paper is going to the Waka Kotahi board today and will go to Greater Wellington next week, is actually quite counterproductive to the partnership. This is a very challenging program to maintain these effective partnership relationships, and we've actually been doing really great work since the health check has come out. The governance reference group is really humming now. The workshops, the joint meetings we've been having with our Greater Wellington colleagues have been excellent. I feel like we've really made some great steps, and I feel like this is a step backwards on that in terms of our commitment to the partnership and the teamwork that we're trying to show. So I would ask my colleagues that even if you have some sympathy for the view that Councillor Calvert is putting forward here, that in the interests of the partnership and committing to, when we had the discussion of the workshop, we talked about how we would work together as one team. We talked about how when decisions were made we would support them and that we would back them publicly. So I appreciate, Councillor Rush, that you didn't want to, that you're willing to vote against it, but I appreciate that you didn't bring an amendment against it. I think this is actually quite counterproductive, and if Councillor Calvert and Councillor Young had actually been at the conversation we had with our partners about how we wanted to work together, perhaps they would have reflected on that it would have been better not to bring this amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, I can sympathise with where Councillors Calvert and Young are coming from, because there are elements of the weightings which I don't agree with either. But having said that, given the process that we've been through, and I respect and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing the amendment to happen, because, of course, as you have often said, a workshop is a workshop, it is not a decision-making forum. And that's the reason we've got this paper here, is so that we can actually make a decision on the weightings. For me, the key bit, though, is that when we go to the community with a package, that we not only put, here is our preferred option or preferred package, maybe it's more than one package, but anyway, here is our preference. But here also is the information about all the others. Otherwise, they'd all get legoimed or IA'd anyway. So we've got to put all that material there. We've got to give people all the information about how we came to the decision we came to. But we've also got to put in front of them the weightings, because the weightings do make a difference to the decisions that we make. And if our community says they actually agree with our weightings, brilliant. But if they say they don't agree with our weightings, it gives them the ability to interrogate those and to and then to interrogate the decisions that we've made. And I think that for me is the comfort that I've got in this, because otherwise we as a collective group have made a decision, and weightings are by definition pretty arbitrary. This is arbitrary. What we've got is to a degree arbitrary as well. But if the weightings determine the decisions, the fact that we've made those effectively in a closed room is, it needs to be, the community needs to be able to allow to interrogate those things. And look, the last thing to say is, the key bits for me, the one that was top of my list was livability, because I'm really concerned that we actually end up not just being a transport project, but transport is the servant, not the master. And that, for me, is really, really critical, so that we don't end up going, we've got a brilliant transport system, but we've just killed. I was particularly worried about the CBD, but I'm much more confident now with the information that we've got around Golden Mile. But we don't want to damage the city by the way we do our transport systems. That for me, was the one which was most important to me. And just the last thing to say is that, I know that's why I just took a little bit of an aside, because, as you said, Councillor Condi, we are really making some great progress now. We are, I use the word avalanche of things which we'll be putting in front of our community. We have gone through a process where clearly this was not, the whole Let's Get Wellington Moving was not set up properly at the front end. And we've had to go through a process of a health check. And I think now we're in a great space that things are really humming, and we are going to have this, I've used the word avalanche, but this whole series of things which we will be putting in front of our community for our community to give us feedback on. The question I asked David was, if we were to go and about face on this particular one, would this cause a delay, and if so, how much? And the answer is yes, it would, and it will be in the months. It might be 2 months, it might be 3 months, but it will be a delay. And I don't think that we'd be thanked for doing that. So, I think the key is to get things in front of the community, to say this is how we reached our decision. Did you like the way we reached our decision, and did you like the decision we've made? And I think that's what we owe our community, because they want to see Let's Get Wellington Moving actually moving. So I sympathise with it, but I'm not going to support it because of the process we've been through.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
I won't speak for long, because actually I basically agree with my other GRG, with Andy and with Jenny, who are on the GRG with me. Look, we have actually got to a point where this program feels like it's actually starting to go places, and go really exciting places. So I think the last thing we actually want to do right now is send a divided signal. And the other thing I need to point out, so I won't be supporting this, definitely not. There was a robust workshop. The weightings that were given by various teams are here in the papers. The carbon weighting is a combination of carbon and of mode shift. So look, that's why it's come out quite highly. But the other thing that's really important is there'll be a sensitivity analysis on all of this anyway. So any results, any working that's done using these weightings will have a sensitivity analysis to test how those weightings have actually affected it. And I have no fears that we won't get some big improvements to the east regardless of what happens. And like you, I'll be hearing from my community if we don't get something done about the congestion in the east. But there are lots of ways to solve congestion.
Any other speakers? Can I just make one point? Councillor Calvert, I'm just going to extend my sympathies because I've been in your position many times, so I think it's absolutely fine to have brought this up, actually, on reflection. I've been through lots of processes where we've ended up with lots of carbon, very intensive activity. So if the access had come in at 70%, I would have not been happy. So my sympathy. Right, Mayor Foster.
My amendment, write a reply.
Sorry, thought, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll try and keep this brief. Yes, look, I anticipated some of the comments coming back when I moved this amendment, but I made a sterner stuff. So, look, and I'd just like to say, well, but I've got a fiberglass cast on, so anybody try and kick me, just you wait. Look, as an elected member, I took an oath to represent the interests of the city as a whole. So when I make my votes, I don't just do it for a few people who may vote for me. I do it in the interests of the city as a whole, and I engage with the city as a whole. So this proposed amendment is based on that. Yes, I have to admit, I did leave early from the workshop, but I'm into getting things done, and I stayed as long as I thought that I could make a contribution, and it had been pretty certain the way things were going. And as all councillors know around this table, you don't have to go to every workshop to be able to make a decision and to be able to assess the information in front of you, which is in this report, and which is what I'm basing my proposal on. And this is not about being able to just jump in the car. This is about making sure that we can move around the city effectively. It does mean about being able to free up the quays for mass rapid transit or some other mode of public transport. But until we find other ways of getting through our city for all modes in a better way, we're not going to make improvement. And it's pleased to hear that the governance reference group is working after 8 months of not meeting. But excuse me for being a little bit cynical, but I want to see the proof in the pudding to that, and to see some information. We're already well behind on business cases. We've been discussing our LTP, our spatial plan. We had expected to understand where the mass rapid transit routes were going to be. So almost, in a number of situations, I feel it's the tail wagging the dog. But anyway, and I don't think this is moving this amendment. I don't think it was counterproductive. This is about debate and be able to share the various views and being quite clear about that. So it's actually democracy at work. So on that note, I think that's probably said it all, but yeah.
Yeah, please, check that you've voted the right way. Yep. Oh, yep. Okay, thank you, Simon. Oh, no, Councillor. You can change it now. You'll change it now. But it will be noted, Deputy Mayor.
You should have supported it.
People do have to be careful on those important votes. Right, any more discussion on the substantive? Councillor Calvert.
I think just by that vote you could see that we are not necessarily unanimous in terms of the objectives, but just pointing that out.
Anyone else? Mayor Foster.
I think the only thing I would say is that I agree with Councillor Calvert.
Councillor Day, yes.
I just want to reflect that what we saw in the room that day was not that there was a unanimous view, but there was a strong majority.
Sorry, Councillor, I've just done the right of reply.
Sorry. Anyway, she got to say it anyway. Right, okay, can we vote please? And again, we'll take a division, and if everyone could vote in the the way they think they should be voting? Yeah, carefully. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh,
Can we separate three?
Look, it's. I actually have called it. I think you need to call that earlier because it takes time to set it up. Okay, I think we're clear on people's views. Oh, Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, is that yes?
Oh, yeah. Whatever.
Go. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dunlop. Thank you so much for coming in today. I really appreciate that. Right, okay, councillors, so we're now going to go and back to the spatial plan. Thank you to the ever-patient audience in the public gallery. And we are going to now ask questions of officers on the amendments, as I understood it from Mr. Hodges. Oh, no, actually, sorry, you had one more question on this.
Sake of officers who are particularly trying to get Let's Get Wellington moving and prove that we are actually doing something. Can you give them a bit of a time frame as to when they will actually be required back? Thorndon Quay, yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow?
No.
Today?
Should we just do it now? Actually, come on, let's be efficient. Okay, yeah, no,
Yes.
okay, thank you, colleagues.
That'd be
All
great,
right,
yeah.
is the officer introducing it?
Save you two.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, thank you. Right. Okay, so if you'd just like to make an introduction, we'll have any questions and then we'll go into debate. Thank you. Oh, Terry's moving. Of course we can.
We're good? Yeah, all right. Thank you, councillors. So I'm here to present the paper on Thorndon Quay parking changes. So this is a traffic resolution. A few months back, I believe it was late 2020, we had an NZTA or Wakakotai audit where it was recommended that we change the angle parking on Thorndon Quay to parallel parking for cyclist safety. In April this year, we had an e-petition that came through to councillors that recommended the same thing. Council then asked us to go away and have a look at it and investigate it and bring it back at the earliest convenience, which was June, at the very latest August. And so we're back here after consultation on a proposed traffic resolution to present that to council. Effectively, what we are proposing through this traffic resolution is a change of angle parking on Thorndon Quay to parallel parking. The proposal would see a reduction of 72 car parks along Thorndon Quay. That would be a total reduction from the area from Tinakori Road to Mulgrave of about 35% of car parks. The current analysis of the availability of car parks along Thorndon Quay shows that for the 2-hour car parks, we probably got a 50% availability, and for the 9 to 10-hour car parks, we've got a 70% occupancy of car parks, so at 30% availability. So our analysis kind of shows that from moving from angled parking to parallel parking, that we would thereby increase the safety factor of cyclists moving along Thorndon Quay, and that we feel that there would be very little impact to the actual usage of car parking along Thorndon Quay. And we went into consultation on this through Let's Get Wellington Moving, using a very separate avenue. So we consulted at the same time with Let's Get Welly, but we did make this its own thing. The Thorndon Quay submission of Let's Get Welly had 1,600 people submit on it. 600 of that submitted on parking. Of those 600 submissions, we had 66% support of this, 27% that opposed it, and 7% that were kind of neutral. 7% of the total people that submitted on this then came through to do oral submissions, which we received on Tuesday, and I was present for. And I'm happy to take any questions with regards to the traffic resolution going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Condi.
Thanks, Brad. Just a couple of questions that are following up from some of the things we heard during the hearings. There was some concern from some of our submitters about the accuracy of the parking occupancy data, because some of the data had been collected when we were at alert level 2 at one point. Can you talk us through how we backed up that evidence with reference to other years? And in particular, there was one person who was concerned that one of the data sets didn't include occupancy less than 15 minutes. So could you just talk us through that data and how confident we are in it?
Yep. So we are fairly confident in the data set that we've used. So there were a few documents that were produced through this consultation process. One of the documents was produced by Let's Get Wellington Moving. That document used 2019 data that was collated and analyzed by Becker. That data did not include any occupancy of vehicles that was less than 15 minutes. However, the council did then, obviously we cannot really comment on why that was done in that way, because it wasn't our data set, but the council has done 2 data sets of its own, 2020 data set and a 2017 data set, which also proved the same amount of availability of car parks for both those data sets. One of the questions that has been raised is the 2020 data set included a 2-week period, I believe, that was when Auckland was at level 2 lockdown. Even when we exclude that data set of those 2 weeks, the parking availability still stacks up and it all still matches.
Thank you. Another one of the concerns that some submitters had were that we hadn't considered alternative options to look at this safety issue, and in particular the Thorndon Quay Collective put forward an alternative solution that would involve traffic mirrors, lowering the speed and reducing the angle of the angle parking to make the visibility better. Can you talk us through why officers didn't consider that as part of the consultation?
As part of the consultation, what we consulted on was our preferred option, and what we were consulting on was whether there were any fatal flaws with how we arrived at our preferred option, not on all the other options that were available to us. It doesn't mean that officers didn't look at other options. So to touch on those 3 options that you spoke about, reducing the angle of the angled car parks wouldn't actually solve the root cause of the problem that we're facing there. One of the root causes of the problem is that when somebody's backing out of an angled car park, if there are other vehicles that are parked at an angle, particularly larger vehicles like delivery vehicles and utes, which is common on Thorndon Quay, that they tend to block your line of sight. So the sight lines are blocked and you can't really see a cyclist coming along and trying to avoid that large delivery vehicle, and that creates a bit of a problem. Mirrors are generally not used by the council anymore, and there are a number of reasons for that why we don't use mirrors anymore. One reason is that they're a problem for sunstrike, and that's regardless of the road user, that sunstrike becomes a problem with mirrors. The other thing is that road users get distracted by mirrors, and then they're a bit of a hassle for us to kind of continuously monitor and inspect and replace and repair when they need to be. What was the other one? Speed limits. So speed limits, you heard a submission earlier today about reducing speeds. Reducing speeds at the best of times is not the easiest thing to do under the current legislation, and from what I heard today is might not be easy to do going forward. I think one of the things that we looked at with Thorndon Quay was whether the current layout of Thorndon Quay. So currently when we look at speed limits and reduction of speed limits, we've got to look at the layout of the road. That's managed by Wakokotai's speed management guide. And that is really determined by what's on the side of the road, what's the road used for, how many people are using it, how many pedestrians, how many cyclists, that type of thing. When we look at Thorndon Quay in its current layout doesn't actually fulfill the criteria of Wakokotai's speed management guide to reduce the speed limit any further. However, Let's Get Wellington Moving is going to come through there beyond this process, change the layout of the road, and we could be able to reduce the speed limit on that road moving forward.
Thank you. Another issue that came up was around that whether the quality of our evidence about whether parallel parking is really safer than angle parking. And I know that in this case, we rely on the guidance from Austroads that tells us that parallel parking is safer. Can you talk about the evidence base that backs up the Austroads guidance?
So some of the submissions that we received around Thorndon Quay in particular kind of focused on the analysis of the crashes that have happened on Thorndon Quay in the past. What I would advise against is kind of limiting ourselves to decisions based on a small data set on a single road, based on a small number of crashes. What we are being guided by is by Austroads, which is cross-country, a large amount of data that's been used by subject matter experts that have basically determined that parallel parking is more safe than angled parking. And so even though the crash analysis of angled versus parallel parking on Thorndon Quay may look a little bit different for this particular section of road, I think that the broader data set with the huge amount of data that's been used to determine that guidance kind of drives us forward.
Thanks, Brad. Last question. When we were at the forum, we were at the table with Emma, who was there from the Wellington Dance Academy, and we were talking about, we're proposing in this that there's going to be 4 P10 parks that are outside of co-kids to enable drop-off and pick-up. And when we were talking to her, she said it would make a big difference to their business if they would start at 3 p.m. rather than 4 p.m. because they do a lot of after-school business. Are we able to incorporate that change for those 4 parks to change the hours to start at 3 p.m.? I'll get to that.
It potentially could be possible. I'd have to check with the team, but I don't think that would be too difficult to do for these particular 4 parks that we're planning to introduce with the P10 restriction. I think we could do that at 3 p.m. from 3 to 6.
And then the other thing we talked about with Emma was whether we could add an additional 4 P10 parks, and we've talked about this since then. And your advice is that we can't add those additional P10 parks today, but we could add them in a future traffic resolution. Could you just talk us through why you came to that view?
Yes. So the reason we've introduced 4 P10 parks around co-kids is because they have parent drop-off and pickups, and they currently don't have a facility in order to be able to do that. The Dance Academy, which Emma represents, does have 2 P5 car parks at the moment to do that, which is also outside of the clearway, and they can use those car parks directly outside their business. What we're proposing at this point in time is around safety on the network and safety along that corridor. So what we would like to do is do the angle to parallel parking changes and then do some monitoring afterwards and make any further parking restrictions. This is common to what we've responded to with every other submitter, is we do any further parking restriction changes beyond that point.
Thank you. And forgive if this question is deep in the paper, but I'm a bit low on retention space at the moment. So the question is around the length of parking, especially the all-day parking. When will we have the opportunity to change that? Will that be part of Let's Get Welly Moving?
So there'll be opportunities beyond this change to change those parkings. Part of the long-term plan for Thorndon Quay would be 2 things. One is Let's Get Wellington Moving, so that'll be an opportunity to change any parking restrictions and long stay parking. The other opportunity will be post this change, which will be when we enter into our monitoring stage of what the parking restrictions are doing and how they're working, and then we could make some changes beyond that.
One other point that was raised by a submitter at our table was the vehicle door clearance between people opening their cars and the cycle lane there. Can I just clarify that there is enough room for someone to open their door when we switch to parallel parking?
I think that there will be more room for cyclists to move past a parallel car opening its door than there would be for them to try and move around a car parked at an angle parking. I can't guarantee that a vehicle with a very long door won't intrude on a cyclist trying to get past it, but I can guarantee that it will be better than what it is.
Yep, thank you, Brad.
If we vote for this to go through today, is there any chance, hypothetically, that if we ascertain 6 or 12 months down the track that this has made a serious impact on businesses along there, and we're assured that that is not likely to happen, well, perhaps not assured, but where the suggestion is that's not likely to happen, would we be able to revisit this, or once, if we approve it today, is it set in concrete forever?
I think that's very much a councillor decision to make. If you feel that you want to revisit a decision that you've made, then by all means you have the ability to revisit that decision and call our officers to account to ask us to re-look at something.
Well, I guess what I'm asking then is that it's not, you wouldn't take a firm stance against it, you would act on the request or guidance of councillors at that point. This is all hypothetical, of course.
I think, Councillor Sparrow, that what we'd be looking at is we'd be looking at evidence base. So if the retailers have an evidence base that showed that this particular change has impacted their retail business and it's not being impacted by things like COVID or other things in the market, that council officers would relook at this.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
So having gone through the papers and listened to the various submissions, I still can't work out whether this is about safety, whether it's a move to reduce parking, or whether it's part of the Let's Get Wellington moving. Which one is it, or is it a combination?
It is very much a combination. The primary driver for this is safety. The primary driver for this change, and the reason why we're bringing it now, is because of cyclist safety, and that's the primary driver of why we're making the change. It has the added benefit of the fact that it aligns to the options associated with Let's Get Wellington moving. That's not a driver for it. It's not the primary driver, but that's the benefit that we get by changing these to parallel parks, is that currently the conceptual options of Let's Get Wellington moving do align very much to having parallel car parking.
But the safety record, there have been very few accidents there.
Yep. And one thing that I would provide some advice on is the fact that even though there've been very few, there's only been one serious crash on Thorndon Quay. What we are hearing from the cycling community is that there have been a lot of near misses, and it's only a matter of time before someone has a fatality. And so part of our plan here around safety, particularly considering the fact that it's not just the cycling community that's telling us that, it's also external advisors from Wakakotai that are telling us that it's only a matter of time before we have a fatality on that road, is the reason why we are making this decision to put this in front of council now.
So, and there are two more questions. The next one is, so why don't we, I mean, the Clearway, the morning Clearway has been apparently really successful. Why don't we just do an evening Clearway as well and save ratepayers and taxpayers millions?
I don't know whether changing it to an evening Clearway would save ratepayers and taxpayers millions. We're not talking about millions of dollars to make this change. It's actually quite a relatively cheap change, considering that it's just a little bit of paint on the road and moving a few signs around. So it's not a heck of a lot of money.
But it's also loss of income from parking.
At this stage, our analysis shows that there shouldn't be a loss of income because parking availability actually exceeds the amount of parking that we're taking away.
And so the last question is, has there been any analysis of the economic effects on the businesses down there? Thinking of the dance school and the, the, what do you call it, the place where little children go, baby zoo, Kids Co, yeah.
So the dance school do have 2 car parks available, so in consultation.
No, but not just the dance school, but the economic effects on. I mean, when I went to Soundline, they were just terrified about losing parks outside.
I think what we've based that economic analysis on is what we're talking about is a reduction in car parking, ultimately. And when we look at the fact that actually based on the availability of car parking and the amount of car parks that we're reducing, we don't feel that there's going to be a situation where people are going to come there to want to go to one of those retail shops and not be able to find a car park. We think that there shouldn't be a massive economic downturn based on this.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Oh, you are? Oh, I really like that kind of response right now. 5-2. Councillor Calvert and then Mayor Foster and then Councillor Rush.
Thank you. My understanding, the catalyst for this this change outside of the Let's Get Welly Moving program was because of a Wakakotohi safety audit report, which the draft was dated the 30th of July last year. And given that we have in the past had some solid engagement with those group of businesses and residents, just wondering why we hadn't taken the opportunity to discuss with them suitable options or workarounds, and that rather than what's happened is the only opportunity they've had to have their say has been through a formal consultation process in a short space of time. So just, could there have been an opportunity to have engaged sooner?
I think one of the things that we do need to appreciate is that this change has been brought in front of council 3 times prior to this. This is the 4th time that it's been brought in front of council in terms of making this change. The reason that it was dealt with the way it was is simply because of the urgency that was put upon us by Wakakotai in terms of you've failed to make any significant changes, you've left an area that is inherently unsafe, and those are the 2 words that were used in the audit report. It is inherently unsafe. Based on the e-petition that we received from Cycle Aware in terms of cyclist safety, we then took it upon ourselves to say, well, we need to do something, because if somebody does have a fatality on that road, we don't want to be the council that didn't do anything.
Having said that, and maybe before your time, but in April 2018, this council, one of the committees, approved some changes to the parking down at the lower end of Thorndon, Quay and around Davis Street. They were never implemented. And I was given reasons about, we haven't got the money and it didn't meet NZTA's requirements. So I appreciate your comments, but I just wonder why we didn't make. You may not be able to answer that because we passed some resolutions and we never made those changes.
You're 100% right, Councillor Calvert. I can't answer that. That was before my time. That was before my time. I will look into it and I'll come back to you.
I was being nice to you, Brad. I was being nice to you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Foster.
Look, three questions, Brad, and thank you. The first one of them is just in terms of crash data, because we had quite a bit of there's only one reported cyclist crash, and I know that I've seen numbers of about 17 at some stage earlier, I think it was from memory. But have we got any ACC data or anything of that nature, because I think what we got told the other day was the 4,900 or something or other crashes across the city.
4,700.
Okay, see, I was close. Across the city that related to cycling. I don't know how many of the mountain bikes, might be a few of those, but anyway, you got that one, Councillor Condi? but anyway, my point is, obviously ACC's got a lot of data. Some of that I can't believe that there's 4,899, which was, or 4,000, whatever. All bar one are somewhere else. I don't believe that. So have we got any data from ACC that actually says, actually, it's not just one?
I think the one crash that we're talking about on Thorndon Quay is a serious crash, which is somebody's gotten seriously hurt. We do have other data that points to the fact that we've had minor crashes and incidents on Thorndon Quay with minor injuries. We don't have ACC data, but the ACC data would just push up whatever crash analysis that we've got at the moment.
Cool. And would it be second question, would it be useful to make an amendment, or do you need that to just say that you please go and do some work on the time limit bit? You said that's a separate process, but both of the P10s for the loading zones, but also to get rid of those all-day parks so that they are P120s, because I think there was a pretty strong view that certainly the tables that I was at are saying we'd rather have P120s, which makes sense, it fits with our parking policy. Do you need an encouragement to do that, or are you just going, we'll go and do it anyway?
We will look at that beyond this process.
Cool.
So at the moment it's safety, and then beyond that we'll look at parking restrictions.
Okay, and look, the final question is, you said that if there was a fatality or a serious injury, so what responsibility will we have as a council, as the road controlling authority, if there was a fatality or a serious injury, in terms of, our liabilities? You've been told you did nothing. What happens?
I think I'll apply the party line of Nadine. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you any legal advice. But from my opinion, I think as the road controlling authority and the person who acts on behalf of the council as the road controlling authority, that we would have very little ground to stand on, considering that this is something that's been brought to our attention a number of times.
And in this case, if we didn't proceed, we would have explicitly not only not done anything, we would have explicitly rejected doing something.
Yep. Again, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not giving legal advice.
I hear you,
Okay,
Brad.
Councillor Rush, thank you.
I am a lawyer. And ACC would protect the action. But anyway, look, Brad, I'm interested, and it's a bit awkward because I'm sort of trying to speak to you. There we go. How's that? And hello. So you mentioned that that the Ausroads database is preferred to the data that's gathered by single road. I'm just interested. That seems counterintuitive to me. That seems to be taking a theoretical approach and preferring it over direct observations or ground truthing, which is a new term that my colleague introduced me to a day or so ago. So how can that possibly be a preferred data set when we've actually got real on-the-ground data that's telling us that actually huge improvements have been made in safety since I think at least since the Clearway and other improvements?
Yeah, so the Clearway, without a doubt, the Clearway has made huge improvements to safety. What we're hearing from people is that there are a lot of near misses that are happening. A lot of near misses, a lot of minor crashes that could become serious crashes, could become fatalities. What the guidance of Austroads then tells us is that by all accounts, angled parking is inherently more unsafe than parallel parking. And that's based on a large data set from a number of countries. And so what we're saying is that the near misses and the minor crashes that are happening on Thorndon Quay could be prevented from becoming serious to fatality by us adhering to some of that international best practice.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the point, though, is that Thorndon Quay, where it's angled parking, is actually extremely wide, and so that's possibly a differentiating factor to cars parked in the centre of London sort of thing, and we just don't really know.
100% agree, and all you need is for one cyclist to not move fast enough to avoid a backing out car for it to be a little bit of a different story, even though they have enough space to move to do so.
But there's only been 2 serious injuries since in the last 10 years, right?
1 serious injury.
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
one.
Can I just understand, so what was the key criticism from New Zealand Transport Authority in the audit?
Actually, Lorelei is here from Wakukotai, and I'm sure she'll be happy to answer that question.
Oh,
I'm
we don't. We know how this is going to go.
Through you, Chair.
I think that would be, yeah.
So if I can just maybe summarise the question very neatly. So the data that we're seeing suggests that it's a much, much safer road than it used to be, and that there's one serious issue. So I'm surprised an audit that your organisation has done has been so critical of the Wellington City Council.
Well, when we look at safety, we look at a few things. First of all, if I was showing you my PowerPoint, all these little dots here are crashes on Thorndon Quay, so there's clearly been more than one crash. I think it's since 2000. I'm just confirming that actually with the person who sent me the graph. Sorry, I got called in at the last minute for this meeting. But the thing when you're looking at safety is just looking at somebody who's been disabled for life or killed isn't really the best way to plan our safe systems, our transport systems. We actually want to prevent that from happening and taking a more proactive approach. And in particular, when we're trying to get the sort of mode shift and goals that the council says they're trying to achieve, you need to think about perceived safety as well as actual safety issues. So if people are being prevented from walking and cycling, that's still a safety issue also because they might be driving, which could increase the collective risk to everybody else. So those are just some feed points to have a think about. But yeah, the designs, which I'm from the Safe and Sustainable Standards team, we have a look at the whether or not our council partners are designing their infrastructure in line with our design guidance. So we want to make sure there's some assurance on the investment, and we obviously fund the council quite a few millions of dollars. And the current design is not in line with the Traffic Control Devices Manual Part 5. It's not in line with the cycling network guidance. It's not in line with the pedestrian network guidance. There's overhanging cars that go onto the footpath that make the footpath have an effective width of less than 1.8 meters. There's no clear space behind the angle parking, which means that cyclists are at risk. And I just think, have a think about, would you want to ride through there, and would you want your children to ride through there?
Thanks. Can I just ask about the motorbike crashes that seem to be 3 times more? Is that a concern to
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, motorcycling is the most high-risk activity of all the transport modes. So if you kind of look at the different crash risks that for each different travel mode, motorcyclists are high crash rate, high risk, especially because they're usually traveling at higher speeds. But walking and cycling are also most vulnerable risks.
Okay.
But I'd also just encourage you to have a think about the Let's Get Wellington Moving program wider. There's a lot of expectation from our community to be moving forward on that. And I think that just doing this really quick win could really help support that in the long run and show that we're making progress. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate that.
Brad, can I just ask just a really quick question?
I'm still going.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Come on, Councillor Rush, you have been going for quite a while.
So, come on. I've asked 2 questions.
Long questions.
Yeah. So, Brad, one of the, looking at the data, there was, when the data started being collected, there was this unusual, wonderful period around 2000 through to about 2003 or 4 where there was simply no accidents. And I just wondered, is that simply because were there road layout changes in those days? Or, I mean, that was before the Clearway, but before, or I think after that, the numbers sort of really went up. But even then, it was in the several hundreds. So I'm just wondering if is it luck or?
I can't really answer that. I'm not really 100% sure. I mean, we can look at it. One of the things that I would suggest, and this is just off the top of my head, is maybe cycling activity wasn't as high back then as it is now. And so we can go back and look at what the usage was in terms of cyclists back then versus what it is now. And it could just be a law of numbers.
All right, if we can just really stick to the topic of these traffic resolutions.
Finally, how did this end up in Let's Get Wellington Moving? So this is the 4th time it's come before the Wellington City Council. It seems to me to be a Wellington City Council project at Tower Road. Why is it bus lanes? Yeah. I'll let Brad answer.
The reason it's happened through Let's Get Wellington Moving is because Let's Get Wellington Moving, we're going out for consultation at the same time that we wanted to go out for consultation on the traffic resolution. And we felt that it would be confusing for the public for them to be consulting on 2 different things at the exact same time. Okay. And so we aligned with them to ensure that the public knew that Let's Get Wellington Moving requires parallel parking. At the same time, we're going to do a little bit of an extra consultation on parallel parking for you to consult on that particularly at the same time.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Can I now ask a question directly on the resolution? So there's some comment in the report about how the cars might then move to neighbouring streets, including in Saar Street. So this is always the problem with, when you've got a network, so you're just moving the cars somewhere else. Is there anything we can do to avoid that? It won't help.
So I think the answer to that is very much similar to the answer to Councillor Condi, which is that post this, we will do a bit of a monitoring piece to actually see what happens with usage of parking across that entire area. The parking policy that we recently adopted means that we need to do an area-wide parking management plan. As you would know, that SAR Street's part of that, and we plan on doing an area-wide parking management plan for that area, that Thorndon, Wadestown area anyway. And so this would kind of lean into that we would then see what the knock-on effects of this would be before we make any parking changes going forward.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Sparrow for the second question, and then Councillor Condé.
So I'm just coming back to the safety aspect now. Well, three questions. The first two are very quick. That is, this is still an on-road, cyclists will still be on the road, won't they? Okay, and it's not a separated cycleway.
At this stage, it's not a separated cycleway. All we're doing is making parking changes. So that doesn't mean that we're introducing a dedicated cycleway. We're making parking changes to make it safer for cyclists who are currently using the road.
Right. Well, are we looking at, I mean, if safety is our main priority.
Yeah.
Well, it just seems pretty much of a. Okay, I'll leave it there. I don't want to waste time. We're probably not going to get anywhere.
Right, Councillor Condé.
Sorry, Brad, just one last question. If there was unfortunately a fatality along this road and there was a coroner's inquest held, who would go to the coroner's inquest to represent Wellington City Council?
Again, not a lawyer, not sure. I assume in the first instance would be me. I assume after me would probably be my CEO, and then probably the board effectively that would be required to answer as to.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for your questions. Right, councillors, we are now going into. Do you just want a 5-minute break?
No.
No. Can I just encourage us all to be really brief, because I think we have canvassed this and we still have some other work to do. Right, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to bring this traffic resolution to Pūroro Amua Committee. This came about, as we know, after Waka Kotahi challenged Wellington City Council in 2015, 6 years ago, that this corridor was a really dangerous place, and to their own quotes, they have seen little evidence of improvement. We've also consulted on this traffic resolution as a part of previous consultations in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2019 and 2020 as various parts of the Let's Get Wellington Moving package. In response to submitters, we are creating a P10 car parks for a drop-off zone. We have also addressed concerns on vehicle door clearances, and at peak times the occupancy rates of the car parks has been settled as well. Parking availability exceeds the number of parks being taken away. And then lastly, this is just to send a message to Let's Get Wellington Moving that as the traffic controlling authority, that we need to be able to respond to when hazardous things are happening on our road, and we know this is inherently unsafe. Lastly, I'd just like to thank all my councillor colleagues, in particular the Regs Committee, for throwing this up in the air and getting a bit of hustle on the ground, and again to Siobhan and Moana and any of our WCC liaisons for talking with the program and kind of explaining our rationale behind this as well.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder? Would you like to speak?
Yes, I will. Look, I'm just going to keep this as quick as possible, but this has, as some people have said, has come to us now for the 4th time, but with the added urgency that we've actually been criticised for not getting on and doing something about it sooner. And I do think we're leaving ourselves in a vulnerable position if we didn't seriously take that challenge on board, and the process we've followed has been designed to address this as quickly as we can, while also allowing for us to hear from the community about their feedback. What I think we heard was it was quite a polarising issue. There were a lot of people who do feel genuinely that this is a really deficient environment for pedestrians and for cyclists, and very threatening, very unsafe. But we also did hear a lot of concern from retailers. But having looked at the parking data, I actually think that there is enough parking. It may need to be managed differently, and we may need to put a bit of extra pressure in our negotiations with Greater Wellington to make sure that the bus service is up to scratch, including for events and things that happen at the weekends. But I do think this is manageable, and it will result in a much safer and calmer environment. And the feedback that we obtain through the process will be really useful in further changes to the streets to realise the full potential of a cycle lane and bus lanes, and a much improved pedestrian environment with safe crossings and other things that make it more pleasant. So I think, to be honest, I'll certainly be supporting this. I would be surprised if there were any real reasons not to, but I will listen as well to what other people have to say. Thank you.
Sorry, councillors, I'd just note the amendment on screen is to be moved as a part of the paper. That's the 3 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. to account for school kids.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I just quickly wanted to talk about the crash data and how we rely on the crash data. That's reported crashes. That's an NZTA database that includes crashes reported to the police. So any crash that happens that wasn't reported to the police doesn't go into that database. And when we were at the forums, I was at 2 different tables with 2 different cyclists, and we asked them, do you know anybody who was in a serious accident along there? And did they report it to the police? And of course they said, yeah, they knew 2 people who had been in pretty serious accidents and had not reported it to police. Another person said they knew someone who'd had a head injury that had affected their ability to work for several weeks afterwards, but they didn't think to report it to the police either. So we know that data is really underreported. The other reason that we really can't rely on that data, Councillor Rush, you may be a lawyer, but this is really more about statistics. And if you want to, you could go ahead and Google the law of small numbers bias, because that's the problem that we've got going on here, which is that we've got a tiny sample size on the Thorndon Quay compared to a gigantic sample size of all the data we have across all of Australia and all of New Zealand, and that's why we're seeing differences in the data. So we really can't rely on the local data here. We have to be looking at the international data from Australia and New Zealand. The other reason I think is when we go out with traffic resolutions, we don't consult on options. And the reason for that is because this is the expert advice of our transport engineers. It is not a matter of do you prefer red or blue, or a matter of values. This is a matter of expertise, and that's why we don't consult on multiple options. What we really welcome feedback is around how we use the parks that are available, which is why it was so great to see the childcare centre come to us and say we really need a drop-off zone, and see the staff change the traffic resolution to accommodate that, so that we now have these P10 spaces and the parents can't wait for us to get out there. One of them was volunteering to get out and paint it for Brad, so that they have this safe space. So it's great to hear from businesses when they can engage with us constructively about how we use the parking spaces that are there. But matters of safety are matters for our transport engineers who are experts. I think it's great we're going to review this as it gets put into place. We'll be able to monitor occupancy data, and we may find the evidence shows that people will be able to park on Thorndon Quay. They may have to walk a little bit further than they did before, but they will be able to park there. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask people to walk an extra 100 metres so that we can keep people safe while they're riding their bikes on our roads. And once we're looking at the review of that effect, we can look at whether we need some additional P10 parks. We can look at changing those P600 commuter parks into P120, which would probably support the businesses more. We might need to talk to the businesses about whether they need more loading zones. All those kinds of changes, we are more than open for that conversation. We'd love to engage with the businesses constructively going forward about how we can meet their needs better with the parking that's available in that space.
Thank you, Councillor Day.
Kia ora koutou. Well, I'm again really pleased to support this paper. This is really just about giving a little bit more road space to cyclists. It feels like it's sort of being treated like this radical thing, but it's a bit more space. And obviously, I look forward to the Let's Get Wellington moving process, which will actually look at reallocating the space, in a better way. But this is definitely a good step in on the journey. This is my cycle route, and it is the worst part of the cycle route. I have to say, the Hutt Road is my favourite part. It is really lovely to cycle along the Hutt Road, and anyone who can cycle, I suggest you give it a go because it is really lovely. And I want to reassure the retailers who have spoken to us a lot over this week that actually of the past probably dozen times I've been along the Thorndon Quay area on my bike, I have stopped about 50% of that time and gone into shops and spent money. And so the reality is actually that I wouldn't, when I am in my car, I don't even go that way, I go on the motorway. So actually they're benefiting from a cycleway being there, because actually I wouldn't have even gone to those shops if I wasn't cycling along, because they are shops that I could have found in other places. So actually the cycleway can be work in their favour. And we talk about the economic cost and, you know, the worry about that, but actually there's a cost to people being injured, and we pay for that as ratepayers or taxpayers, more we do. But actually, I want to think about the fact that when someone has a serious injury, it actually interrupts their life in a terrible way. And I think one crash is one too many, and we need to remember that. And Maddie from Gen Zero, who was at one of the tables that I was at during the forum, made a really good comment around the focus on the clearway and people saying, we'll just do a clearway on the other side and that'll solve the problem. She said that by focusing on the clearways, we are privileging the people who work, and we should be focusing on access for the whole community. So otherwise, students, anyone who works at different times, maybe part-time, you know, we're just saying that we're prioritising people who have jobs. And so I think that's a problem, because cycling is actually accessible for people who don't necessarily earn quite so much or have the 9-to-5 jobs. So, yes.
We've had 3 speakers in favour. Can we put the motion?
I would prefer not. What do people? Well,
against. Is there anyone to speak against?
Yeah, well, no, actually, there is a speaking order. So if someone wants to if someone wants to put it to a vote, that we put it to a procedural motion. But otherwise, this has been going on for a long time. So I think years. So does anyone want to put a procedural motion, Councillor Fitzsimons?
I just briefly wanted to speak in support, mainly because I voted against this early in my time of being a councillor, and I did have some regrets about that now. So I'm really pleased that we've now got an opportunity to get the safety for cyclists sorted along Thorndon Quay, and I think this is a no-brainer and a very positive step forward. But I guess I also did want to reflect on the widespread opposition from businesses along there, and I think we have to acknowledge that opposition and understand that it's coming in the context of analysis which shows there won't probably be a reduction in parking availability. So, but that won't always be the case as Let's Get Wellington Moving rolls out. So I hope that we will genuinely keep engaging with opponents of Let's Get Wellington Moving and of the transport changes that we're putting in across the city, because we do need to attempt to bring people on board and genuinely listen. And I had parents approach me about the impact on the childcare centre, and I did encourage them to engage with our officers, and I think it's demonstrated that our officers did engage with them, and we did get a really positive outcome there, and I'm pleased about that. And I think that's a good message to the community. If you're worried about changes that are occurring in transport, please do genuinely engage in our officers, because there is the potential to see change and to have your concerns addressed.
I'm just going to go very briefly now. I was gutted when we lost this twice. I was absolutely devastated because it's such a major cycle route. And I also just get frustrated when people like me who don't drive get told that my custom isn't, you know, as valuable or as useful. I spend quite a lot of time there and sort of spent quite a lot of my formative years in the Thorndon area. So I think it's fantastic this is going through. But I just wanted to say really briefly that definitely we want to work with the businesses, and I spoke to some of them afterwards. It's a great area and it could be even better. Yeah. It's fantastic. And we're talking to Mr. Paul Robinson, who's, you know, is my favourite person at the moment because he's, you know, earthquake strengthened and made a heritage building greener. That you need a vision, and you know, with more people living here, with our growth, there's just so many opportunities here, and it will be better than it is. Right, Councillor Foon.
You took the words right out of my mouth, so I will stand down.
Yeah, Foster.
Thanks. This is, I think some others have reflected, this is the fourth crack at this one. I've been here for all 4 of them. I can recall some which fell over on split votes. Last training, of course, the mayor then pulled it. after we'd done a whole lot of consultation, and some of us were utterly furious with that. And said that it needed to come back in that training. It didn't quite make it, but it's got here in this one. And I think councillors, we're a council that wants to make decisions. And there are sometimes people who are not going to like decisions. I guess we're going to have a big discussion coming up very soon about another decision, but we will make a decision regardless of what we make. And that's what we're here to do. I just wanted to reflect that this, at the moment, I'm just looking at the cycle counts, this is the second busiest route of all of our cycle routes. The busiest one is around Oriental Bay. However, if you look at what's projected, this will be the biggest by some margin. When Petone to Naronga gets built, this will become a fantastic route in from connecting us to the hut. And so I think we need to look at it in that context. We need to look at it in the safety context. And look, I do take on board the concerns that the business has. Always take on board those concerns. And thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for your comments there. I'm comforted by the parking data that we've got, but I do think we need to keep on looking at this very carefully. And if we see that there's something that's a concern, that's the place which we have said as part of our parking policy, as part of Let's Get Wellington Moving. There are occasions where maybe we look to intervene off-street if we have to do off-street, and I'm much more amenable to doing that in areas where the parking demand is really valuable, and that by and large is going to be in the commercial areas than it is in the residential areas, but there are going to be some residential areas where it might be an issue too. But I think we do need to keep on giving our business community the surety that even though we haven't agreed with them on this one, we are going to keep working with them, we're going to keep listening to them, and if we need to intervene, we will certainly be considering that very, very positively. And in that light, I was really pleased by the dialogue, not only that Brad and his team have had with all the way through this process, but it was really good just to be sitting in the room across the way, and obviously there was discussions here. But that conversation we were having around which is reflected in 3, and Brad has said he'll come back with the extra car parks there, to be able to sit down with those business operators and say, hey, look, how does it work better? Okay, yep, we can change it for 3 to 6 instead of 4 to 6. That's the kind of responsiveness that we should be doing, and that is what listening is all about. And so I just want to say thank you to our officers for all the work they've done, and encourage them to carry on with that work in terms of those extra tweaking of the times, because there is no point in us leaving a large area of 9-hour parking in that area. It's much more valuable. Our parking policy says it's much more valuable if we turn that into a shorter stay parking, P120 or whatever it might be, but I'd encourage them to come back with that as soon as possible, and with any little changes to tweak that P10. So it's, I think we ended up with about 8 parks instead of 4, so that's cool too. So I would say just get on with that. Great to be here, and looking forward to a yes vote.
Thank you, Councillor Sparrow.
I'm still not 100% sure how I'm going to vote on this. We keep hearing that this is the scariest part, the worst part of the route in from Hutt Road into town, and I quite accept that it is. Well, unless I'm mistaken, I'm not sure that we have any further proposals on the table in terms of making this safer. And if we think that keeping the cycles on the road is the answer to the problem, then that is pretty much a half-baked solution, is it not? So, I don't know that we're seriously looking at a separated cycleway or off-road cycleway, elevated cycleway, whatever it is, to actually make it as safe as it needs to be. And on a slightly different note, once people learn that it is hard to find a car park there, as it invariably will be, there are a lot of people who will not walk 100 metres from a car park, especially if they're carrying an item of furniture under their arm. So there is a strong possibility that they will be inclined to shop elsewhere. So it's just another disincentive for driving into town.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Calvert and then Councillor Rush.
Thank you. Look, I appreciate what's leading to us getting these traffic resolutions, but this whole route, I remember the first workshop I attended to as a councillor in December 2016, and it was a workshop I stayed for the whole session. I'll just have you know, and then one of the decisions came out of that was it was an informal workshop, of course, was that we would seriously look at Aotearoa. So you come down Hart Road and you go down Aotearoa. I don't know ever what happened. We never really got any, sort of in-depth analysis of that, just essentially told it can't be done eventually. But anyway, and I remember the workshops with the community in 2017. I attended a number of them, and I know some of the colleagues around this table also went to some of them. And to be absolutely fair to Mayor Lester, what happened was in 2017, the solutions worked up had essentially, after a number of workshops, had essentially ignored the local commercial businesses and the residents' views. So they went and met with Mayor Lester. And I believe Mayor Lester did the right thing, and he said, "Look, this is not a solution that you've got buy-in for." So I support him in what he did. So in the end, we had another. We had more resolutions come to us in 2018, in April 2018, and yes, it didn't go the way of some of the councillors, but there was some improvements. And I particularly remember, I think it was Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Day, in terms of trying to improve the parking, especially for working parents that were starting a bit later in the day. And we made those. We made resolutions, and they were to be implemented by December 2018, and they never were. So we lost an opportunity there. We've had the safety audit report. I noticed it was dated, as I said, 30th of July 2020, which is close to 11 months ago. We've had lots of opportunity to engage with people that we knew would be directly impacted by any changes, but we chose not to until we asked them to come together, present them with information just over a few weeks. If we'd actually engaged with them, and that's the whole point, if we'd actually engaged with them, I think we would have come up with a workable solution that was a good step forward along the way. And I know some of you are shaking your heads, but having worked with these people, they would have been willing to work through, and we would have got a better solution than what we've got here. So because of the lack of engagement that has gone into this, when there was plenty of opportunity, I know, and given that there is accident data available, if it's not from the police, having filled in recently a number of ACC forms, I know you have to put in where you actually had your accident. Private lane, not a council footpath. It's there would be data there, and it would be telling us a different story. So look, I can't support these amendments. I would be very happy to lay it on the table, and for them to be brought back a little bit later when there's a bit more engagement with the local community down there, first and foremost. But I'm sure that's unlikely to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I first started examining this, I thought this was a pretty obvious solution to a problem that seemed very real. Anyone who's cycled or reversed a car out of angle parking knows that there are some uncertainties. But I started looking at the data, and the data actually was extremely encouraging. There was no crashes for the first few years of the 2000s. There was still several, I think 250 odd cyclists a day going each way, which that's why I was asking about, was there some road configuration changes? And reading the reports that led to the installation of the Clearway, it's quite clear that the Clearway has done its job. In fact, the more recent data shows that I think we heard just one, which is no doubt about it, one too many, but nevertheless down to one for an extremely busy thoroughfare. And I did ask officers, or mentioned by email, I think I copied your colleagues in, to say that this doesn't seem to be driven by safety, and we heard from the NZTA representative today that actually there's mode shift in there as well. And it does concern me that we receive an audit in 2020 about something that should have been commented on in 2015, telling us that our road is unsafe, when actually the data is showing that it's improved out of sight in terms of safety. I take Councillor Sparrow's point about the separated cycleway. I mean, I surprised a few of you by voting for the enhanced budget for cycleways, and that was because I wanted our team to have a decent budget to do separated cycleways. I'm concerned that, first of all, I'll address Councillor. Sorry?
It's just maybe straying a bit far.
Oh, I'm going to address Councillor Condi's comment about the law of small sample size. Right?
Just try
But you're not doing the right of
to the traffic resolution.
So the law of small sample sizes actually would say you don't take the data you've got out of Thorndon and apply that across the city. That's understood. And actually, so the data is showing that safety has improved considerably. Anyway, so I won't waste too much more time. I am concerned about there's an absence of the ACC data. That would be an obvious point to get a reference. I am not convinced this is about safety at all. I'm concerned that actually safety will be impaired as a consequence still of people needing to turn in to bow repairs, to the Vehicle Testing Authority and others. And actually this will probably need to be looked at in another time.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Right, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Just to briefly, in my right of reply, address Councillor Sparrow's point around alternative proposals in regards to raised eels, cycleways and zebras and zebra crossings and other such things, that those were kind of brought up in the 2017 business case. In the last paragraph of this paper, it talks about submissions that raised other proposals will be dealt with in the Let's Get Wellington Moving early delivery later on. And then lastly, just quickly to Councillor Rush's point, I'm confident in our own data and our own advice that this is the best thing to do under safety and under our Let's Get Wellington Moving objectives.
Thank you very much. Right, it's been moved and seconded, and we will take a division on this. Do you want to do 1 and 2 separately? What do you?
She just wants to receive the information.
You just want to receive the.
Oh.
Okay, so. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm happy to receive the information.
It's fine. Okay, it's fine. It's all set up.
As we know, as we often do.
We're voting on number 1, please.
Yeah.
No, sorry. So just it was paragraph 37 of your report that detailed the P10 parking that we'll be putting out there. This is just for the P10 parking outside the dance studio, I believe. And it's just extending it by 1 hour so school kids can get there in time. Yep. Specifically.
Okay, so we're voting on 1. Receive the information. People ready to vote? Thank you. Not always. Not always.
Got to do 2.
Right, now.
Yeah.
2 and 3 together? Okay, right.
Just do 2.
So you want to do just 2, 2?
2 and 3 separate.
Okay, 2. We'll do 2 now. Okay, number 3.
Yeah. It's not my periphery vision.
All right. thank you very much. All right, councillors, so are we ready to go back to the spatial plan, or would you just like a 2-minute break? Just at least to stretch development. So I look forward to obviously being able to include that. It's fantastic to see the stronger focus on accessibility, and Councillor Matthews, thank you for flying the flag so strongly this triennium. It is an absolute critical issue. It is an abuse of human rights, really, to not build buildings so that they are not accessible to everyone. The greening of our city is greatly appreciated. Thank you to officers for being so responsive. This is critical for amenity, for livability, for biodiversity, and for adapting to climate change. And I just want to finish by highlighting just two issues that I do have some concerns around the fact that first the government and then potentially just other stakeholders haven't looked at whether this plan is actually practicable. The environmental costs of improving our building standards are going to be very, very high. It is very expensive to build an earthquake-safe building, and we're going to have to look at a number of measures to deal with that. And that's the point of my amendments. And I also just want to provide a slightly more complex view of the supposedly leafy suburbs. There is a lot of deprivation in the inner city. Obviously that's not acceptable, and it's not necessarily recent as well. I mean, for those of us who grew up here and have some historical knowledge, there has been some deprivation, and there's quite a complex picture across the city. And I guess the other thing which I think has been at the core of some of our debates is around whether this plan will actually reduce carbon emissions and increase affordability. The growth is quite good in the inner city and the CBD, but it's only 16% of the region's growth, which means that 84%, unless they are given better options, will continue through the way we've planned, continue to increase our greenhouse gas emissions. I have some deep scepticism about the affordability issues. There are some parts of the city which are just not affordable to build on or will cost a lot of money to make resilient. But I want to be positive now because I am going to, just put up my amendments. I'm sorry, Heidi, where are my, there's been so many bits of paper. Okay, so if we can just scroll through. Okay, so let's start now. Just by the way, I did want to just add the deputy chairperson of this committee for incorporating any of the changes. Okay, so if that could just be added, and hopefully that's not a problem. Right. So I just want to. I want to be very solution focused. So the inclusionary zones, I've taken advice from colleagues. I did want us to agree in principle today, but I think it was felt that we should agree to seek advice. The point of this is to set aside some land which will be affordable to a whole variety of people that might not be able to generally afford to live here. Land. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's got to be a zone somewhere. It's got to sit on something. So obviously it has become very expensive to live in the inner city, and this is one way of looking at how we can make it affordable. I've heard the cries from students, from the healthcare sector, from artists, and there are other groups, people on low income. So I think this will be helpful to just look at how we might make our inner city more inclusive. The next one. Yeah, I just need to quickly explain them. Okay, so and just to note, of course, through the long-term plan that we were going to make more road reserve available. So just as another way of creating some housing space. You will, of course, know about the Urban Development Act, which will give us some opportunities through Kāinga Ora to do some big development projects. Obviously, Let's Get Wellington Moving is one of them, the possibilities, and we will continue to work for them. But I just wanted to make sure that councillors agreed rather than just being an officer decision. Number 15 is about really, this work is already being done, but I would like a report to look at how many brown sites that are close to major public transport routes could be developed. There are a lot of car yards, for example, in our city. So that will just, they are doing the work, it just means to formalise it. Number 16. Oh, yes, sorry, that's sorry, that actually shouldn't be. No, it's not. It's just, sorry, that was just part of the definition, but anyway, we can fix that up later. Okay, so the next one. So, look, this is just about looking at options and tools for encouraging, incentivising contributions to city outcomes. The big things for me: affordability, accessibility, seismic resilience, open green space, low carbon buildings. So the officers have agreed with this. It is very, very difficult to get some of these outcomes, so I think we need to work harder. I have personally put some of those incentives in to achieve other outcomes in the past, and I think we need to keep doing more. In terms of number 18, the design scheme for the Newtown character area, thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for just providing a bit of guidance to me on this one. Look, I think it's a great scheme, and I think this was just about saying to Kāinga Ora, look, here's something that could be helpful, particularly given it's so close to the hospital. And also just picking up the Mayor's point about how there are communities that have undertaken some work on placemaking and planning, and that the Our Place process will be a chance to work with those communities on some of these ideas. I have taken on board, however, the point that other people who might not already live in the community be involved, but I'm sure we can deal with that later. Number 21 is really important. Just while it's in the plan, we do need to note that we haven't sorted the route for mass rapid transit. There will be development implications, and we will need to do further engagement with any community. And just also, from my perspective, we haven't done the adaptation work yet, that's still to come, but it will have some implications on the way we develop our city over time. There will be some areas that will be far more difficult to look after as climate change hits. So Deputy Mayor Free will be seconding those, both the substantive and the ones I've added on. It is my great hope that this will really help to get our housing market working much better. Right. Would anyone like to ask questions of officers about the meeting of anything? Sorry?
Yeah, we're going to...
Probably do need a hard copy. Okay, so...
Do you see that one, Heidi? Just so...
Okay, so, sorry, can I just take a speaking list? Sorry, there's quite a few hands up in there. So Sarah, Jill, Laurie, Diane, anyone else? Rebecca?
No, I'm debate.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, no, that's fine, that's fine. Did anyone else down there want to ask questions? Okay, Mayor Foster, okay. Right, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yes, so my question just actually was relating right back to when we broke for lunch or whatever it was. It's to the officers. If we had a character area but there was a mass transit route, just supposing went through the same area, would the requirement to do the NPS UD at least 6 stories trump the character area? And I'm just wondering. We'd have to, okay, I'll wait to hear the officer advice.
Okay.
Gotcha.
No, it wouldn't. So the character controls would apply.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Day.
So just quickly, I'm trying to remember because there's been so many emails coming through with advice and stuff, but I'm understanding that number 18 and 19 does not have officer support because, of course, Kāinga Ora, we don't know.
Yes, that's correct.
So they aren't supported. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Right, Councillor Foon.
Can I have officer advice in this context what inclusionary zoning might entail or the scope of that, please?
So it could have requirements around a percentage of affordable dwellings per development. So it might be, you might set a threshold, let's say above 10 units that they have to provide at least one affordable dwelling. That's one way of doing it. There's various iterations of that. You could require money in kind or apartments to be built, that sort of thing. So those are things to be explored with you as to what that might mean.
Thank you. That's enough. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, I appreciate some of these amendments, but I just wonder whether some of them are more better suited to our housing strategy and action plan, and how if we approve these here now, where does that work fit in? And I'm talking about the whether the exclusionary zones, brownfield sites. That sort of thing that I would have thought would have been actions under a housing strategy or action plan in relation to that, and not necessarily spatial plan stuff.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor. That's correct. I think there's correct in a couple of points there. The inclusion zone, however, is a district plan matter, and I think officers, will be reporting that. We're already working on this. You'll note my earlier email regarding that. And we're reporting that back to you as a policy through the district plan. But there are other matters here that that relate to the urban development authority potential for the city through KO, Kāinga Ora. There's matters relating to housing policy more broadly that that can be dealt with at that point.
Okay. Right, Mayor Foster.
Sorry, there we go. I was just trying to get some advice from officers about the experience of inclusionary zoning in terms of its effectiveness, its affordability, etc. How it actually works in practical terms, and what sort of housing it tends to deliver. Because I know that I'm just thinking that if you make something cheaper and it still costs the same amount to build, then somebody's paying for it, and I don't know how that works. So I'm just interested in that. That's the first question.
I'll bring Andrew in, Your Worship, just to talk to the detail, but nationally inclusionary zoning hasn't been very successful to date. I think Auckland tried it through the unitary plan. They may be looking at it again, and in Queenstown have tried it, and I understand are also looking at it again. That in Queenstown in particular, it relates to tourism sector workers. So, Andrew.
Just to preface saying that inclusionary zoning is a very complex area of policy, and it's something that will be better to kind of discuss the nuances of it at a later workshop. But we can say that there has been a range of both failures and successes around the world and in Australia that we're referencing, and we have to see about take lessons from that and apply them to our New Zealand context, because we actually have fewer powers under the RMA to deliver this kind of inclusionary zoning, which is one of the reasons why we're talking with the Ministry for the Environment with the RM reform to see how we can get greater methods in that piece of legislation. But there are methods that we can do in here, and so we'll be assessing the effectiveness of them in the district plan review.
So that makes it appropriate to consider it here, if we were reminded.
Oh, it was just meaning to say that they will do it as part of the district plan review. Yeah.
Okay. I think the key message, councillors, is that we're already working on it. Andrew is our expert in the housing policy space regarding inclusionary zoning, and this recommendation is just confirming what we're already doing.
Yeah, okay. And the second question is just that there's a couple, there was that one, and then there's a couple of others, I think at least 18, 19, those ones which you said you didn't have. Yeah, well, I mean, we're simply these are simply saying, hey, can we get somebody else to have a look at something, or you to have a look at something? It's not binding anybody to do anything, is it? Because we just got told that you didn't support. I think it was 18 and 19.
Yeah, look, I think our advice.
They're not binding you to do anything. They're just notes to say, hey, can you ever think about something and ask KO to have a look at something.
Your Worship, I think with 19, we would disagree that the purpose of the Our Place process is to make sure that's watertight. The thing I need to remind councillors is that the very excellent submission that the Newtown RA put to you today, I believe, and has sent through as a submission to us, is more appropriately dealt with as a community group coming to the table for the Our Place program, not intrinsically part of it. That's to make sure that we have an inclusive process where everyone's voices are heard.
That's fine. I wouldn't imagine it's a problem for them to submit the same thing twice if they needed to.
Okay. Councillor Rush.
Take my surprise. Yeah, just going back to the first question, or one of the first questions about whether something trumps character, and the answer was it would. And so where does walkable... So the walkable catchments under the MPS, are they over-trumped by character?
Just to clarify, so what the proposal for having character precincts is that it's being applied as what's called a qualifying matter.
Okay, got it.
So that it exempts, you get that. Okay, exempts it from the walking catchment controls.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Calvert.
I'm sorry, just one more, and it's just following on from my previous one, but clauses or recommendations 15 and 16, is that something that should be done as part of the spatial plan, or is that more housing action plan, housing strategy? Which is about brownfields area.
Yeah, I think that it's more appropriate in the housing action plan space, councillor, and I think our comments reflect that.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to follow up a comment you just made, Liam, about what you described as the very excellent submission. And I know that Councillor Pannett's amendment recommends that Kying Order consider it as part of their planning work. But I also heard you say that you want it to go into the Our Place process. And I just want to understand, given my concern that the Our Place process gives people unrealistic expectations of what they can achieve, how it's consistent to say that that plan shouldn't be in the spatial plan, but then it should go into that process, because it seems to me like that advice is inconsistent.
Yeah. My point there, council, is they can engage in the process and bring it to the table, but we're not accepting it now as part of the submission. I mean, the actual fact of the matter is, with the plan they've produced, it's absolutely more appropriate as a submission to the district planning process.
I want to understand this. So I thought the problem with their plan was that we need to enable more than their plan provides, and we can't factor in development that, even if it's sort of promised, that the whole point of this is that we're planning to enable, and that's the reason why their plan can't be given significant weight in the spatial plan. And I don't understand why that would now be different in the district plan. Just doesn't sit well with everything else that I've been advised.
Yeah, sorry. So the district plan comment relates to the fact that they'd be submitted to the process, and we wouldn't be accepting or not the plan. That'd be a submission to the hearings process. Yeah, is that clear?
Sorry, I guess I'm a bit unclear too now, Liam, because, I mean, look, I was originally thinking about putting it up as an amendment because, you know, to in terms of the character area, because I think it's a logical one because it's a mass rapid transit route. So why would you not at least consider it now, where we are sort of saying where development might go?
Yeah.
Well, it enables 2,000 houses. Right. Okay.
So I think the point that we were making in our advice on that particular amendment was that going into the Our Place process, we don't want to predetermine any outcome. If we were to say to take work that had already been done in suburbs and say, yes, done, we're going to base it all off of that, then that's not going into the Our Place process with an open mind. And what we're saying is that they can certainly, through that process, bring their stuff to the table and say, look, this is the work that we've already done, but we want that alongside the information that we're getting from the people who haven't already engaged with the council, who haven't put together detailed plans already, and who might not have the resources to do so, which is what the Our Place plan is trying to achieve.
I guess my question remains, how do you reconcile that advice with the advice that the Our Place process won't unreasonably raise expectations, with the advice that what's proposed is not consistent with the NPS? because it just doesn't make sense to me. That's exactly my fear about the Our Place process is playing out right now already before it's even started. I just don't, it just does not seem like a consistent, sound set of advice.
Did you want to? I guess we take that on board. I mean, no matter how we go into this process, different people are going to be at different stages and we're going to have to reconcile that. Of course, what we do needs to be consistent with the NPSUD, and I haven't seen the detail around the Newtown proposal, so I can't speak to that specifically. But broadly, what we're saying about Our Place, and in terms of saying right now that we accept the work that's been done already in organisations as a given before we even go into a process to begin discussing it, that's what we're trying to avoid.
Okay. All right, Councillor Condi. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to follow on from Councillor Fitzsimon's question. So the Our Place process, you've assured us that the Our Place process is not a means to relitigate any of the zoning. It's about the spirit of and style of development in the neighbourhood. But the Newtown plan that we're talking about is primarily about zoning. And so I think that's where we're getting confused. You're saying the Our Place process is not about zoning at all, but the Newtown plan, which is completely about zoning, can feed into the Our Place process. And it just doesn't, I think this is where we're getting stuck. It just seems like that has no place. That discussion about where we should be zoning doesn't seem like it should have any place in the Our Place engagement. Can you alleviate our confusion?
Yeah, so it's really about, Councillor, the look and feel of this. They have a component of their submission about the look and feel of their place, not the zoning plan, to your point. And that's my point around the district plan. It's very, that's that plan, which is effectively a zoning plan, as you've highlighted, is best considered as part of a proposed district plan process. All right. What they did do, however, is gave captured, if you like, their own perspective of what the look and feel of that village and centre was, and that's the useful material for the Our Place program.
Thank you. And then I had a question just about the wording of number 15, and maybe this will come back to the mover of the motion, Iona. The word brownfield, I think, is not correct, has a specific meaning, and that's not the specific meaning of brownfield. Could we change it to a word that is more accurate, which I think might be underutilised development land or underutilised land? Because brownfield just means land where there's already buildings. What you mean is underutilised land, I think. Well, and then you would go on and say including A, B, and C, which they've identified as specific types of underutilised land. But brownfield has a much broader definition. I'm just worried about it leaving it there, leading to confusion in future.
If council was of mind to support that recommendation, I would go with Councillor Condi's advice. I think brownfield is a little bit too narrow. Sorry, broad.
Well, no, are just people happy to at least change the wording for the purposes of debate? Whether you vote for it is a different thing. Okay. So the wording, oh, sorry, Councillor Condi will help you. There you go. Deputy Mayor Free.
My question was really around the amendment I'd suggested about options for community engagement on just the master planning for the Miramar Peninsula, which we've talked about for a long, long time. There was some wording there that was supported by officers, but then I was informed that this is happening anyway. Can you please elaborate?
So, councillors, I think the advice from officers is that in the spatial plan, not the summary document, but in the detail of the spatial plan, we believe we had that matter covered.
I saw engagement with iwi and mana whenua and some other things, but I didn't actually see community engagement.
It's in the spatial plan, definitely says community engagement.
Yeah, it's in there, councillor, in the spatial plan. Do you want you pull out the words? Yep.
If someone can just text it to me, that would be great.
Sure.
Later on,
We'll do that now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Foster.
I didn't think we were covering that one because we're just dealing with your
just asking questions of
just your issue,
from office, just mine,
just of yours. Okay,
let's deal with one thing at a time. So we'll get very messy.
I thought that was sensible. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So just in terms of the advice that we're getting on those ones about those submissions by the Newtown community, are the words that you'd actually be comfortable with there as officers to actually recognise that they've done some work, but recognise we have got an Our Place program? They can put that into there. But it just strikes me that we're going to end up, they will do it anyway, but I'd much rather they do it now and have the conversation with us rather than have the conversation with planners and lawyers, because that's where it'll end up otherwise, and that's the problem. Because we should have been starting doing this Our Place work, well, not months ago, but a long time ago, so we actually had the community involvement in that, shouldn't we? So my question is, if we wouldn't we have avoided this kind of thing if we'd actually started engagement on these kind of things with communities right at the start of this process, rather than do all the focus on district plan rather than anything else? I'm asking the officers that question.
I guess foresight's a wonderful thing, depending on the angle, but we weren't given any instruction to do that. It's come later in the piece. This is always a vexed question. It really depends on the direction the council sets.
Okay, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, Mr. Hodgetts, I mean, as much as I admire the prose and text that my good friend Councillor Pennant has put together, I do wonder whether many of these amendments are actually business as usual for officers, and do they really need to have debate at all, or can a commitment by you to carry them out suffice?
I think that's possibly a little bit political. I can explain in my right of reply why I've done it like this. Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
Well.
Okay, is there any other questions?
A fair question, I thought.
Are there any other questions? Right, they have, yeah. All right.
So many bits of.
Okay, Councillor Matthews, you'd like to speak. Now we are in debate.
God.
We're not.
No, I'm just speaking on your amendments, is that right?
Well, they're not the substantive. It's
amended
substantive. So, Councillor Pennant, this is an amended substantive, isn't it? So this is.
So we're not voting on them now?
No. No. This
I won't talk about them now.
How can it be amended substantive? Sorry, can I just check a process? How can it be amended substantive if the officers don't agree to a number of them?
Katie? That's the new standing orders. Moving the papers.
I must remember that one.
Okay.
Shall we just
right,
rock on? Because I've got a bet with Councillor Sparrow. We're going to be out of here by 6. So first of all, this is a little bit of a confused process because
No, put your hand up. You did. No.
I thought we were having debate and voting on your amendments now, but if we had finished that, then I would be moving my amendment.
But she put her hand up first. Yes, she did.
Chair rules.
She did put her hand up first. Okay. Well, she did because I saw it. But Councillor Matthews, I actually did see Councillor Young put her hand up. Okay. Why did you go first to her? Because in terms of the speaking order. Because I thought you wanted to just speak on mine. I did. Okay, just hang on. Just wait a minute. Councillor Young.
Okay, so this is slightly confused because I am now doing the unlimited height limits because it has been bouncing around a little bit. So anyway, I'd just like to say I'm very grateful for Councillor Sparrow seconding this. I'm not going to go through all the thank yous to officers because we want to be out of here before midnight. But so first of all, let me just talk to you about why I want to remove the unlimited heights in the central city. Because this would actually change the face of our city forever. And there are some really serious resilience issues in Wellington. One, the Tiaro Flat, as it used to be called, is really not particularly good land. A lot of it is marshy. So that would require very extensive and expensive piling. And in addition to that, tall buildings cause wind effects, and also sometimes when we have sunshine, as they found in London with the Shard, they've had real problems with light reflecting from these very tall buildings, which have caused problems for the people below, and indeed people have been actually have been blown over by the wind. So with the central city, I think we should be going for, good quality, preferably affordable housing and buildings, because of seismic issues, construction costs, all that piling, insurance availability, which we can't guarantee, and the general cost of getting the whole thing together. But the other thing is we haven't actually consulted on this. There are some developers who do a good job, others don't. And sometimes, I know I've been told that planning officers will take all those factors into account, but sometimes planning officers make mistakes. And if you're not sure, have a look at Taranaki Street and have a look at Soho. So the thing is that I am concerned about the fact that unlimited building heights could lead to irresponsible building developments, often by mistake. So that's the first thing I want to talk about. And then the second thing I want to talk about is why I have put in all these extra heritage and character houses. Now, council is not a one-stop heritage port. We also have other agencies, such as New Zealand Heritage, and council has extensively used the services of Boffa Miskell, who have a well-established reputation for heritage gardens, etc. And it's a real shame that when we're having a look at the spatial plan, we've missed out some areas that add a huge amount to the face of our city. So I won't go through them all because I don't want to keep you here all night, but I'll just have a look at a couple. For example, Mount Victoria, Port Street. It's an incredibly steep street, and yet 6-storey buildings are proposed for it. But those areas, Port Street, Stafford Street, Earls Terrace, actually form a really significant cityscape when you're looking up from Courtenay Place. And we have to think about what our city looks like. Thorndon, again, these are areas that really should be in there. They're some of our charming things. Of course, poor Thorndon almost lost half of its size when the motorway went through, and it has done its share of heavy lifting towards the shape of this city. In there you'll find Selwyn Terrace. I'd probably wager most of you don't know where Selwyn Terrace is. It's a steep, narrow, winding little terrace, and it's now going to be part of the central city zone. I mean, it just seems to me to be crazy. So I just want to get a few of these things sorted out. Now, most of them are recommendations from New Zealand Heritage. Some are recommendations that have been ignored from Boffa Miskell. In my original draft, I had them all itemised, but I'm not going to go into that detail. Aro Valley has come as a request from Roland Sapsford, who I'm sure many of you know. He made a very good submission about housing. And then the terrace comes from Councillor Pannett, who of course has a love affair with the terrace because she grew up very close to it already in that area. So irrespective of your stance on the spatial plan, I really want to have these in, you may accept or reject the spatial plan, but I want these to be in the spatial plan because these houses, these areas deserve protection and recognition. Let me just get that. So I'm actually going to speak now once and get the whole thing out of the way. So let me just tell you a little bit about why I feel so strongly about getting these houses into the spatial plan. There are many advantages of my decades of lived experience. I've had 45 years in central Wellington and 20 years in England. I can remember when only caretakers lived in the central city. I think there were about 10 of them in the 1970s. And when Mount Victoria was a really disreputable slum, it's where I spent my first 10 years. And people aspired to live in suburbs like Kandala, especially my mother. The street where I now live in Mount Victoria, overlooked by my childhood home, was scheduled for the bulldozer until a group of locals clubbed together to buy the semi-derelict house that is now that I am now opposite. And that was the beginning of the renewal of Mount Victoria. Yes, there are still some rundown properties, but there are rundown properties all over Wellington, some of which are actually owned by the council. It's not a problem that is unique to the inner city. And it is being addressed through things like healthy homes. So Mount Victoria is now fashionable, partly due to the renovations by dedicated owners, although my older siblings are still highly bemused that I would want to live in Mount Victoria. My point is that suburbs come and go in the fashion stakes. It's predicted that working from home is not a passing COVID trend, it's here for good. Unfortunately for many CBD retailers and hospo owners, life in the quieter outer suburbs is likely to become increasingly attractive. So why would we destroy our inner cities' character areas now? They aren't epicentres of wealth, they aren't full of people on high incomes, and I haven't seen any swimming pools, stables, triple garages, or SUVs and utes. Instead, these charming areas with their quirky houses are densely populated with a cross-section of people and ethnicities. Mount Victoria, for example, has always been a place for the Greeks and quite a few Chinese and now Indian. There are families in villas, there are couples in tiny workers' cottages, and yes, there are singles like me. Our inner cities are already the most densely populated areas, and bowling the character areas won't help the housing crisis, partly due to the cost of land, the very, very small land, pieces of land, and yet what we need are houses, and we need affordable houses. The character suburbs, the inner city suburbs, Mount Cook, Thorndon, Ara Valley, blah, blah, they only provide about 6% of the city's housing stock, and any changes would at most accommodate an additional 1,000 people over 30 years. So it's a real shame that when you think that how little they contribute to the potential of housing, that our desperate need for housing has been turned into a them versus us debate. It's become an unnecessary debate of battle between boomer NIMBYs and Generation Zero YIMBYs. We all want affordable, warm, dry housing. It's just how we achieve it. Some of you sneer at anything that's colonial. So let me tell you, I'm really proud of our history. We should cherish our stories and the houses of the people who built our city. Although I am a little bit sad that the 2 cottages my great-grandmother built in Lower Ellis Street are not in a character area, but at least they are now lovingly restored houses. These amendments are just about little pockets. Oh, sorry, I'm misreading my notes. We can have more housing without destroying areas like Mount Cook, the Ara Valley, Newtown, Thorndon, Mount Victoria, these areas that have become whipping boys for the housing crisis. The same suburbs that are shown in tourist brochures because they are one of Wellington's charms. Many cities have strict heritage controls because character and heritage add real depth to society. Just think of San Francisco, to which Wellington is often compared. Think of Sydney's Rocks area, Auckland's Parnell. And these suburbs are already the most densely populated parts of our city. And we also know that our water infrastructure won't be able to cope with much more density. Thorndon needs 100 to 200 million to allow for an extra 1,300 people. Mount Victoria needs 50 to 75 million for an additional 200 people. So let's fix the infrastructure first, by which time we'll have a better grip on the actual population growth. Then focus on whatever we're going to call them. I call them brownfield sites, but let's focus on the underutilised sites. And yes, I'm looking at Adelaide Road. It's flat, it's within walking distance of the CBD, and frankly, it is an eyesore. Population projections are just that, projections. It would be a tragedy if we blighted areas now when we don't actually know how much housing will be required in future years. We've been told it's just about getting rid of cold, mouldy, leaky houses in a state of disrepair. But these houses can be saved and are being saved. We need to create new houses before demolishing existing houses. Let's focus on that underutilised land, close to public transport routes, and build these warm, dry, affordable, accessible homes that we need. So please vote with me to save our densely populated inner suburbs, the areas that make our city so special, and vote with me to ensure our CBD doesn't become a dark wind tunnel.
No, I'll reserve my right because I think Councillor Young's Churchillian speeches said it all.
Questions of officers?
Sorry. Sorry, yes, they do. Councillor Foon, sorry, has a question for officers.
Heidi, could you scroll up to the First Amendment, please? Is it up or down? Yes. Officers, if we remove the unlimited heights proposal in the central city and Tiara and revert broadly, okay, what will that mean to the amount of housing that you were saying we were going to be able to provide?
That's something we haven't been able to model. It's a very difficult thing to try and anticipate how much each site might yield over time. It's something we'll have to do later, but we can't, at this stage, give you that number.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
Yes. I'm gathering that by proposing this amendment, that this being able to have an unlimited height, that all of these processes will go through resource consent and be using engineers to really understand how the impacts of buildings will have on the environment, but also the resilience aspects.
Yes, that's correct. So Central City, every building will need a resource consent. And then, as I say, in the outer areas and character areas, etc., multi-units will need consents if they're more than three or more.
Okay. Thank you. Right, who wants to actually ask questions and who wants to speak? So, Councillor O'Neill, have you got a question or a debate? Thank you. Councillor Paul, which debate to Mayor Foster, is that question? Yep.
Yeah, look, the question is to officers. So you did analysis that when we did the draft spatial plan, which gave us as enough capacity, bearing in mind the take-up rates that you have helpfully answered in your answers to me, correct?
Yes, correct.
And since then, what's changed in terms of the capacity? I mean, we clearly know that the unlimited height limits in the Tiaro area is a change. Is there anything else that's changed other than maybe the parking rules which have come out, which you didn't model either?
So we've recommended Kelburn as a medium density area. That's a new one.
Yep.
So collectively, that brings the expected yield from 22 to 29,000 dwellings versus under the draft spatial plan, it was 24 to 31. So a bit of a drop, but as I say, the no limit on heights in the central city, which we haven't been able to model yet, will have an impact on and bring that number up further.
So hang on, so you put in, and the only change you said there was a change to Kelburn, which you said then dropped it, which that doesn't make sense.
Well, because of course with expanding the character areas, the character precinct areas.
The flip side's the okay.
Yeah.
Right, but you said before you hadn't modelled the rules, the parking rules.
No, that's right. And of course, another factor in this too, Your Worship, is when we come to the district plan, what controls are put in place for infill development and so the outer residential areas. So that will also change the equation a bit too. So it's constantly going to have to be updated depending on what rules end up in the district plan.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That'll help me for debate.
Okay, thank you. And you want to be debating? Yep, thank you. Councillor Day. Did you want a question or debate? Okay, debate. Any other questions? Councillor Rush.
We're going to have this printed too.
Liam and team, just wondering, the areas that have been proposed by Councillor Young, were they considered by you, and why were they not included in the proposed plan? If you're able to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, they did come in a little bit late, so I understand some of them are included. I mean, there's a lot of detail there for us to go through, but some of them represent a lot more change to the character areas than we're recommending. So.
Okay, but you've been through a thorough process that's come up with some recommendations that we see in front of us that don't include these.
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons, is that a question?
Just a very quick question. Some of these are just like 2 houses. Would it be more appropriate that they get heritage protection rather than character?
Yes, Councillor. I mean, this is actually more appropriate to be a submission to the district planning process as well. And once that assessment's been undertaken by assuming someone who's qualified, whether it's heritage or otherwise, that would be a submission to council as part of the district plan.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, so just for debate, I've got Councillor O'Neill, Paul, Mayor Foster, Councillor Day, and who else? So, okay, so Fitzsimons, anyone else? Calvert, thank you. Any other takers? Right, okay, right, Councillor O'Neill, thank you.
Thank you. I will keep it brief. Councillor Young is correct. We do need a densely populated inner city in order to keep our communities thriving. But I believe that more density can be created within the inner city and the suburbs just out on the fringes of our city as well. I find it kind of ironic that we would put such limitations on housing, yet we're sitting in a 20-storey building right now or a 30-storey building next to us, and we're okay with that because it means more jobs and better for the economy, but we're not willing to house those people in a safe and accessible way. So I will not be supporting your amendments today because I believe in the principles of growth that we need to densify closer to where people work and live and keeping it accessible.
Thank you, Councillor Paul.
This actually infuriates me. That was a really lovely monologue, but for people who don't understand what's going on here, this is a list of amendments to add further heritage and character protection to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more suburbs in Wellington. This is a huge list to add to the already innumerable barriers to building houses in Wellington. Some of them, the terrace, are requested from Councillor Pennant, and I want to understand what the rationale is behind adding even more protection to places on the terrace and Aroa Valley. A lot of these aren't even from New Zealand Heritage or from Bofa-Miskell. They just, to me, look like a list of houses that you think look nice and have been added to the list.
Point of order, I did say that I had originally annotated exactly where they'd all come from and it's been removed. The only
I can see where they've come from. It says Mr. Roland Sapsford and Councillor Iona Pennant and Councillor Iona Pennant. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, is that I just think you really need to provide some rationale behind that. I'm still not going to support it, but it's just nuts to me that we're even putting forward or proposing to protect any more heritage. And even from just listening to the introduction of these amendments, it's clear that maybe you guys don't even understand what the issue is here, because it's not that people don't want to live in leaky, mouldy houses, is that there is not enough stock in the rental market that we're scrapping. Thousands of us, young people, students and families and workers are scrapping over this disgusting, feral housing stock, and you want to protect more of it. That just blows my mind. And unfortunately, Mount Victoria has changed. And I know that for a fact because my ex used to live in Nicola Young's childhood home. And that was a home that may have been a family home once, but now it's overrun by students and it's overcrowded. And that is the reality of Mount Victoria nowadays, is that people want to live close to the city, close to where they work, close to the university, so that they can get there and they don't have to travel all over the place. So actually things have changed, and I take exception to the claim as well that this is where Wellington was built off of, from these houses and from these people and from these suburbs. No, sorry, it wasn't. And Wellington was a city for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years before colonial settlers arrived. There were many iwi who have occupied this place for a very long time, and I think we should think about how this is recolonising an area that is excessively inaccessible even to the people who are from this land now. So this just infuriates me, and I want it to be very clear what's going on here is that your Green councillors and other councillors are proposing to put more protection onto the spatial plan.
Okay, hang on. It is not. No, hang on.
You need a point of order.
You've got to have. No, hang on. It's not misrepresentation. You can speak. You can speak later. Sarah, I'm the chair. Not actually true. No, hang on. You can speak. Do you want to go on the speaking list? Right. Okay. All right. No. That is the rule. Right. Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, one thing I'm really disappointed in this whole debate is how divisive it's become, and I think completely unnecessarily so. And it's been focused particularly on those inner city suburbs, as though they are going to, do the heavy lifting. They are never going to do the heavy lifting. Well, they were never going to do the heavy lifting, and yet that has been the place that this battleground has been set up. There is more capacity in other parts of our city to do this. And I think the way in which this has happened, obviously it's bruised quite a lot of people, and that is really disappointing. So I really wish that people would actually take a step back from that kind of conversation and be starting to say, actually, I am hearing the other side of that conversation. So look, we know that we need more housing. The thing that people who are looking to protect these kind of areas are also saying is actually they value them. They actually love these parts of the city. And I think that has to be respected as well. That they're not all mouldy old dungers. And in fact, the Healthy Homes legislation requires that they are any issues like that are being addressed, at least for rental homes. You can live in a home yourself if it's your own home and you don't want to do that, but you can't do it if it's a rental home. But I think that for me, the reason I haven't looked at every single one of these, but I have looked at a number of them, and what I've seen is that the advice that Boffa Miskell gave originally in terms of the character, of whether it's coherent character, that's what I'm interested in. So, and if that advice says, yes, these are areas which do have coherent character, then I don't think they should ever have been taken out in the first place. And I think you look at at the moment we've got the entire collection of those inner city suburbs which are protected by those pre-1930s rules and various other elements of the district plan, a huge proportion of them being taken out now. All that's being done is that some people are saying, well, actually, can we put some back so that we don't actually lose these things? And I think that these areas do contribute massively to the character and the sense of place of our city. And I've always said that I want our city, if we're going to be a bigger city, I want it to be a better city, not a city that's sacrificed its character on the way through. And I think that these streets do make a huge difference. And it was really great as part of this, I might as well say this now, that because I was going to say this in speaking to the substantive, but to be able to go walk around the streets of some of these suburbs, inner city and outer suburbs, and with communities and often with many of you, and actually see what people valued about them, to look at this, to hear some of the stories that sat behind some of those houses as well. And in some cases, actually, they're really quite fascinating because they do tell the story. It's much easier to tell a story of, this is the story where the first woman in New Zealand to actually get a degree. That's where she lived. Okay, well that's interesting. It's a much better story than saying that's where the place that she used to live, used to be, and there's a plaque on the street. So it's those kind of things. I think that they do have a huge value, and I think that I thank Councillor Young for raising those issues, and I look forward to the further conversation on this. But for me, I'm going to support these changes. And in terms of the unlimited height, that is a radical change which has come in very, very late in the piece. and it goes completely against the high city, low city approach that we've had. So I think Councillor Paul, you said, we're on a 20-storey building. Was it Councillor O'Neill? Okay. But, we're in a 20-storey building. This is the part of the city which we've always said has been the high city. And then the Tiaro flat has been the low city area. And I do worry about saying, well, look, okay, you can go and build a 20-storey building or a 30-storey building, and the implications that that's got for the shape of the city, the shading of the city, etc., are potentially quite significant. And I guess my disappointment in all this is that it's relying on the district plan. It has not been proactive about actually getting out and doing development, because I've always said that was what we should have done. I fought to try and put an urban development agency in place through the last training, and that got nowhere. In fact, we were ready to go with it, and it got in the training before when Celia was mayor, and then it got stymied. And that's what we should be doing, because otherwise what we're going to end up with, a bit of development here and a bit of development there and a bit of development there, and it's going to look it's going to look and feel very, very strange. And I think we're much better to do the kind of, I'm going to use the word brownfield because I understand exactly what I mean by brownfield, and I think most people do, and go to the places where we can actually get some real bang for buck and go and deliver them in a really solid way. Well, people have been talking about the Adelaide roads of the world. The places we've identified at the moment as the priorities: Central City, Adelaide Road, Newtown, Johnsonville, Tawa, that we go there and we get as much as we can of that, because that's also the place we're going to get as much as we can out of our infrastructure. And the thought that we can go and build bits of infrastructure to support growth across the city as a whole is laughable. We're not going to be able to afford that. So I just think we need to be much more proactive about this, and there are areas where we shouldn't be developing, probably at all, and other areas where we should be going for broke. And this is just trying to shotgun all over the place to me. So I'm going to support what Councillor Young has proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Wow, goodness me, that was an interesting dialogue there. When you talk about people valuing those houses, it just makes me immediately think that I value the people, not the houses. And when we're talking about saving character, whose character is it? Whose character are we saving when we're having this conversation? And talking about the stories of these houses, and that there's a home from the first woman who went to university. It's awesome, great that she lived here. Doesn't mean we have to keep her house. Are we going to keep everything else that's associated with that person? Don't think we can. I think we can take photos, put things in museums, and tell stories in the right place. This city is not a museum. We do not need to have a nostalgic city that holds us back in a period of time that doesn't serve us now. This debate has become divisive because we are in a crisis. And I think that is the fundamental reason that people are finding this so hard. People have a lot of skin in this game because they don't have anywhere to live. And I think, I am grateful for the submitters and the advocates, but I'm so mindful of the voices that we haven't heard throughout this process. The voices of our children, the many children who are growing up in this city in substandard or in some cases, and in too many cases, no housing. The question I've been asking myself is, what sort of future am I agreeing to on their behalf? Growing up with no opportunity to set down roots or be connected to a community is not a future that I want for the city, and its next generation, and actually it's already the reality of the generation now. And hearing one of our people in the audience saying that it's actually already really tough being here now is pretty confronting. And what sort of decision maker am I if I prioritise old, damp, mouldy, cold homes over the basic right of people having a roof over their head? It's just not right. I spoke to my 12-year-old daughter about this the other night when I was grappling with all of the things and the information that was coming at me, and we started talking about heritage and character and what that would mean. And she said to me, the houses are cute, and I do like those houses, but it worries me that people don't have homes. We can build nice new places that are warm. And I think that describes it so well. It's lovely having pretty buildings, but if they don't house enough people, that is not good enough. And I don't want to see nostalgia drive the way that we make decisions. And it is nostalgia. We are holding ourselves in a period of time that doesn't actually deliver for our future, for the children of today and tomorrow. I have seen the direct impacts as a teacher of children who miss out on school because they are unwell, and children who are missing out on future opportunities because of their education being so interrupted. And we just have to stop that. We have to say houses cannot be the priority over the needs of children. And I just hear people say, let's build these homes, we need these homes, and I heard Councillor Young say that we do need to build more homes. But the unspoken thing that is being said with all the excuses is that it's please. And I think that's the bit that I really, really can't continue to listen to and not respond to in that way. And I think it's really important that we remember the people we're making decisions for. We are all privileged here. We have a home that we live in. Some of us may or may not own them, but we don't have the concern of having to move in 2 weeks' time because we're actually in temporary accommodation because there's not enough houses around. So I really want us to remember those people when we're thinking about prioritising the buildings over the people.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Can I come back, actually?
Sure, that's fine. Councillor Fitz.
Bit blown away by...
No, I'll put you down. Okay, so Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I also won't be supporting this extension of character protection for a few reasons. I think it's bad public policy to choose a few houses here and there. I don't think that's a sound evidence basis to be making these decisions. And also I worry about some of the rhetoric. You'd think that by opposing the inclusion of these houses in character that we're ordering in the bulldozers, but it's far from the truth. If people in these homes value them and they love them, as the Mayor has told us, then don't sell them. Don't let them be demolished and don't let the developers come in and build over them. The choice is in the hands of the homeowners now. And I believe we can get a balance in this debate. We can preserve the past where it's intact and where it adds value, and we can build homes for the future. And I'll be looking to find appropriate balance, but I don't think this approach delivers that.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert. Oh, right, and sorry, we did say we were going to stop it. Can you go and Zoom on your phone so you could continue? Yeah, we are going to take a break. Okay, thank you everyone, colleagues, for being very fair-minded. That's really. We've only got Councillor Condi, Foon and myself free. I don't want to talk that. We'll continue the debate and then we'll just see. All right, okay, thank you. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I think I acknowledge this idea that Mayor Foster, that this debate has become divisive, but I think that Councillor Day has hit it on the head about why it's become quite divisive, because this is a really important issue for people who are struggling with housing issues. And I understand why they struggle when people are talking about the value, what is essentially aesthetic value, over the fact that they can't find somewhere to live. When we were privileged enough to buy a home in Tawa 15 years ago, we lived in a pre-1930s villa in Tawa. It's beautiful. And when we renovated it, we lovingly did it up and tried to preserve all of those historical heritage bits that were still in the house. But we're moving on now and we're going to sell that house to somebody else, and then it's their house and they get to decide what they want to do with it. And I think that that's really important. And Mayor Foster, you were talking about the first woman with a degree and there being a plaque in the road. You're talking about heritage, not character. That is a heritage issue, not a character issue. Character is about architectural style and aesthetics. And this is, I think, where people who are struggling with housing issues get really stuck. Yes, heritage has value, but character is about looking pretty. And that's really hard to swallow. I value heritage. I think we should be protecting heritage. I'd be comfortable with protecting slightly more heritage. But let's be clear, out of over 3,000 buildings that are in these character precincts, 72 are heritage buildings. 72 out of 3,000. The rest of them we're going to protect because we like how they look. And I would agree with Councillor Fitzsimons that, we don't have the evidence base here for these changes. This to me looks, again, it's cherry picking what we think we want to be there. Now that's tempting. I was tempted earlier in the week to cherry pick things that I want to take out of the character precinct, but the officers persuaded me out of that course of action. And I'm going to try and work within the process of the requirements of the evidence base within the MPS and within the RMA, and this clearly doesn't do that, so I can't I can't support it. And I think, that I would say that this, when we talk about divisive, there is also divisive language on both sides. So, Councillor Young, you talked about us destroying Mount Victoria, that it would be blighted and it needs to be saved, all of which I think is also quite hyperbolic language. So I think that there's plenty of fair share on both sides on this one. And I would just finally say that, fashion comes and goes. Mount Vic may be fashionable now and it may not be fashionable in the future, and Kandala was fashionable when Councillor Young was younger, was a child. But geography takes longer to change, and Mount Vic is going to be closer to the CBD than Kandala for the foreseeable future. And that is geography.
Climate change, yeah.
So, the fact that it may be fashionable now doesn't have so much to do with it as the fact that it's really close to the CBD, which makes it an incredibly attractive place to live. And that's really what's at the heart of the matter.
Thank you. Councillor Foon, do you wish to speak now? Oh, you don't have to. You can. Someone else can.
I think I just wanted to make the point about the unlimited heights. Like, I just saw that as a creative opportunity to enable what was possible and allow our designers and architects and engineers to do their work and come and tell us what they think is possible. So I won't be supporting that, and yes, and I won't be supporting the other listings based on the prior remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Free. Deputy Mayor, sorry.
I just think that we don't want to assume that these are easy decisions for anybody, or that we've all got preconceived ideas. And so, and actually, being labelled as one of the Greens that's necessarily going to do something or other didn't sit well with me, because in actual fact there are nuanced positions within the Greens, and quite a few of the Green Party members have come to us with other views about heritage. The Green Party was actually established by a lot of people who wanted to save, unnecessary destruction of, or as they saw it then, of a lot of the city's fabric. So, these are complex decisions, and I'm not trying to label anybody or assume anybody's going to vote the same way as I am. So there's just a point I want to make. I do take this responsibility very, very seriously, and part of what I'm weighing up is the expert advice that we have been given through our officers' work and through many strands that have had to be pulled together. So because these have not been proposed by officers, it's actually an easy decision for me to say I'm not voting for these. I've had enough trouble deciding what I'm going to do with the things the officers have brought to us. So, that's my position. I will not be supporting either of these. This has been a very, very hard, I think nothing else but Shelley Bay has been as taxing for me emotionally and logically. And that was bad enough. So I won't be supporting these.
Thank you. So I'll speak now, and I'd just like to thank you for the debate. I found that helpful. So I just want to start with the words of our Deputy Prime Minister and MP for Wellington Central, which was to say that we could have both. We could have character, and we can also have houses. And in fact, it was the last government that allowed for the qualifying matters, and it was absolutely the intention to allow for protection, I'll get onto that in a minute, of some of our stock. I have been saddened that this huge document, the Spatial Plan, which is all about, yes, housing, but about resilience and about a sustainable economy, should be about climate change, earthquakes, natural hazards, has come down to 6% of the housing in our city, and that's just has felt quite difficult. And I guess I feel sometimes the argument hasn't brought in some of the facts, which I think are relevant, and I'll talk to that in a minute. I only want to talk once on heritage, so the evidential basis is very important. So the next amendment that will be coming up, as far as I understand, has no evidential basis, but the movers can talk to that. And it's not just about our personal preferences. This is informed by expert opinion, and also that I think when we were walking around that we felt it was legitimate to challenge why one street might have been marked for some level of protection and not another, because some of us know these places really well. Councillor Fitzsimons, it's not bad policy to bring some areas in if there's some justification. And look, I've heard that people don't care about heritage so much, and that's fine, and I think it's a useful perspective to hear. But there is also massive opposition to this move to remove a great deal of protection under the rules. And I think the distinction between character and heritage is very, very problematic, because if I look at the council's own definition of character, which I read out to you before, it looks like heritage. And so I think it has been actually problematic to, it's not just about pretty houses, it is about telling our stories, about understanding the past. I am concerned about the promises that seem to be implicitly being made. We heard from officers that removing the character overlay in their current option might create 1,000 more dwellings. That is in the context of 50 to 80, around 30,000 for the city, but 200,000 people are coming into this region over the next 30 years, and this is going to make just the most minor dent, and yet we're being sold that these often working class areas, and I believe actually we should honour our working class history, that they are, with their small lots, are going to be developed. There's going to be these massive, great landscapes. It's not going to happen, and it's not going to be affordable. And look, I will come back with some more rigorous advice, but I have spoken to two of the top developers in the city with extensive knowledge. This is just not realistic. And I think, where I was being, like in Auckland, sometimes it's the burbs where it is just more affordable. I do want to talk to the fact that people have said that it's about people, not buildings. And I absolutely agree. Of course we need wonderful people. That's absolutely true. But buildings do shape us in our identity. Cuba Street is a great place to be because of its buildings. And that's why, a long time ago we tried to stop the bypass, because the character, the history, the depth of the history was so rich. The thing about some of these neighbourhoods, and it's not just in Wellington or New Zealand, it's in other countries in the world, is that they have a sustainable sort of form. They're of human scale, they're small. This is not the mega McMansions of the suburbs, all right? We don't have 250 metre, and you don't have lots of place to park big cars. So there's actually this is a really good way to do some development. And we know, of course, that we've had this argument before, the 1960s, which is why we've got some large tower blocks in our older areas, because they were going to be all demolished, because again, we don't want people to live like that. But actually it's got as long, of course, as it's looked after reasonably well, does give people a great quality of life. And we know that owners generally have better standards. All cities protect some of their character areas. I mean, so this amendment that's coming forward, I do find quite interesting. Yeah, okay, well, I just didn't want to talk three times. I just thought that was a bit unhelpful. So that this is standard practice in many countries around the world, and not just European. I want to just refer. Absolutely, and that's why I started by saying we do stand on Māori land. We colonised, we did a great deal of damage, and we've some of us have had a very useful conversation with our contractor who's doing some work on the district plan to make sure that there is a te ao Māori perspective on every single chapter. And I'm sure I'll find that challenging at times, but it's going to be great, and it will go far. And then we're going to have some interesting conversations about whether we can develop on Māori sites as well. And obviously I will take some guidance from mana whenua, but that is going to be a difficult conversation too, because there may be places that people don't want to develop. Councillor O'Neill, I just wanted to come back to a point that you made. I personally wouldn't recommend that people buy an apartment at the moment in a 20-storey building. And the reason for that is that I feel that owners are not given security and not given enough backing by government. The horror stories, which we've previously debated, of $250,000, $500,000 to pay for strengthening is just unaffordable, and it's not working, and we need some very significant reform. So people should actually rent, I think, rather than buy. It's just not working. And you know, that's why I was very upset about the removal of the Building Resilience Fund, because it was one way of helping out. I think I really want to, and that's why I put my amendments up, is that we have to move away from the market approach. The market is what has caused like huge poverty in this country. The neoliberal reforms of the 80s is what caused it. So just the final point is that single-storey wooden buildings are resilient buildings. They are good in an earthquake, and we are going to have to build a lot better over the next few decades to make sure that everyone is equally safe. So thank you very much for listening.
Kia ora koutou. I guess I want to start with talking about the crisis and talking about, because this is very topical, Leilani Farah, the UN's former Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing, visited New Zealand in February last year for a series of meetings, and she said that our housing crisis was a human rights crisis that must be addressed urgently. Some of the symptoms we've talked about often: high rates of homelessness, escalating rents, and substandard living conditions. And she goes on to say, such conditions would not have reached such a point had housing been fully understood, recognised and implemented by national and local governments as a human right and a social good, rather than as an asset for wealth accumulation and growth over the last decades. And protecting the scarcity of homes is a message that we have heard in all sorts of guises from homeowners. And I'm sorry, people might say we can have both. You can have both, because you can protect your character, and if you own a home, you can have your home. But that is not true of everybody, and to sort of have someone who owns a home to advise me to rent, well, I've got no choice but to rent. And
a point of order, that's misinterpretation. I was talking about the security of tenure in apartments because of the resilience issues.
We don't, the whole kind of point, it's this argument that you seem to have about choice. And as if everybody has these choices. And I don't understand, because all of these people come to you and tell you, and it's still like it's not true. And the problem is local government and central government has acted like it's not been a market actually, it's been a cartel to centre the views of homeowners on delivering more housing. This is a crisis. You can't keep going on standard practice. And I don't care if standard practice around the world is to carve out large swathes of character homes. We have a problem with maths and geography, that we have there's a reason that many of those older houses are on central city land. It's because that's where the colonisers went, because it's the best place to build. And so, we need, the more we carve out, the less housing we can do. And the idea that we can do it in some sort of, targeted strike attack is a nonsense. We've heard the stats, only about 14% of zoned land gets developed. That's why you have to zone more, and you have to do it widely, you have to do it everywhere. Stop the bypass was a different era, and I was in that era, and I was flashing in that era, and it was completely different. So I understand why people, and I support stopping roads, but actually fighting for old houses is not the same as it was then. In the 1990s, I moved to Wellington and I was in a flat that was $65 a week, and I could move around at will. If it wasn't very nice, I could move to another one. And actually, home ownership was still a possibility for me, and I did own homes. So this is a different era, and it calls for different solutions. And those houses have actually done their work, many of them. They've done their work, and they're no longer fit for purpose. So if we talk about little working class houses, that is now not an appropriate use of that land. And we can talk about how we get affordability, and we do it through more densely using the land, building at scale, and supply and demand. You know, all of those things, basic economics that I'm having to argue, especially with my colleagues on the right. I can't believe it. Yeah, the fantasy that we can all live on Adelaide Road is a nonsense. And I just, you know, we joke about there's a drinking game for Adelaide Road.
Point of order. Point of order. I think I've been the only one who's said Adelaide Road in the debate. So, and I did say there were quite a few other places.
This is not a point of order. It's debate.
I didn't ask you to rule. It's the chair's rule of misrepresentation.
Look, it is a drinking game out there for everybody. Is drinking every time they hear Adelaide Road. So I'll say Adelaide Road again so they can have another one. Just one point as well, because I am on the same page as Councillor Pennant about climate change, but then you cannot say go and live in the burbs. That is the most inconsistent thing I've ever heard. The whole point is we don't want to continue to make car-dependent suburbs. We need people to live where they want to live and close by. These character homes do not mean the same thing for a generation that is locked out of housing. This is a human right, and every time we make a change that makes it more difficult for housing to be built, we are denying the human rights of our citizens, and we are failing as a city. As I say, we don't become a city, we become a gated community. And honestly, from this amendment, that sounds like that's what you want.
Sorry, this is just going to keep going on because all this does need to be said and debated, I think. I just wanted to clarify to Deputy Mayor Free, when I said Green Party Councillors Amendment, that's with an apostrophe, so like Green Party Councillors Amendment, not Green Party Councillors, just so you're aware. Got to keep you on side, those walking catchments, eh? Anyway, so... Oh yeah, you can debate as many times as you want in a committee. Yeah. Anyway. No, I'm just going to keep. I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to keep talking because this is actually a really important issue for my generation. And if we don't nail this, we're all going to be screwed. So I'm going to use as much time as I need to talk about what I need to say. So, Councillor Pennant, let's talk about climate change once more, because the officers have said to us over and over again that the two primary levers that we need to pull and really get right if we want to reach our targets is let's get Wellington moving and the spatial plan. And through the spatial plan, it has to be we have to enable as much density as we possibly can. So I really want to remind you that we have to be very ambitious about this. And you know, I think we expect everybody else to make sacrifices in order to meet our climate targets, but maybe this is a time where perhaps you need to make a sacrifice for our climate change targets. I want to note that I went and also it would be awesome to respond to. Hang on, this is Councillor Young. No, well, just at some point around the why the Terrace and Udall Valley were included in this list. Because, I mean, I don't need evidence, but if you could just explain why you'd like it to be protected, that would be helpful. And I just wanted to make it very clear that I went on every heritage walk in Mount Vic and in Mount Cook, and so I'm not being closed-minded. I've been out there, I've had a look at it, got the T-shirt, didn't exactly want it. And yes, but I went anyway. And we just keep talking about these neoliberal reforms. Yes, like these kinds of actions are the thing that will cement those in place and ensure that wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few. So, you know, we can talk about those all day long, but as long as we're going to continue to enable them, then it's just being a bit hypocritical. And I think the last thing I wanted to say was just back on that mana whenua point that you talked about in terms of them helping us with the district plan. It's just so tokenistic. If we cannot give them houses to live here, Māori houses to live here, then there is no point asking them to help us with our streams and help us with our biodiversity if we're not even going to give them a house to live at to come and help us at. And you know, you did say that if Māori had some developments that you would support it, but you didn't support a Māori development on the grounds of climate change. Like, I know there were issues with it, but your grounds were climate change. So it's like, we can't say we will support development by Māori when you haven't, you know. So I just really wanted to raise that in terms of bringing them up, because it just seemed very tokenistic to me.
Oh, is she back online? I'm going to need to go to the loo.
All right, okay, if you want to
colleagues,
be all night, okay.
Just
no, we are not getting Uber Eats. We're not getting Uber Eats.
I've been trying to figure out a logical approach to the spatial plan, and I agree that this has become very divisive. I do think that has been brought on to some extent by ourselves, because we convinced ourselves that everyone wants to live in high density apartments, and yet when we go to the community, that's not what they want at all. I felt that was, when I heard that was the outcome of the survey, I felt intuitively that was not right, but nevertheless we are where we are. We also have this narrative, we talk about the people that come to see us and people that don't, but what we didn't see actually is a lot of families come to see us. We saw some people in our older generation. We had a lot of people from a younger generation, but it's the families that actually surely we're trying to provide safe and good homes for, because it's families that actually sit around for 20 odd years and embed themselves in a community and do things for the local school or the church or what have you, and they've children grow up and become part of our community. So I've sort of been thinking around what sort of principles would I look to, and I'm going to try and figure out, however I'm going to vote, it's going to be for families, right? Secondly, infrastructure. I've been very concerned from day one that we're going to have a lot of development.
This is stopping you in full flight. So we're still talking about Councillor Young's amendment.
Yeah, well, it's true enough, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, well, I won't though, but I guess I won't carry on that line. I think infrastructure, you'll get what I mean. I guess I'm still finely balanced between the officer's advice and perhaps doing something that's a little bit more, should we say, ambitious. I'm surprised to see this range of amendments which actually does create more barriers to more housing. I don't really have a feel for what these houses do, what they look like. I do know Tinakori Road, I know Aru Valley, I lived there. Not really, I bowl both sides of it actually, but anyway, there I am. So I won't be supporting this, but I look forward to giving you more detail when we debate the substantive, and I'll make up my mind.
That's too much information.
I might say something later.
Okay, that's fine. Just put your hand up if you want to speak again. Councillor Calvert, well done for getting home so fast. Are you there?
I'm not home. I'm still travelling, so I would rather not speak just at the moment, because I'm going to, when I get up a hill, I will lose connectivity. Okay. So if you can give me just within 10 minutes to get out the car and into the home.
10 minutes, that's fine. Right, Mayor Foster.
There's been some comments which have been made about sacrificing things, and just while going through this, what Councillor Young has done is to take advice from Heritage New Zealand and to take advice from the Boffin-Miskell report, and so I've just been and others, but they've looked at the documentation which is here. Now, the problem I've got at the moment is that what this is saying is that our experts who went out and did some work on this have said, look, these are the number of contributing buildings in these areas, and there are some areas which actually you look at it and go, well, actually, that is a pretty coherent group of contributing buildings, and then it's been reduced down. So just like, if I can just throw a few numbers in there at the moment, because you said, well, there's no sacrifice going on. So at the moment, we'll take the terrace as the first one. At the moment, there are 83 contributing buildings and 27 non-contributing buildings in that area. how many are proposed to stay within the pre-1930s? Answer at the moment, 0. So the whole lot gone. Aro Valley, 381 contributing, 152 not contributing, other 71%. How many are proposed to be protected? Even with the expanded areas, 30%. So 41% of that area, which is considered to be contributing, is now not going to have any protection in it. Mount Vic, 79% contributing, it will be 52%. Newtown, 79% contributing, it'll be 38%. Mount Cook, 82% contributing, it'll be 48%. I guess the point that I'm making is actually there are a lot of buildings which currently, we're talking about homes, and people do actually live in homes, and they do have a sense of place and a sense of te ranga waiwai there, that there are a lot which are being taken out. And I don't think that is being reflected in the debate that is being had at the moment. So there is significant change which is being proposed. And in some of those areas, I'm actually fine with that, because there are areas you look at and go, actually, there's only 2 or 3 which look as though they're coherent, but not enough. Yeah, sure, take them out. But there are other areas where you've got clearly quite coherent areas which clearly have that character, which people clearly value, and we're proposing to take those out. So the point that I'm trying to make is that it's not as though nothing is being taken out, quite a lot is being taken out. And I think, I just wish people would actually recognise that there is actually a balance in what's being proposed. I think all Councillor Young has done is to say, well, look, there are some of those areas where actually I think we've gone too far, and that's what I think Councillor Young is saying. And I think that she has a point in saying that. And the other point to make is just again to reinforce that, this is not going to be the place we're going to get all the answers. The answers are going to come from across the city as a whole, not just in these particular inner city suburbs, which seem to have become the battleground, and I think that's just profoundly disappointing.
Thank you. Mayor Foster, you just talked about balance, and I just think crisis is not the time for balance. The time for balance, if we wanted it, in the housing market was 10 years ago. That time is gone. And I think that that's the reality that we're hearing from people who are dealing with housing shortages. I think Cuba Street is a great place to be because of the quirky retail, the awesome hospo, the cool arts, and the pedestrian-friendly amenity there. The character is because of the people who make it awesome, not because of the buildings that sit on either side of the street. And that's really where this all comes back to, is this is about character in our city is about people more than it is about buildings. And if we're going to quote Grant Robertson, then I'll quote James Shaw. There of course must be some provision to protect significant heritage buildings and the character of our city, but not a blunt blanket approach that prevents our city evolving to be more equitable and green. We have to have protections for heritage, but we have to also acknowledge that we have to build more houses, and people want to live close to the city. And Councillor Rush, I would say that people do want to live in apartments, and families do want to live in apartments. I've certainly heard from many of them during the consultation period, and I'll read out this paragraph from Annalise, who emailed us. I do not want or need a large property. I would love to live in a small, warm and well-designed apartment centrally that has a low-carbon footprint, where I can get to know my neighbours, walk or cycle to work, and where I can contribute to my local community. There is a demand, maybe not from people our age, Councillor Rush, but there is a demand from the younger generations who want to live in apartments with their children, as well as, when they're single. So that's, I've certainly heard from families who are living in apartments and raising their kids, and they really enjoy it. They would never choose a different option. So that's the reality. We have to provide, Councillor Mathis talked about lack of choices, and this is somewhere where we want to provide some choices. Not everyone is going to want to live in an apartment, and that's okay. Not everyone in Wellington will have to live in an apartment. There will still be lots of other houses around if you prefer a backyard.
Because I've been publicly challenged. Okay, so it's all right, it's all good, and we will still be friends afterwards. Right, look, so as a long-term environmentalist, obviously we have long argued for density. I don't need to be sort of given a bit of a lesson about it. And Mayor Foster, I was just remembering how we stopped some McMansions in Tawa on a resource consent hearing. So they were huge, and that I think you and I have actively tried to protect our urban form, and I have actively voted against car-dependent suburbs every time. And I guess I feel that given we are going to have another 200,000 people in our region, not everyone is going to live in the central city. So then we have to think quite fundamentally about all the other options by which people can do the things they need to do. More people are going to work from home where it's appropriate. Obviously, there's many professions and trades it's not. We need to develop our suburban centres and our urban centres as well. Not everyone is going to come into Wellington. It's actually quite carbon intensive, even if you're on a train or a bus. So, the green idea has always been about some localism, because that's what makes it, the 15-minute suburb, then you can walk. The gated communities is an interesting one, because that's one of the issues with apartments. They're all locked. You can't get into them. It's really hard to engage when, yes, it's security, but also it's, whereas most of our city is relatively open. High fences definitely council free. They're not such a great thing. Look, in terms of climate change sacrifices, Councillor Paul, look, I don't think it's helpful to get into personal behaviour, but, look, I challenged some of you 3 years ago, and it didn't, we tried to get a cycling path through, and it was a really difficult debate, and, thinking obviously changes, but we have all done our bit. I don't have a massive SUV. I don't have a massive house. I don't, you've got rid of your SUV. No, okay, right. So, but anyway, look, everyone's got to play their part, and we all choose as much as choice as we have to do that. The issue that I have with this MPSUD is that it has been promoted by people who believe in the power of the free market. That's why some of my amendments have been put through, to bring the state back. This is where it all went wrong from my perspective. Just remember what happened in the 80s. Assets were sold off, the unions were broken, people were plunged into poverty. We need to go back, we need to do better, because where we were before wasn't necessarily good. Councillor Paul, my thinking is developing, but of course, as we go through our spatial plan, our district plan, it's not about just getting Māori to come and have a look at the district plan. It's about how we fundamentally shape the city. And I am committed to that. And I don't think I need to apologise also, actually. I appreciate taikuru is a sensitive issue, but climate change is here, and I felt there was a legitimate argument on the other side. Councillor Matthews, I just want to clarify. Of course, people don't have choice at the moment, but what I'm saying is once we enable more, it's just about making sure that people who might be on quite low incomes have security of tenure, of ownership, and that's why we have to build better, and we're not. We're particularly good sometimes at not doing that. In terms of, I really talk about the fact that I'm a Green Party member, but I just do want to refer to the fact that our urban development policy supports my position, and our long-term strategy as a party. Obviously, these issues are complex, nuanced, and there is space for a variety of positions, but this absolutely is within. It is not just about a few listed buildings, it is about fabric. Right, who else wants to talk? Are we all, do we want to just take a break? Because what I was just going to do is wait till... No. So we're just going to wait till Councillor Calvert got home. Councillor Sparrow, is she there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you there?
I'm on my phone. I've just got to connect to my laptop, if that's all right.
No, that's fine. Councillor Sparrow, do you wish to say anything before? You don't have to. I'm just offering you the opportunity.
Well, if I'm to say what I really think, I had a few comments to make, but quite honestly, I think it's pointless. I can't see the point of debating this anymore, because I think no one's going to be successful in changing anyone else's mind, and doing 2 rounds of speaking is pointless, I think. And I was hoping before we started this, the vain hope that we might be able to reach some sort of common ground here, but the wedge has been driven even further, and I think into opposing camps, sadly.
Mr. Common Sense, right, okay. Now, Councillor Wolf, do you want an opportunity to speak? Sorry, you don't have to, but just making sure you've got the opportunity.
What he said.
Fantastic. All right, look, can we just, sorry, Councillor, can you?
Yeah, look, I'm just, I'm not connected on my laptop, but are you all right just to hear me rather than see me at the moment?
Sure. So just on
Okay.
Councillor Young's amendments,
Yeah.
not the whole shebang.
Okay.
We'll get there eventually.
And look, I've been listening to most of the debate, you know, I understand. I think, as Councillor Sparrow was referring to, there are different opinions. I think the key thing is, and I think we've got to remember, is that what we're doing here as part of the spatial plan, which leads into the district plan, is for the future, not for now. And actually, what we need stuff done is now for the next few years. This won't make that won't make the difference. And I think it was Councillor Condi said is we should have been doing this 10 years ago. Well, yes, we should have been doing, but what we do now will be for in 10 years' time. So I think with that in mind, we need to be conscious about what we're doing now. I've heard a lot of comments about social justice. And I appreciate that, but the spatial plan is only one part of social justice. It can't solve all the issues, all the problems. What I do know is that when we do make plans, and look, and I'll use Johnsonville as an example, they put in a medium density housing area in 2013. And what happens then? It's all in the plan, but the development hasn't occurred because the infrastructure is not there, and the infrastructure hasn't been put in. Yes, there's been a new library. Yes, there's been some work done on a bridge, but actually, we still, as a council, we still haven't worked out how to fix the water infrastructure, what's needed. The mall is still languishing, and we do know in areas that we do need as these commercial spaces. But coming back to Councillor Young's amendments, at the end of the day, these are just small parts. It's sending a signal about protecting these areas, but we've still got a lot of parts of the city where we can develop and which are being developed now, and that's where we need to be putting our energy in. So, and in particular, I will be supporting Councillor Young's amendments. That's it.
Councillor Young, do you want to write a reply, or are you still alive?
Can we vote so we can go home and have a drink?
We've still got a bit of a way to go, but hopefully we've now had some of the substantial debate. All right, so okay, so councillors, what we will do, we will take divisions. Not that we want to be divisive, but just for the clarity of the record. Is there anything that people want taken separately? Well, maybe the central city height limits. No. Oh, actually, I do too. Actually, yep. Sorry, just because I haven't. Okay, so yeah, we'll go on number 1 first. So is everyone clear what we're doing around the central city height limits? Oh, count the height limits. Yep. Councillor Calvert, do we know what?
Can you just record me for yes for everything? Because I can't get my video going at the moment.
So this is the one you're removing the unlimited height limits. Okay, yep.
This is the amendment, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Councillor Young's amendment.
Councillor Wolf, your vote?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. But, right, okay. Oh, sorry. That's lost. So that's an 8-7. Right, thank you. Right, number 2. So if we could all vote, please. Right, thank you. Right, oh, sorry. So that was a 9-6 vote and it's lost. Thank you very much. Right, okay, so what do people feel like? Do they need a 5-minute break? Yeah. Okay, and there is now I was optimistic. wrong way. It's on the central city height limits. I was like going, no, and I pushed red when I should have pushed green to agree. So if we can just get the relevant standing order up. No. But which is, yes, there is. We're just going to read you out the standing order to make sure you know it's absolutely kosher. Not pulling a Swiftie on you. Right. So can you yes, put it on the screen. That would be awesome. Thank you. Right, so where there is confusion or error in the original division, unless the same can otherwise be corrected. So how do you interpret that?
Well, it's up to me.
No, I'm asking for advice from Democratic Services. Sorry, if you could you just maybe speak into the microphone, just so, yep, we've got to do this right, of course.
Through you, Madam Chair, the division is the vote, so if you feel there has been an error in the vote, we can redo those votes.
Over there.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, exactly. It was just a mistake. Right. Okay. So, oh, sorry. Yes. So we're just, councillors Wolf and Calvert, you understand we're just voting on number 1 again because of my mistake. Sorry, Councillor Youngs. Yeah? Oh no, I think. Can you? Sorry, she's can't hear her. Sorry, Councillor Calvert, can you unmute yourself? Sorry. It's the unlimited height.
Can you read it again?
Just that one. Just that one.
Zoom
Don't worry, I didn't make a mistake on the character.
Can't hear.
Yep. So, Councillors Calvert and Wolf, are you clear with just what we're doing at the moment?
I mean, which amendment are you voting on?
So this is just number 1 of Councillor Young's amendment. I accidentally voted incorrectly, so.
Okay. So is this? I don't know whether I've got this one because the piece of paper I've got doesn't have. I think. Is this the one?
Sorry.
Is this the one with the heights?
To remove the unlimited heights proposal in the central city and TRO and revert broadly to the heights proposed in the draft spatial plan.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Councillor Wolf. Yep. Good. Okay. So that was carried. Don't worry, there's still a process to go. You've got other opportunities. Right. Okay, so. Yeah, they're going up. Yeah. Okay, Councillor. Right, now, so, councillors, as you know, I did ask some questions of officers around the issue around whether we were having 6-storey buildings or at least 6-storey buildings. I thought they were just going to sort that for me, but actually I do need to move it as an amendment. So this is just a factual statement. It's not a just so basically, as you know, we went out to consult with some areas that were 6 stories, some were at least 6 stories. They combined them into one category in the final version, and I just said I think that's confusing because it wasn't sure whether it was at least 6 stories or was 6 stories. So all we're doing, this is not a policy change, is just with the leave of the meeting. Can we just go back to the draft that was consulted? So it's not about changing the height limits, it's just about splitting them up so we know which are the 6-storey buildings and which are at least 6 stories. Are you okay to accept that?
Oh, I am.
So the difference is that under one category you couldn't tell whether it was 6 stories or 14 or 13 or 10. So there's 2 categories. Okay, one which is 6 stories, enables 6 stories. The other one is at least 6 stories. Councillor O'Neill.
Can I just ask that our Chief Planning Officer is confident with this wording? Because I know that we had
yes,
different meanings applied. Can I just confirm?
I think that would be an excellent idea, Councillor O'Neill, given how much confusion this has actually caused overall. Liam, can you?
Just to confirm it's accurate.
Yes, it is, councillors. As I said, there's no material change here. We're just trying to revert back to the original text to avoid confusion.
Which I'm not sure is working just at the moment.
I know. I see the irony of that statement, but I think it's safer if we just revert back, given the conversations from Monday and through the last couple of days about it. This is, in our view, the safest and easiest way to ensure that we go forward with some clarity on this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Foon, you've got a question?
Will we be changing the colours, or will it still be represented by the lines?
The colours will be...
How will we differentiate it visually?
The colours will be as per the draft.
Two different types. Okay, so
two different types.
Because this is a really critical point, right? Okay, Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Liam. Can I just be very clear what we're saying here? So 4A provides a minimum of up to 6, so the council could then cap at 6. Type 4B means that there can be anything up to 6 or above 6. Is that it?
No, at least 6.
It could be 4 though. Could 4B be 4?
No, I don't. I think. Well, it's enabling. Sorry, Liam, can you just this is why it's very confusing. And in fact, this is what. So, Liam, can you just confirm?
Yeah, I'll get Sherilyn to explain.
Okay, so going back to what the draft spatial plan said, 4A enable up to 6 stories. 4B enable at least 6 stories.
So what does it mean?
What's the difference?
So up to 6 stories is basically, I guess it's, it's sort of a cap at 6, yeah? And the 4B enable at least 6, so it could be more than 6. It could be less.
And so can it be less? I think that's what councillors are wanting. So yes. So in the 4B, it could be 4 stories?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's just an enabling provision?
Yes.
Okay, so can I just suggest to officers we're going to need some really good comms around that? Because it has been
quite...
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Right.
6+.
Hayley is just reminding me. Yeah, do you want to do it, actually? There you go.
With the leave of the meeting, Councillor Pannett can add this to the substantive motion. If she does not have the leave of the meeting, then in order for this amendment to be incorporated, someone else would need to move that as an amendment.
It's fine, okay.
Do it.
That's excellent. Right, now just Hayley was helpfully reminding me again. So we are now going to go through the amendments, which is fine, so you can talk to your amendment, but if you start straying into the substantive, then you can't then move an amendment later. So is everyone just clear? Sorry, it's clear as mud. Yeah, so I think we should just stick to the amendments really tightly and then people can come back in. I think it will just be clearer and easier for everyone if that's what we do. Right, so have we got, this is the correct piece of paper, Hayley? These amendments? Yeah? Right, okay, I would like to invite Councillor Matthews now to have her moment in the sun.
Yes, and we've got taken all the heat out. We've expressed our emotions. So I think now is the moment where we hold hands and sing Kumbaya. And I've got the amendments to do it. Right. So this is, I guess, not about, and I'll speak briefly, not about the powers we don't have, but using more actively the one we do, which is zoning. And, there's a lot of people, the government, Wellington, the region, and even around the country who are looking to us as a kind of a trailblazer with our use of the NPS to upzone widely, as this is the best way to address affordability and supply. So, Councillor Paul and my amendments seek to upzone more widely through 2 main mechanisms. One which we've canvassed quite widely, removing the protections for old houses. And the second one, which I'll discuss in a little bit more detail, increasing the walking catchments, both in the city and along those transit routes. Our amendments also include a concrete suggestion about how to increase undersupply of accessible housing, and that is about encouraging, which I understand is the strongest language we can use given all of the other mechanisms that are unfortunately out of our control on this area, encouraging accessible units on the ground floor at least of new multiple unit developments, and that actually would do a lot to increase our accessible housing stock if that happened. And the reason I'm talking about the ground floor obviously is because under mostly a medium density scenario that becomes quite expensive on a 3 or 4 story building to put a lift in. So, so that obviously stairs are a barrier. So the walking catchment, there's been a lot of talk about the Johnsonville line. I think I'm the only councillor that regularly catches that train. And my family all catch it. I would say that those of us that do live on the train lines, there's been a lot of complaining about it, but I think it's the envy of the, when we're not getting cancelled all the time, and, well, we might be, but our trains are not, and they are extremely reliable time-wise. You can time it to the second. And, it's not a bullet train. It's not super rapid. It's not huge, but I have never, ever, ever got on that train at any time of day and not gotten a seat. So I think, and I've caught the bus from Karori, and that is a different thing where people are squashed in like sardines. So there is capacity on that line, and I think it's a reasonably good, efficient public transport. And obviously when we get MRT going through the town, there'll be a lot of other places where we have the abilities to upzone more widely. And I guess, so, and the other one, so currently that's 5 minutes along those stops. So where I live, even though it's 10 minutes, it's not included. And I think that a 10-minute walking catchment is reasonable. And it is also what the NPS gives us as the starting point. So this 5 minutes is kind of made up by us. And so I'm suggesting 10 minutes is a reasonable walking catchment. And I'm suggesting for the city that be 20 minutes. And the reason I'm suggesting that be longer is because obviously you're not necessarily walking and getting public transport. So I'm looking at the overall travel time. So, in my case, it might be about 30 minutes to my door. And so a 20-minute walk in those city suburbs seems very reasonable. Of course, walking is not the only option. There are bus services available, but again, Auckland has 20 minutes. In the unitary plan, I think it's a reasonable walking distance. It doesn't mean that we're not building the housing for people that can't walk for 20 minutes, but actually for a lot of us, 20-minute walk twice a day is actually quite good for us. And quite enjoyable if the weather's not too terrible.
Do it once we finish this meeting.
Yeah, and if we now have blunt umbrellas, so if you get a blunt umbrella, you're set. So I guess I also we've got an amendment about the Our Place, which people have raised a lot of concerns about its potential for being confused as part of a planning exercise. And that is why I think it is, and I think in order to not do that, it makes the outcomes so vague as to be actually quite an enormous waste of money. And so what Councillor Paul and I have recommended is that we change that to have a citywide focus and focus on the communities that we have less engagement with about their housing needs in the future. So we think it's an entirely different conversation, one that will be really worth having, and that actually gives us a voice at council that we don't normally hear that much from. There are many steps between today's decisions and housing being built, and I would say these amendments are really about supporting the idea of building more housing, and that it's a simple choice. Do we use our power to upzone more widely and help fix a crisis, or do we continue to put a lot of constraints in that perpetuate housing inequality? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to speak, Councillor Paul? I would. I really want to thank you, Councillor Matthews, Rebecca, for just all of your mahi in this space. You have undoubtedly been a loud and strong voice in this conversation and bringing it back to the reality of where the conversation needs to be. We have teamed up and put together a list of 12 amendments that we believe will guide us down the right path as we go from the spatial plan into the district plan process and begin to unravel the shackles on Wellington City. I think that this first amendment, this remove all pre-1930s character protections from the spatial plan, is the only amendment that meets the urgency of the housing crisis that we have. I think the housing crisis that we have as a country is undoubtedly a collective failure, and it's easy, I think, to point down the road at the people in Parliament and say, you guys are the reason that we have a housing crisis, but actually we know that each and every one of us local councils add to the crisis every time that we water down the mechanisms that we have at our disposal. So that's why we felt that we needed to go in and go hard and say remove it all, because really, when you look at it, I don't think there is any purpose or enabling factor behind those character protections. So we're going all in. Just to speak to my parts of these amendments as well. Obviously, I know we just turned the heat down a little bit, but I think it's really important to rename the character precincts for what they are, which is colonial streetscape precincts. And the reason I say that is when we were brought back this new version of the spatial plan, I asked in the district plan working group, what does that even mean? Like, what are we even protecting? Who is that even? What is that even for? And I just wasn't satisfied that this was nothing more than colonial protection and upholding the architecture that acknowledges a particular time in our history, and I think that's what it is. And I agree with what Renters United was saying. Character is something that is created by the people that live in a neighbourhood or in a precinct. It's the way that they're able to interact with each other and to care for each other. It's not what the houses look like. And I think what these precincts are trying to achieve is to retain that colonial streetscape. And so if that continues to happen, that's fine, but I think we should at least be honest about what it is we're trying to achieve, because it's almost like saying, if you don't have colonial villas in your neighbourhood, then you have no character, and we know that's not true. I love the taiao, I love the environment, so we've got some really important stuff as well in here around our streams. Te Whanganui Atara, Wellington is a city built upon many streams that have now been put underground, so this is about acknowledging those streams, the ones above ground and below ground, and looking at ways that we can bring them back and daylight those and give them the kind of mana that they deserve. I'm asking for some more information to report back on the SNAs, so significant natural areas, and our fulfilment of our obligations under the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, because district plans, actually, it's not just about housing, it's actually about protecting the environment. That's what the RMA is all about, is sustainable development and management of the environment. So we'll bring that one back. We've got another note here around the Gordon Wilson apartments. We don't want to bowl them, do we, Iona? No, we want them to be turned into student accommodation, because you know that students make up a large part of the rental market, and unfortunately, because they can afford to pay per room, quite often that forces families out into the outer suburbs as well. So we think that the Gordon Wilson apartments should be turned into student accommodation rather than a Crown Research Institute, so we're urging the university to consider that. There is an amendment in here supporting the exemption of whenua Māori or Māori land from SNA designation across the country. You might have saw up in the far north there was a protest by mana whenua up there,
who see the SNA designation as another land grab. And although the intention is not to do so, we've seen the way that the Crown has used legislation in the past. Yes, I'm talking to my amendments.
Yeah.
This is number 11.
There's a large number of them, 12.
Yes.
So
yes. So this is that's solidarity with that kaupapa, and then again on the Our Place stuff, I think it's really important that if we're going to give, $1 million to this consultation, that we're really focusing on the communities who are not being heard around this table. We know that many communities are well organised, and that's great, but we want to make sure that renters, young people, students, disabled people, Māori, Pacific, people of colour, workers, all of these communities are also reflected in the district plan that will continue to impact and affect them for the next few decades. So those are our amendments, and happy to have a little debate on them.
Right, thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons, then Councillor Day. Oh, did you want to, sorry, yes.
It is on.
Have you got a piece of paper now? And sorry, there are going to be questions if... Have you got the right piece of paper? Sorry, there have been a few different versions.
Even in ours, is it even something we can vote on? Is it?
Yeah, right, we do want questions, yep. So who would like to go first? So I'll just keep those other people on the speaking list, but who wants to go on the question list?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Actually, just a question. Could somebody just list which of the amendments are supported by officers?
Yeah.
Well, no, I actually prefer not, because it just ends up being a bit political, I think. We've had some advice.
Yeah, but we've had so many pieces of paper. I'm trying to fathom it out.
Yeah.
And maybe I don't have the right piece of paper.
Yeah, I'm just a bit...
Well, I'd like
to know which ones are supported by officers, but I just kind of... I think we are in democratic debate.
Madam Chair, we're actually required to do that, and officers are required to be able to give us advice. That's under the Local Government Act. It's an absolute requirement. Barbara's nodding.
Right, okay. So, officers, could you give advice on which of the 12 amendments you support?
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Yep, just give us a minute and we'll get that teed up. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Yeah, and I get criticised for it, but others can do it just like they feel like it, Yeah. Yeah.
Are you giving out worms? Are you? I might need a snake. Why are we doing something about...
Not all good.
So why are we... I don't...
We're all doing any...
Yeah, I know. Smoke signals.
Colleagues, can I just ask you?
That's very nice.
Colleagues, sorry. Just while we're just waiting for the officers, we obviously 25 minutes away from 6 o'clock. What do people want to do? Because we could be here for a while. All right. Okay. Now, Councillor Fern will be leaving at 6. No. You are going to stay?
I will stay, but I do want you to know that this is putting pressure on my family. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So, I mean, the other option
I
is
want everyone to be free and frank, but it's just to be reminded. Yeah.
Well, do you want to adjourn them?
I think you should.
Well, yeah, and look, absolutely, I respect that. I'm under pressure too, but we've got some quite so it's just a bit tricky.
No, I
But anyway,
appreciate
what's the
that.
feeling of the room? What do people? You want to press on? Okay, but we will try and be more disciplined. All right.
There are adjourn and come back to it. Sorry, I don't think we got a chance to make a call on that one, so no, I haven't had time to consider this until they're done. Sorry.
Okay, Madam Chair, are you ready?
That's right. I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to say.
So this, so the question was asked, which of the Councillor Matthews, Councillor Paul amendments, and there are 12 of them, have officer support? Is that correct?
Yep.
Yep.
So amendments 1, 2, and 3 is a no. Amendments 4 and 5 are yeses. Amendment 6 is a no.
You're going to be a planner. You're going to be a planner.
Amendment 7, 8, and 9 is a yes. And Amendment 10 and 11, it's really a political decision. And finally, Amendment 12 is we really haven't had a chance to consider that amendment yet and to be able to provide any clear advice. So that's a no.
Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful. Right. Who wants to ask questions? Or do we not need to? Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, my first question, thanks, Liam, and I know you said no, but there's a couple of whys that I'm interested in. But is the pre-1930s. So let's say we did that and you prepared a district plan on the basis of that, and let's assume that we passed that district plan and then we got all the submissions, etc. My question is, how would you defend that in the Environment Court, given the evidence that we've had that you've given us, based on Boffamuskel and your evidence? How would you defend that?
Through you, Madam Chair, quite simply, we explained council made a decision and it was at a policy level and they removed the pre-1930 character protections.
Do you think that'll be compelling in front of a court?
The MPS doesn't require us.
Well, the reason I'm asking these questions is if you want to put yourself in a position of getting smacked around in the court and costing millions of dollars.
Debate. I think it's for debate. These people are not legal counsel.
I'd like advice from
they are planners, and so they.
Yeah, I think probably how I can answer that question is that the MPS doesn't actually require us to apply those matters, those qualifying matters. So if you make a decision tonight not to, then that's our position in front of the commissioners in the court.
Okay, that'd be interesting. And the other one you said that was political, which is the Gordon Wilson Apartments. I mean, obviously they're not our building; they're owned by the university. How does that be given any effect to?
Well, I mean, it's political if your position is as a council that you want to send a message to the university that it should be turned into student accommodation.
Want to have conversation across the table.
And they ignored that too. So,
Mayor Foster, just remember technical questions. Really, that is a political decision. I will respond to you too, by the way. Okay. Anything else? Right. Councillor Foon, and then. Sorry, Councillor Sparrow, did you have your hand up first? Yeah, sure.
So just on that number 10, note that WCC supports the apartment. Yeah. have we already indicated that support? Is this just noting that, or is this saying that we do support it?
Asking for support.
Oh, okay, because the way it reads, I thought we were just noting that.
Well, it'd be noting that.
Right, okay.
Councillor Foon.
Oh, I'm quite excited by the Our Place engagement. It's with the citywide. Liam, could you just tell me if at the moment we're talking about doing that in Newtown and Tawa, but actually the central city is also going to go under quite an intensification. Would it? How do you feel? How would that feel for you if it was more focused on the inner city as well?
Through you, Madam Chair, well, it's a question of resources, Councillor, and I think the proposal before you tonight is to pilot and road test these two processes. Right. But absolutely, the greatest amount of change, I suspect, will be in the central city area. So it is definitely a possibility that it will be next cab off the rank.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Rush.
Liam, just these walking catchment proposed changes. So what's the rationale for these walking catchments? And I guess I just want to understand what that is as outlined in the NPS to see if the requirements are met by the proposed changes.
Walking catchments.
Ask you to repeat the question.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Councillor?
Yeah, sorry, I was just interested in the changes that are proposed in paragraphs 2 and 3 to the walking catchments. And those changes, I believe, in number 2, Central City was 10 minutes. We've gone to 20 minutes, and I think with our transit stops, it was 5 minutes going to 10 minutes. So just trying to understand what was your thinking around the proposals that you've made, and how do these changes fit in or align with those changes or don't align with those changes?
Okay. So in terms of the first one, the 20-minute walking catchment, so that obviously broadens quite significantly the areas that would be enabled to go at least 6 stories and above. So, and given that we as officers are recommending some character protection is retained and expanded, that also goes very wide. It potentially goes into Vogeltown, as all of Newtown. So there's quite a very large area, being a 20-minute walking distance. Yeah. So on that basis, quite a fundamental change to what you see before you in terms of the spatial plan. And then the next one, yes, you're quite correct. The transit stops for 5 minutes, and really that was based around, I suppose, the level of amenity and the potential for uplift and growth in those areas. We felt that being 10 minutes was too broad, given the amenities that are available around those transit stops.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, 2 questions. One, I just wanted to understand the literal, the way that officers would take the literal meaning of 12, because the way it's written looks as though those are the only people who will be engaged with, and I'm sure that wasn't the intention. Well, maybe Councillor Matthews, you could tell us if that was the intention, because I doubt that it was, but I just wanted to be clear.
I think mainly.
So anybody who is...
Other communities that council has less engagement with about their future housing needs.
Okay, so anybody who is not young, who is not a renter, is not disabled, and are they excluded from the process? Well, yeah, that's the way it reads at the moment.
So
that's why I asked
in other
the
words,
question.
you're just saying it's for everyone, but you want a special focus on disadvantaged
And that will be
groups.
fine. I'll be
Okay.
absolutely fine with that. But it looks exclusive at the moment. And okay, so if you can deal with that, and the wording will be helpful. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it says other communities the council has less engagement with, so it suggests that anybody who they have more council has more
Yeah. How about focused on or something like that?
Focused on is fine. If you can just tidy the words,
Yeah.
that'd be good.
Yeah.
And look, the other question I've got is for officers, which is just the implications of the changes around particularly increasing those walking catchments, given that we didn't consult on those, and I know you've said no, but would there be any fundamental concerns about that in process terms, having made such a significant, what will be a very, very significant change to the shape of the city, which we haven't consulted on in terms of the spatial plan?
Yeah, I think, Your Worship, and through you, Madam Chair, the comments we provided back to this particular proposal relating to the 20 minutes, is that your question?
Oh, it's the 20, well, it's the 20 minutes in particular, but the where we just increased the catchments, because logically what flows from those increases in catchments is obviously an increase in heights in those areas. John, I can see John's nodding, which obviously we haven't consulted on, so I just wondered if you had any particular process concerns about that, whether that gets us into trouble.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously that's your call as councillors, but yeah, in terms of the process, I suppose, as you say, we haven't consulted on that basis, and that would be a surprise to those communities. And as I said, and that coupled with those other matters that I mentioned, that's why we didn't think we, as officers, could support that.
Thank you.
John, can I just follow up on that question? I was just a little bit surprised. I'm really good at walking because I do lots of it, but even I would struggle with getting to Vogeltown in 20 minutes from the central city. Sorry, are you sure that that's the distance that you're talking about? That's quite a long way.
Yes, it is. Look, we just did a very rough assessment. It's not scientific like the recommended walking catchments that we have in the spatial plan, but we just thought, well, what would that look like? So I'm not saying we've got it absolutely right, but it's in that vicinity.
But I presume it would cover all of the inner burbs?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty much,
Thank you.
yes.
Right, any other questions? Right, okay, we'll go to Councillor Fitzsimons to speak.
Now we're into it, are we?
Yep, we are.
Okay, cool.
Oh, yep.
Well, I just wanted to start by acknowledging Councillor Matthews, because she has become a housing activist and a voice for renters and a role model to many on how accessible and responsive a councillor can be. And she has influenced this debate in the same way she's influenced many issues, and particularly she influenced me on user-pays tertiary education, and I think she plays a important role on the left in New Zealand, mentoring and supporting young activists, and we're seeing that here today. You're staunch, you pull no punches, and I want to acknowledge that you have influenced this debate both on Twitter but also within the community. And you are the youngest looking, oldest Yimby. And I guess just the background to this debate and these amendments is that we do have a desperate housing crisis, and local government has failed generations of residents and is responsible for housing shortages facing Wellington now. It's on us. This council has failed residents, and now we need to fix this. We are playing catch up and we need to be bold. And it's this failure of local government and this council that has resulted in the NPS coming in over the top and requiring us to develop a plan which enables the growth we need to house future residents. I'm not prepared to support a spatial plan or a district plan that continues the failure of local government, and I want to see us enable enough housing to be built in Wellington. We have to remedy the historic failure and make more homes built. And I know from my discussions with developers, both those who do large multi-storey complexes, but also those who do much smaller dwellings, that it is just too hard to build a home in Wellington today. I want to see more multi-unit dwellings. I've lived in apartments in Left Bank and Vivian Street and on Courtney Place, and apartment living as a student compared to living in a character house was such a luxury. For the first time, I felt warm at my home in Wellington, and it was a wonderful place to bring up children. 2 of my children as newborns were brought home to our apartment in Courtney Place and lived there until they were 4 years old, and it was wonderful. So I do support most of these amendments because they will mean that we are enabling more homes to be built. They will mean that our city remains compact and accessible, and that housing is concentrated around transport routes and where it is accessible. And importantly, this will increase the buffer, as we know that enabling more homes to be built doesn't actually mean more homes are built.
So is this just the amendment?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm in violent agreement about the high-level policy approach of this amendment, but I do have a genuine good faith disagreement on the tactics around removing all pre-1930s character. I don't support the removal of all of it, and the main reason for that is that during this debate, I've been very clear with the community, particularly those residents in the Paikawakawa Southern Ward, that some limited intact character is of value and it can remain. I was very surprised by the extent of character protection proposed by the officers, and I don't support that degree of it, but I do maintain the position that some intact character in Wellington can be protected. And I'd also point out that the submissions of those who were asking us for an ambitious spatial plan, by and large, support that position as well. So that's why I'll be supporting an amendment later on around this, but I just guess I wanted to say that if these amendments go through, and some which I know are coming, we will be seeing the most radical change in our approach to urban planning and living memory in Wellington. We are shifting the balance away from preserving the past and building more homes in the future, and I do believe that we can solve the housing crisis through the steps that we take today, or certainly play a very important role in doing so.
Awesome. Yeah, I said earlier that crisis is not the time for balance, and that's why I will be supporting most of these amendments. I do support removing the character protections from the spatial plan entirely. I think we have other tools for preserving some of these things that we could maybe, other levers we could pull maybe a bit harder, like heritage. I support heritage. And if this amendment is to pass, then we, as part of the district plan, I think is a place where we can look at whether we've got enough heritage protections. I was really surprised that where I live is not included either in the walking catchments. Because my husband and I looked for almost 2 years, we were very picky about where we wanted to live. And one of the reasons is we wanted to live within easy walking distance of the train station, and we consider that where we've moved to is very easy walking distance of the train station. But at the moment, it's outside of the catchment. We're actually between two stations in Tawa. We can walk in either direction, and it's 10 minutes either way. And I just think, again, it just seems ridiculous that when we specifically selected that location as being easy walking distance to the station, that it's not included in those walking catchments. I also really support the extension of the walking catchment in the central city that will affect the inner suburbs, because one of my guiding principles has been that while I absolutely support upzoning in the northern suburbs, that it's really important for those people in the outer suburbs that what contribution that they're making is fair and comparable to the contribution being made by those who are living in the inner suburbs. So when I think about that and I look at the Johnsonville walking catchment, where there are some parts of the walking catchment that are probably 15-minute walk to the train station, and then a 23-minute trip, that's a 38-minute journey. When I look at Kohupara station, which officers have now proposed to make a 10-minute walking catchment, that's a 10-minute train trip, and a 10-minute walk and a 19-minute train trip. That's a 29-minute journey. So we're saying to these communities who are living out in Johnsonville and Tawa, you know, a 30-minute journey, a 38-minute journey from your door to the railway station, that's accessible, walkable, and we should be upzoning. I think it's perfectly reasonable for us to say that in the central city and inner suburbs, that a 20-minute walk to the edge of the central city area is also kind of fair and comparable to those things. And that's one of the things that I think is really important for those in the outer suburbs who are more than prepared to do our bit. We just want to know that it's fair. I take the point about that these are quite substantial changes, but I would remind everyone that there will be more time for consultation on these. This is not the end of this journey. We will be going from here into the draft district plan, which will also go out for consultation, and we will have plenty of time for these things to be thrashed out and for us, for officers to be able to do plenty of work on exactly where the lines are on the map to represent some of these things. Essentially, from my point of view, the main purpose of the spatial plan is to provide policy direction to staff in drafting the district plan. Therefore, by voting for 1, 2 and 3, I'm providing a very clear policy direction. Maybe that hasn't been completely consulted with the community, but it will be. it will be completely consulted with the community when it comes back as the draft district plan. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about Our Place. I really understand and commend what Our Place was trying to achieve and what officers were trying to do, but I have become increasingly concerned that process could be captured and really become. In other places, those kinds of processes have been captured by those who are anti-development, and I think a few comments and questions that have come up today have really solidified my view on that. The Newtown Residents Association spoke about, they defined it as a zoning exercise when they were talking about Our Place. They called it a place-based zoning exercise. And we've said consistently it's not a zoning exercise, but I think it's very clear that it will be misunderstood by the community and that potentially some people will deliberately try to misunderstand its purpose. And that gives me great concern. So I think while I came in this morning on the fence with concerns about Our Place, I've actually essentially landed at the point where I don't think it's responsible for us to go forward with it in its current form. I'm very concerned that it would actually just do more harm than good. So I will be supporting that change in number 12. Councillor Paul, 10 and 11, I'm sorry, I just don't know enough about them and I don't feel like they're essential to the spatial plan, so I won't be supporting them. Just maybe another time. Can I change your mind? Maybe another time. Maybe you can change my mind.
Briefly speak. So look, obviously I'm not going to support the first two things. I think this is, there's no consultation, there's no evidence on the character protection, and we did talk, I do seem to remember that I heard someone talk about the need for evidence, Councillor Paul. No, just generally that we should do things on an evidential basis. So I think, and really, it would be very divisive, and I think actually the city needs to come together a bit because it hasn't been particularly. In terms of number 2, look, again, no consultation, and also we haven't got any maps. We don't understand, and if I'm being told that I can walk to Vogeltown from here, I'm a bit sceptical about that. This whole thing, absolutely, there does need to be some sharing of the responsibility to make our city better, but I guess, I would say that people in the inner city do their bit by doing their walking a lot, because if you look at our stats, they're obviously better and they should be better. And in fact, one of my constituents was saying that Mount Victoria should be the first car-free suburb. I just thought that was marvellous, except for disabled people and tradies. I think that that's something that could be looked at. Of course, I support anything around accessibility. Councillor Matthews, I did just talk to you on the break around, I get the pragmatism behind it, but this whole thing about encouraging accessible units at the ground floor, one, like it's got no power, and two, again, it just feeds into this thing that, and there'll be all sorts of disabilities where it might not matter which floor you're on. So I'll vote for it, but I just think we just need to be a little bit careful about that. Councillor Paul, the colonial streetscape precincts, well, as you know, that's not within the planning standards, but
Spatial plan doesn't matter.
Given that colonisation is an ongoing process, I'm surprised that you would just restrict it to those older areas and not do it to the whole city. Obviously, look, thank you for doing the stuff around the streams. We have, in the interest of progress, we have taken that away from us. The SNAs, Councillor Paul, I know you're not doing the right of reply, but if you could just come in, I think it would be helpful for you just to talk about this a little bit more. I understand there are some iwi that are comfortable with the SNAs. So if you could just come, that's just my understanding in terms of where people are in the country. If I'm wrong, that's fine. But I think it would just be helpful to address it. Obviously not in the far north at the moment. But look, I will support you on that. If Māori see it as a form of colonisation, then absolutely you have my support. And it's so nice to vote with you on the Gordon Wilson Flats. This is a prime development opportunity, a wonderful heritage building. As you know, I've lived there before. It should absolutely be housing, and it was disgraceful that Housing New Zealand didn't look after it better. And just finally, on the Our Place engagement, a couple of things about that. Look, I'm very happy with the amendment. I think that's fair enough. I would say, though, that don't undersell yourself. I think the renters have been extremely organised and very capable. So I don't. Well, I know, but I think, but that was just one. And there are lots of people who are very, very, very organised. There's lots of young people who look at them, what the work they're doing on the school strikes. The disabled community is doing some awesome work. I would say, obviously, probably we do. Yes, we probably just need some more ethnic diversity in all of these debates. That's something that it does just need to be worked on. But I think that is it is a helpful amendment, Councillor Matthews. I think it just has got a bit problematic. It doesn't mean that other people can't participate. They should, but just sort of saying those people have been marginalised, it's absolutely fair enough. And that's why we'll need the money, because people have complained and said it's a lot. But if you've got people who need a sign interpreter, that costs money. If you've got a solo parent, you might need to pay for childcare. I mean, there's all sorts of ways that you can use the money to reduce barriers, or you might need different kinds of interpretation material. So I am very relaxed about that. So, look, obviously I don't agree with some of these, but some of these I think are really helpful and appreciate the work.
I'll try to go now. I've got so many things running through my head. I want to begin by acknowledging Councillor Matthews as well. You've become my leader on how to navigate my way through making sure that housing is available to everybody. And I really love the way you have been a leader to many people in the community and opened up a debate that has needed to happen. And people have been looking for a way to have it, and you've helped with that. So thank you. So I stood for council because of the housing crisis. I wasn't particularly interested in council. And was asked to stand, and then my why became the reason that I agreed to do it. And the why was that I was working in a school where children were dealing with homelessness and poor housing on a daily basis. And this is the first time in 4 years that I'm able to make a decision that directly addresses this reason that I came here. So for me, it's a very personal thing, but it's really important. And so, of course, I support all of these amendments because they are addressing so many of the issues around housing and why we need to be bold. So as Councillor Condi said, and I support this, the Northern Ward is taking a lot of growth, and I support that as well. It's important that the whole city is able to support our community in making sure that everyone has housing. But I'm concerned that the character protections as they stand continue to block better housing from being done in the city and inner suburbs. So what we're seeing is that, as was said before, that where the greatest character in the city is where the best land is for intensifying. It is where it is higher off above sea level, and it is more resilient. And I think we need to acknowledge that actually maybe that land needs to be more efficient in the future. If there are special features and there are special houses, then they can be protected through heritage. There is already an avenue, and I don't think we need to go further and be protecting things which are sort of, as I said before, just nostalgic. And I just want to also comment on what Councillor Condi said around the commuting. So from the north, the commute is a bit longer, and if the walk is a bit longer, that adds onto it. But we also have to remember that if you're coming in by train, you're actually being dropped off essentially on the edge of the city. And so there is more of a commute even again. So it is a bigger load for people living in the outer suburbs, and I think we need to be mindful of that. But we also need to be aware in the region that that's going to be the same situation. So it makes full sense to me that we're saying 20 minutes in the central city. That is not unreasonable. I know people who live in Brooklyn who walk up and down 150 steps and then up the hill there, and it's about a 25-30 minute walk to their place, and that's not unreasonable, and they're quite happy doing it every day. So I feel like 20 minutes is actually not that bad, and it's as we've heard, it's good for people's health. So to me, this is just common sense, and actually even a 10-minute walk in the suburbs is not difficult. People are doing more than that most days, so I think we can do that with comfort and know that we are doing it for the right reasons. Our place, I'm kind of still unclear as to where that proposal was going, and I think when we're talking about doing visioning with a community, the big question for me still comes with whose vision it is and how long that vision remains relevant to that community, because communities need to change with the people who live there, and particularly in the community that I live in. Gosh, it's gone quiet, eh? The community that I live in, it's a fantastic community for families, but it stops serving people once they sort of leave school. And I know we've got Jackson Lacey here who experienced that when you want to leave home, there's really not many options in Tawa at the moment for housing for our young people who are wanting to go flatting. So. Yeah, so it's a really big problem, but so I want to make sure that voice is heard in Tawa, and so I think I want to see that across the city, that we're actually hearing from young people about why communities might be not including them, but I'm a bit concerned that unless we really understand why we're doing it, then we could end up going down the wrong path. And for me, that our place needs to be very future focused, which is why I think the energy does need to go on the next generation. And yes, it does need diversity in there, but to me it's about the future, so it does need to be weighted towards the people who are going to have to live with the outcomes of this decision and the decisions that we make for the longest. I also support the changing of the name to Colonial Streetscape Precincts, and yes, many of the other parts will also represent that. But I can see that for young people now, a lot of these colonial cottages are becoming a symbol for something that you can't attain, and I think that's a real problem. And we need to be careful that we don't have almost like these trophies on the street, which are like, I can afford to have this house, you can't. And I also want to just speak to the SNAs, because actually. I think it's probably a bit too soon to say that some iwi around Aotearoa are supportive of SNAs. It is very, very complex for iwi, and iwi are all affected differently, because in some places, I mean in Wellington, so much of the land was already alienated that there is really small land holding for Māori here at this point. With RFRs that will change, but for many iwi up north, my iwi, a huge proportion of our land have been designated as SNAs, and in my situation for my hapu, one of the pieces that has been designated as an urupa. So at what point, who says what can be extended, how and where? And I understand that within the rules there are processes that can be worked through for iwi to be able to work through those values, but at this point in time it's still very complex, and for iwi the outcomes could be quite tough around future development. So I think it's actually really important that as a council we stand in support and solidarity with other iwi, and we also at this time take the moment to reflect on the fact that our iwi aren't in this situation where they actually have the land that was theirs. So I think it's really important that we do stand in solidarity around the SNAs. I think that's probably everything I had to say. And yeah, so I'm very happy to support all of these, and thank you both for bringing them. I really appreciate the breadth of knowledge that you've gained through this and that you're sharing this with us. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope we're nearly at the end of this amendment so that Councillor Finn can do her amendment, but you want to just talk to this one now? Yep. Yeah.
Kia ora tātou, yes, and I would also like to acknowledge you, Councillor Matthews, for your amazing advocacy and the way that you've brought a voice to our people that are under the housing crisis, and letting us around this table understand and represent them. So that's been amazing. So all of these amendments, just saying I won't be supporting one. I'm pretty tempted. But actually just coming from Paikawakawa, we've got a strong community, that we've been walking alongside them during this process, and I don't think we're ready for that, but we also won't be supporting the name change, fully appreciate it, but just not today. But I will be supporting the walking catchments. It's a 40-minute walk in from Berempore, and I feel amazing. When I need to feel amazing, I walk into town, because that's what does it. And I think that is why Wellington is so great. So let's enhance that. Particularly for the inner city. Happy to support all of the environmental amendments. They're all great, and especially the Gordon Wilson Flats, great idea, really positive way to show here's an action we can do and do fast. Our place, still thinking about that one, but like where you're coming from, so thank you.
O'Neill.
Thank you. I am in strong support of every single one of these 12 amendments. I'm really excited to support these today and would like to start by thanking Councillor Matthews and Councillor Paul for their advocacy, as well as many of the groups and many of the students and the people that have taken time out of their work days to come and talk to us about housing need in their own neighbourhoods. Walking catchments and places that we might seek to encourage active transport, I would urge some of my friendly councillors here to consider that when we extend walking catchments around housing, we are also increasing the need for infrastructure in that place, Councillor Rush, and so we will be top of the list if we enable housing in the area that we will see further council investment and support infrastructure around housing, which is what we need, right? To quote from Dr. Rebecca Kittle, protecting these areas from development fortifies a society where if you're rich, you can choose to live in town in a standalone home adjacent to a vibrant amenity within walking distance. But if you're poor, your choices are limited and may be limited to places that have less amenity close by and require longer and more expensive journeys to take up employment opportunities. And I think that really does summarise a lot of the arguments that have been going around on the spatial plan here today. It summarises the severe housing inequity that we're living in at the moment. I support the name change as well. And if we're being honest, colonisation is too closely entrenched with councils, and this plan has sought to cataloguing of the colonial villas house by house and street by street of key pre-1930s character areas. But what is excluded from many of these character areas are spaces around Māori identities and landscapes. This is no mistake, as we know that because of the process of colonisation, we have less visible Māori significant natural areas, and we don't get to see this heritage protected in the same way that we do with this current spatial plan. Biodiversity. I'm really excited to support Councillor Paul and all of her amendments that she's got up there. I'm really excited to see how we are able to take care of life-sustaining bodies, our stream network, and understanding our stream precincts throughout the city and the overlay between SNAs and Māori heritage and housing. And lastly, if I would just like to close on, by law, I'd like to remind my colleagues that we don't actually have to have character overlays and that we're in a crisis, and this is a nice to have. And we've heard a lot about famous dead people today and their mark on the world, but I would encourage you all to be good ancestors and reduce the barriers for your future children and grandchildren to own a home in the city.
Speak to. Right, Mayor Foster, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, look, I'm going to start with just saying that it feels to me like people are saying that the only issue here in terms of housing supply is local government's actions, and that's patently nonsense. We've got issues in terms of lack of housing supply. We've clearly got issues about lack of building capacity, and I've got to say credit to the government for the move that it made last year in its budget with providing for more people to be trained in the trades area, because we need that, and you can see that happening in our own projects where we are starting to see things getting more and more expensive because of the lack of capacity to deliver. And then obviously we've got relatively expensive building materials in this country. Very expensive building materials in this country compared to many. We've got issues around insurance. We've got issues around body corp issues. We've got buildings that are being built which are, houses which are being built, particularly in the standalone size, which are more than twice the size of the houses which were being built in the 1970s.
Mayor Foster, how is this relevant to the amendments that we're debating right now? It just seems like you're talking more generally about the housing crisis, which is important, but I think we agreed we were going to...
I'm reflecting on the words you were talking about, housing crisis. You can rule if you like. If I don't say it now, I'll say it again later on, so you can start from the beginning.
I think it's fine. Look, given these are quite comprehensive, if you look at them, I think that's fine. But can I just remind us, it is now 6:15.
I won't take too long with this, but before I get specifically to what's in front of us, low interest rates obviously are a key issue, and then population growth. And I'd like to remind people that the city's actually accommodated 60,000 more people over the last 30 years, and we're more or less expecting the same level of growth as we have in the next 30 years, more or less. Well, 50 to 80 sounds, 60 sounds like it's somewhere in the middle of that number. Percentage terms, it's actually 38% in the last 30 years, and roughly the expectation, if it's 74,000, which I understand is the rough estimate, is 34% over the next time. So it's broadly in the same range. That's the point I wanted to make. Won't be exactly the same, but it'll be broadly in the same range. And look, so in terms of the recommendations which you hear, I mean, I think you know, Councillor Matthews, this is a pretty nuclear option. You know that it will get people, you know, some people go, that's fantastic, and other people it will be absolute anathema to. It does, you know, you started off by saying it'd be great if we've got the heat out of the conversation, let's do the Kumbaya bit now. I'm not sure that this is a Kumbaya amendment. Because it's getting pretty close to the build absolutely anything, absolutely anywhere. And if that's what you want, cool. But you know, that's not what everybody's going to want. But my concern is that what we're then going to be tasking our officers to do is to develop a draft district plan, which is no small task, on the basis of this, with the full expectation that it's likely to be a very difficult process, a much more difficult process than it otherwise would be, and a much more expensive process. I think John McSweeney said to us there, this will be a surprise to many. You betcha it will be a huge surprise, because there'll be areas in terms of those walking catchments which are way outside the 6-storey area, which will now be inside it and with no consultation. The removal of all of those areas was never signalled at all in terms of the heritage or character areas, and the issue will be getting the evidence to support those things. So, you know, we often don't say we don't like last-minute amendments. You know, and I acknowledge that I do some of those. But this, in terms of our process, given that this is a process after the consultation, is to me last minute. And then there's been some comments made about look, there is another way of doing this other in terms of the character of making heritage listing individual buildings. There's actually quite a high bar to do that. And also, it is much more restrictive, because if you do a heritage listing, you are probably listing you're listing the front, the back, the sides, all of the building. Whereas many of these areas, people are actually doing things going backwards, rather than into the back gardens, things like that. And that's making those buildings much more livable. Whereas this will make it more difficult for them. In terms of the actual amendments, obviously, I will not be supporting number 1 or number 2. Because I don't believe there's evidence for either of those. 3, you could probably argue a bit more, because at least you can say, was 5 or 10 okay? But because given that we said 5-minute walking distance, that's what officers advised us. I will go with that. They've agreed with 4 and 5, so I'm okay with that. I will agree with them on 6. I think that's pretty much. You're just trying to wind people up on that one. I think for some people, I don't see a point in doing that. But I am going to support 7. Because I think it's perfectly appropriate to do a stream network map. I've often thought that. It's one of the sadnesses is that we've lost so many streams in our city, and I've always fought to try and protect those we've got. In fact, I've managed successfully to protect some of them in some cases, which has been really good, and I'll certainly back that one. And likewise, it's been long-standing policy, which I strongly support, that if we can daylight existing underground streams, that sounds like a good thing to do. Although I would say that is going to take a bit more space sometimes than sticking them in a pipe, which means that the space which has currently got buildings on it won't be able to have buildings on it if we do it. But I think it's a good thing, and we should be doing it if we can. The biodiversity one, that's absolutely fine to me. And actually, one of the things I was going to say is one of the good things which nobody's really touched on in this spatial plan is we actually do have the SNAs in there, and we have not had protection for indigenous vegetation since the beginning of the district plan almost 30 years ago, 27 years ago. And that was one of the disappointments, is that we did put in some rules to try and protect indigenous biodiversity, and they came out in the hearings process, and that was a disappointment. So I'm delighted that we will be putting something back in there with some good evidence to support it. But I did want to mention something on the Gordon Wilson apartments, because I had the pleasure of chairing the hearing with 2 commissioners on Gordon Wilson apartments when the university said we want to delist it. And the evidence we got was compelling. And the evidence basically said this is a building, and I will quote Maurice Clark, that this is a building which is incapable of being used by anybody for any purpose economically. And what the advice was that we got is that you were going to burn at least $17 million to do this. In other words, you'd be better off knocking it down, starting again, and you get more housing, and you'd still have $17 million in your bank account rather than trying to fix that building. And Councillor Pannett, you said that Heritage New Zealand, HNZ, Housing New Zealand didn't look after it. In fact, they were in the process of spending, in fact, they spent $1 million plus at that time, starting to do the work to try and make sure that it was all good, it was brilliant, and then bits of concrete started falling off the outside because the building effectively has what they endearingly call concrete cancer. So it's a really big ask to fix that, and of course the university doesn't want to do it. So, what they do want to do is to provide a fantastic engineering and science facility, which I think will be great for the city. So I'm not going to support that one, fairly obviously. 11, I don't know anything about how that will work, but my money's on protecting natural environment is really important to me. And 12, look, I'm perfectly happy with having something which says we're going to focus on people who don't normally get engaged with. That's perfectly fine, but I don't want it to be exclusive so that the people who we do normally engage with get excluded because they normally get engaged with. I don't think that'd be the right message to send. But I do think the officers are clearly signalling a concern about citywide engagement when actually what they want to do is do a pilot first. And if you stretch them too far, it might not work. So that causes me some concern.
So I've got quite a bit of sympathy with a lot of these amendments, but I am also concerned that officers have signalled that they have not had time to actually explore what the effects might be. Okay, well, the walking catchments were signalled that I don't know what the actual effect would be, and I actually wonder if we are able to get some advice on the effect of the 20-minute city walking catchment. We already had it, and their advice wasn't that they didn't support it, but I actually do have some sympathy with it, but I just don't know what the effect would be and where it would go, so it would. Would you? Yeah, okay. The SNAs, I also wish we knew a bit more about that, but I am inclined to take the advice of our members that have some expertise in this area, so I'll probably be supporting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, this amendment really goes to the heart of the real debate, I think, on the substantive, despite the 20-odd amendments Councillor Pannett's put in. The real issue here is protection of pre-1930s, in my view, and some of the other issues brought about by the walking catchment. I, first of all, am very sensitive and very grateful for the people we heard today who were championing the retainment of the pre-1930s catchments, and it really showed to me how much they care. And these people have been our ratepayers, our mums and dads, and they have been foundations of the city and should be respected as such. Nevertheless, I also listen to younger people, knowing though, however, that no matter what we do, the road to a house in Mount Vic is a long one that requires a lot of fortitude, discipline and saving and a bit of luck, and will not be realised, unfortunately, by those for probably many, many years. And unfortunately, that's the way it is all over the world, actually. If you want a house, you must save and you must work. You must ensure that you make good decisions and life choices. It just doesn't come to you overnight. I was one particular submitter who, I won't mention his name, but he mentioned all the wonderful reasons why he wanted to live in Wellington. All very, very good reasons, but what I felt was omitted was all the reasons that I've lived in cities. Job. I got a job in Napier, so I went to Napier. I got a job in part of London, so I moved there. So I've moved around. Most people I know move to cities for their employment, but that's just my experience. Nevertheless, I also look at the part of the city that I do live in at the moment, which doesn't have these character protections. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful vista. And I do wonder about the constraints that those owners of some of these houses must face when they want to do some work on, or maybe knock them over, But I would also point out, my dad being a builder, that the average builder these days actually is unable to really find their way around these homes. It does need some specialisation. So anyway, I've been humming and hurrying and up and down and left and right all afternoon. I'm going to leave you guys hanging on that particular one. But what I will say is I'm not going to be. I mean, I have faith in what the officers' work in the walking catchments has done. I do recognise that there is some logic behind what they're saying, so I'm very uncomfortable about moving. I'm not sure if I'll go through all of these, but I'll reserve something about the Gordon Wilson apartments. So I've actually started a dialogue with the university with a view to getting something done. I was a student at Vic House in front of those buildings in 1987, and I'm horrified that we can't do something better with them. So I have started that. I do think limiting the university's choice to making it student accommodation is an error. I think they could make more money out of it in another way, and that would then provide with a revenue source to build more student accommodation somewhere else. I'm confused about some other things. I will talk about the Whaitua Committee that's also looking at daylighting our streams. I think some of the work that you're asking for, Councillor Paul, has actually been run in parallel, if not by our officers, but certainly by the Whaitua team in Greater Wellington. So on that, I think are the key issues that I will leave this debate for now.
Thank you. Can I just make a brief comment before Councillor Paul helps us out? Mayor Foster, I have spoken to Mr Clark. He thinks those wonderful apartments could be saved. Right, Councillor Paul.
I just say don't vote against 10 and 11, which is Gordon Wilson and the SNA designation, just because it doesn't have anything directly to do with council. Because I think the council does a lot of political motions that we might not necessarily have control over, but we signal our support, and it's better than doing a notice of motion on something. So, so yeah, that's all I'd say on that one. But yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Councillor Matthews.
Can I speak?
Oh, apologies. Sorry. I hadn't seen that you wanted
No,
to
sorry.
speak. Yes, of course you can.
Okay. So look, I'm just going to speak very briefly because I know everybody's losing the will to live at the moment, including me. But look, I'm not going to support I'm not going to support any of the members that the officers aren't supporting. We have been out for engagement twice. We did with the growth scenarios, and then we changed our views from that, and then we went out and did on the draft spatial plan, and now we've come up with this. We keep moving the goalposts, and I'm not sure whether we're actually managing to score a goal or we're scoring an own goal, to be honest. I mean, I'm really interested in getting action, and this stuff is not going, it's just going to be even more divisive. We're going to tie everybody up in knots, and we're not going to make the progress that we need to get houses built now. Not necessarily in 10 years' time, when things may well be a lot different. So look, and I think somebody said, it's just, it might be very good in just making these comments and saying, oh, look, we got all this extra housing in, but it's not actually going to deliver the housing. And that's what I'm more interested in, getting housing delivered over the next few years. So and I think we just need to remember that all this is costing money to do, and that's fine. All the development's going to cost money, and the people that are going to pay that money are people who are going to be paying their rates. And I think we just need to think about that as well. They are entitled to have a say. I'm not saying they're the only ones who should have a say, but they're certainly entitled to have a say. And we're ignoring them from this. So, and they are, a lot of our ratepayers are the silent majority in this. So I do caution anybody unsure about the walking catchment. Remember, the walking catchment impacts on the zoning and what type of housing can be built there. And that's and what we're going to do is we are going to have a city that is not what we intended. And it doesn't necessarily produce the affordable homes that everyone's talking about. So as I said, I won't be supporting any of the amendments not supported by officers.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews. First of all, thank you for my colleagues who said kind things to me. I'm feeling very buoyed by your praise, and I particularly want to acknowledge Councillor Paul and actually Councillor O'Neill as our young councillors who, you know, probably in this room, I know I'm the third young councillor in my mind, that, you know, you're actually the people that are most likely to be affected by this plan, and I really am so grateful for the way that you you know, represent to the community that the city is changing, and that, you know, we're going to be more diverse and representative, and yeah, love you guys. So I guess I wanted to come back to the officer advice around amenity, and the reason that I can't have more housing 10 minutes from my train station and only 5 minutes is because we don't have enough amenity in that community, because the people, the amenities will not be expanded until we have the people to use the amenities. So if I think about my local community, I have council amenities, I have a library, I have we have a little town hall, but what we don't have is, you know, a nice cafe, or, you know, like there's actually, you know, a lot of the things we need actually need the population to support them. So the amenity to me to close off the walking catchment is just weird. I'm interested how legal risk seems to only exist for things that support more housing. And I think that's untrue. And I think there are legal risks possibly on all sides of this debate, and I know that there are legal risks by us not, and there are political risks to us not fulfilling our obligations under the NPS, like it or not. That is the rule book for us, and that, you know, so I think this kind of be scared of you know, legal risks it's only one-sided. I want to talk about Kinaperu, because why is it that we're okay with saying 10 minutes of housing for Kinaperu and not for the stops on the Johnsonville line? Like, really, what are we saying? The further the housing goes to Porirua, the more okay, where none of you has objected to Kinaperu. because it's nearly in Porirua. We haven't talked about it. All right.
Can I move a point of order? That's misrepresentation.
No, it
that
isn't.
is certainly, no one's ever said that, and I actually think that's unfair to say that.
Okay, excuse me. Anyway, I'll move on.
Yeah, that's not
the accessibility stuff. I mean, I agree with you, Councillor Pannett. I would like to mandate more, but this is you're normally a fan of using the power that we have to do what we can. So I actually had a motion that said require, and you know, we can't require. So what we can do is encourage, and so I think we should encourage in a big, loud, scary voice, and like with the grumpy, you know, bitchy resting face. I guess I want to I do think that the recommendations from officers on walking catchments were extremely conservative. I don't understand why. They are conservative. 5 minutes does not exist in the NPS. 10 minutes is the starting point, and we are using 10 minutes as our end point. So I don't understand why it was so conservative. And I mean, maybe if we have something that says in 20 minutes you can walk to Vogeltown, maybe I understand that, because nobody can walk to Vogeltown in 20 minutes. So, you know, but we get to go and do all this in detail in the district plan. And actually, a bigger, better consultation process. So if you're worried about not seeing maps, you will see lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of maps. You will hear from lots and lots and lots of people. We will have time to refine this. So consultation or process is not a reason to not increase the walking catchment. I want to make the point that while we've been doing all this lovely consultation and looking at houses and all of the work that's got us to this point, the housing crisis has got measurably, significantly worse, and Wellington is leading the way. We are the capital of the housing crisis. And during consultation, actually, there were a lot of people that asked us to do things like increase the walking catchments. So, you know, this is not new. It is a variation on what we, you know, but there are lots of things that have changed in this plan compared to what we had in the previous plan. Again, no one's saying don't upzone near Kinaparu because we didn't consult on it, you know. So I just think that we use that as a barrier when we actually don't want to build housing. The mayor, I'm kind of confused because you talked about saying this, everybody thinks this is local government's problem and, you know, like this is all our, and then you went on to list how you do not want to use the powers that we have, which is to zoning, and you don't want to zone for more housing. And to be honest, I'm disappointed that, and I think...
Point of order, that's not what I said at all, and so it's misrepresentation. It's a case of how many more and how many areas you want to rezone.
It's political
because
debate.
the whole point of this is we are zoning for more.
To stop using points of order for debate. It's legitimate political debate, and I am disappointed.
Don't misrepresent me then.
I am disappointed in your lack of leadership on the housing crisis. You are the mayor of Wellington.
Point of order again.
The UN acknowledges.
Well, the point of order is that is also offensive. One's misrepresentation, the other's offensive.
Point of order. The mayor keeps interrupting Councillor Matthews. I think. You know,
I'll move on.
Can we just?
I'm going to rule.
I'll move on.
I am going to rule. No, I don't consider it offensive, but can I just suggest that we keep the tone?
I'll move on. That it is easy to do a plan that doesn't enable more housing. If we want to make it easy, we can just stay where we are and we'll get what we've got. And I would describe the nuclear option as what we are doing now, because it is going to blow up in our face when we have not got the housing that we need. You know, we have, already the council is having to reach out to the DHB about housing nurses so we can have bowel screening. You know, we are going to, in so many areas, lose our essential workforce. And, you know, San Francisco and all of these places, they are models of what happens if you don't allow for an affordable city where people can live. Councillor Rush, I guess I want to, first of all, I don't think anybody here asked us for a house in Mount Vic this morning. Like, that's really not what they were asking for. Yeah, but what I would say is that kind of journey of you make good life decisions and you save your money and then you buy a house, that's exactly the problem. That is no longer a viable path because houses earn more money than people. So the houses are exponentially going up in value much more than the people are earning at all, and also not factoring into account that their rents are getting higher. So their ability to save is being further constrained by their rising rents. So this kind of, I understand that 10 years ago you could, you save and you're thrifty, you can buy a house. That is no longer the case, and it is getting further and further out of our reach. First of all, and then the last point I want to make is somehow that this isn't important because it's 10 years away. It's not, first of all, I haven't heard any suggestions from anybody that give us more housing in the next year or two. But, the idea we cannot have the housing we need if we don't zone for it. The only way to make an ambitious plan is actually to vote for some of these amendments, because otherwise it will not be. And our communities will feel let down by our response to the crisis that they are experiencing.
I think we're going to vote for them separately. I think it will just be easier, every single one. I think it would just be, because I know that some were officer supported, and people, but people might still not agree with them. I think just in the interests of democracy, and we'll have records. Right, okay, so is everyone okay with that? And then, look, councillors, I am aware it's 20 to 7. We have been sitting for 9 hours, so we'll take an agenda.
Don't keep talking about it, let's do it.
Right, okay, so number 1.
Should have debated this at the beginning of the...
That's all right. We had to do some other things as well.
We knew this was going to be...
Yeah.
Could have stopped and done this one as soon as he got back, but he didn't come straight back.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So that's lost. Okay. So, sorry. You got to be fast. Okay. So sorry. Number. Do you know how to put it back up?
Councillor Pennant, I got my vote wrong.
Sorry, so you want to change it? Sorry, so
I was meant to vote for removing.
Okay, so yeah, so it's a 9. Okay, that's right. Okay, so it's 9-6. Okay, so number 2, walking catchments.
Can we do it again?
Oh, if you want. If you want to. Yeah. Yeah. All right. In the interest of harmony, let's just do it. If you can, just put it up on and we can vote again. Okay. So number 1 again. Make sure you press the right button.
Apologies for that.
Had a bad night on that one.
It's good.
Okay, thank you. Number 2.
Now I get the red button out.
Okay, so that's also lost. Number 3, walking catchment from all rapid transit stops to 10 minutes.
Oh, you could do yes. Yeah. You need to vote. I don't know, but we've got this one. Oh, so they're okay for it.
Okay, so that's carried.
Okay for the suburbs.
Right, okay. Compensate for your SUVs, council. So, number 4.
That is terrible.
Just number 4. Okay, so number 4. Hopefully this is the Kumbaya one. For disabled people, yep. Yay. Okay, there's number 5. I'm sure we'll have another moment.
Let's have another moment now. Right now.
Number 5.
Oh, no, 6.
Are we on 5?
Number 5.
Oh, this is a...
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I know. That's why the government's got to change the building code. Okay, excellent. Okay, so number 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, please. Come on.
Do both.
It won't go into the district plan.
So that's lost, right? Oh no! Well, you can talk to me about a few things, right? Okay, number 7 and number 8 are hopefully moments of a high agreement, right? It's just all separate, just the way the system's set up.
Just
Yeah, they are. They are all divisions. Right. Okay, number 8. No, they're all individual. Number 8.
What's this one?
Oh, you want some money, Furious?
That was 20 minutes.
All right. Okay, number 9. Sorry, that was carried. Apologies. That was fine. Number 9.
I didn't get it, obviously. Oh, shoot.
Okay, so this. Okay, number 9. So that was carried. Number 10. Oh, it's probably a colonialist. He's an architect. Gordon Wilson. Go for it. Yes, that's the attitude. Housing. Oh, that's carried. Thank you, colleagues. Okay. Housing. Number 11. What about the SNAs? Yep. SNAs, number 11. There you go. So that was carried. Thank you. Okay, and number 12. So, okay, right. Okay, number 12. You do vote, so it's probably quite an important one. Okay, that's carried. Great, thank you very much. Right, now, councillors, I just think we do need a bit of an adjournment. Okay, till 7. Now, actually, hang on, just I think because there's still, so hang on. There's still some quite significant, we can finish it on Zoom if there's anything. There's still some quite significant amendments. So what do people want to do? Well, oh yeah, you can do that. What's happening next Thursday? For this, can we have some officer advice about just in terms of deadlines? Can we do not tomorrow?
Monday.
After Wednesday, have we? So we
Can I
have
just?
on.
When does the press is convenient for the press?
So it's the 30th. No, hang on. Let's just. Yeah. Okay. Right. So Wednesday. Now, who's moving it?
Do you want me to move it?
Okay,
I can
you'll
move
move
it.
it, and Councillor
I'll second it.
will second. All right. So it's a straight majority vote about whether to adjourn to Wednesday.
To the bar.
Well, no. Hang on. One has actually had an accident. Okay. No. Yep. Yes. So if you want to adjourn till Wednesday, you'll be voting yes. If you want to keep going, vote no. Well, I just think we're going to be here anyway, Mayor Foster. Depends where's Right. Anyway.
Where is Mr. Hodgetts?
Yes, I'm here. Who's asking?
Oh, standing order, sorry.
Yeah, it's also.
Yeah, what's the workload like? We should.
You want to know the officers' opinions about whether to adjourn or not?
Yeah.
Sure.
Can we press on, please?
Sorry, we've got. Yeah, and just to be clear, both of our colleagues are ill at home, so let's just be gentle.
Simon's birthday.
No, it's not. He's not well. Right, okay. Okay.
Well, do we need to vote if we're just going to carry on?
No, we do need to vote. We're going to put it to
Could we get, I don't know if everybody heard Liam or Barbara, do you want to give us some advice about how late it's appropriate for staff to go this evening?
That's what I'm asking.
Yep. It's
As a matter of
9:30.
Health and safety or whatever?
Oh, Barbara.
Look, I think the staff, so long as you have a break and they've had a bite to eat, we're here to support you so long as you want to continue. I think the key is how long you're prepared to do that versus adjourning, I understand, until the council meeting next week is what you're...
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right, so obviously there's no debate, so can people please vote? So if you want to adjourn, green. If you want to keep going, red. Okay? No, it's just a straight majority of votes, so 8-7, okay? All right, okay, right, please vote. If you want to keep going, vote red. If you want to adjourn till Wednesday, vote green. Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, a 5-minute break. Go to the bathroom.
5 minutes.
supportive. So let's just try and push this through. Okay.
All right, we've got quorum. Let's keep going.
Mayor Foster, we are adjourning again. Where's who else is supposed to be?
Sarah and Jenny, but just
We have a quorum. Let's go. Right, Councillor Foon.
So first of all, I just really want to thank our communities for contributing on this. And I'm sorry, I am going to have to do my whole, because I can't separate it out because it's all, it's all part of the picture. So basically, look, for me, this is about vision. And the council's got a vision, but actually, frankly, it doesn't get me out of bed in the morning. It is to be inclusive, sustainable, and a creative capital for people to live, work, and play. That's absolutely what we should provide as a council. But I think I want to take a step back and say, who do we attract? Who do we attract to this city? Our amazing people have been telling us this morning, and particularly it's young people, people who come for work opportunities. We've got our creatives, our entrepreneurs, our game changers, our explorers, our thinkers, our debaters. This is a city of solution seekers. Digital whiz kids, startups. This is an exciting city. It's the city with energy of Ngāke and Whataetai. It's a city that is, it should be a city that is created for and enables our young people. It's a capital for our mokopuna. This is what we should be building. The strategies we've just rolled out, Ahotini, amazing, great to hear our creative community come to us and talk to us about what we're doing. We had Massey's, but actually they said, even if you did all this stuff, we're actually still just going to have to move to Whanganui. Our young people strategy, what are we preparing for them? Our climate marches, asking us to do what we can, what are we doing for them? And then we had Guy Ryan turn up with Festival for the Future. It's amazing. The other big city in this island is trying to grab it. And we're lucky. We've got this here, a festival that celebrates the leaders of our future. And actually, when we said to Guy, why Wellington, he said, well, it's great. It's beautiful. It's close to nature, but no one can afford to live here. So... And now our spatial plan, our young people have just come out in force saying our conditions are bad. We've come to be here, but actually we can't stay here, and other places are looking more attractive. We've had a lot of emails signalling that. And we've really had it explained that young people are bearing the brunt of homes that have not been kept up to standard. So I see that we're at a choice. We're at a place where we talk about where we really enable our people and the economic opportunity that comes with that. And that's our young people, our creatives, our essential workers, that we provide housing for people that are struggling and don't have access to it, as we are hearing. Or we lift the rules of protection on a lot of our character housing, which is close to the inner city, which is where many of our young people want to live, work and play. And it meets our climate goals. Much of our housing that we're talking about, the older housing that we're trying to protect, some of it is of low minimum standards. Many of our older structures were built to. As a result, our character buildings are difficult to repurpose because they are essentially past their use-by date. In effect, they need to be replaced and ensure the integrity of the replacement manifests inheritable qualities. That's what we need to look to. So I've come to the view, I didn't start in this position. I moved into Berempore and Newtown because I do love the environment. I too protested the bypass because I love the environment. But actually, and as Councillor Matthews pointed out, the debate on that has changed now. So where I'm at is to lift up and take a long-term 30-year view and recognise the opportunity we have for a new vision for Wellington, to create a city that our mokopuna want to inherit, and to enable an exciting city that attracts and retain our young. That makes me want to rock out of bed in the morning. So, how do we get there? That's where I've come to with, I just really want to thank officers. I do think this is bold. I think what we're doing is amazing, but I do think this is the time about lifting the lid. And so that is why I'm moving the amendment to, along with Councillor Fitzsimons, thank you, to implement the pre-1930s character sub-areas as proposed in the draft spatial plan. So that is the original character areas that were given to us in the earlier version. So just going through the other, and yeah, I think we can do better, and I think that we can view character or view what housing we can make new heritage. This housing isn't going to last forever, and we've got the opportunity to do that. We're a creative cultural capital. We can do that. We've got amazing people who are there saying, let us. So it also doesn't mean letting go of all the character housing. It just means those that are ready to go can now be looked at in a new way and one barrier release, so that we can free up that housing to be repurposed. Okay, so just my other amendments there are really, hold on, I'll see. Yes, so this first two amendments are about leveraging. So basically they're not dissimilar to some that Councillor Pennant has moved, but basically enabling more height if developments include a percentage of affordable housing, outdoor shared space, community gardens, green roofs as part of the district plan review. So that's the officers come back. Request officers to report back to the district plan working group on the benefits of quality design on mental health and wellness indicators as part of the district plan review. So one of the things I want to say here too is that my strategy is to lift the lid as much as possible, but to actually really make sure we're in the district plan about amenity and good design and design panels, and that way we build a city that our mokopuna want to inherit. And also request officers to investigate incentives around common space for community gardens, and then also in the Green Network plan that we look at vegetable community gardens, composting systems as part of that. And then the last one is definitely about the use of design panels and high quality design guides as part of the district plan. So basically, the strategy I'm proposing is lift the lid as much as possible and then have really good design to make sure we build a good city.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Just very briefly, I just want to acknowledge the community, particularly in those areas where there is the character sub-areas. And I think a lot of people were surprised by the increased amount of character that came in the new proposed spatial plan. And even people within those character areas were surprised, including very high-profile Green Party member Julianne Genter, who raised with me that they would have strongly objected to their inclusion had it been previously notified and included. So really what we're trying to do is take it back to the smallest amount that's ever been consulted on. So this is a compromise on character that I think, well, I hope will gain support. And I want to just talk about the reason I want to see this go through as opposed to no character at all, or the current spatial plan. Both Laurie and I have had really, really difficult discussions in our ward. They've been sometimes quite aggressive and very challenging. And people have gone through what I would call a genuine sense of grief about what they think is going to happen to their neighbourhood. But what I've also seen is people shift during this debate, and it's been remarkable how much people have moved from a position where there should be broad character overlays across Newtown and Berhampore and in the inner city suburbs to actually having a bit more of a realistic understanding that we do want to keep some intact, but actually the more we do, the more we're shutting out people from homes that they need to live in. And I've seen genuine principled advocacy by organisations like Generation Zero and Renters United and A City for People that have played a very constructive role in the community at changing people's minds. And the journey that some people have been on has been very obvious for us to see. And people have I've had Newtown residents come up to me and say that they have changed their position during this process. So I think that this is a way to introduce some genuine character protection where it's intact and where it sends a message about New Zealand and about Wellington, but making sure that we don't bring it in a way that is far too broad and is going to stop being homes building. So I hope that you will support this compromise on character, which is the least that we've consulted on.
Hang on. Councillor Sparrow wants to speak, and then Councillor Condie. Yep.
Yep, in the interest of time, it will be very quick, actually, very compelling argument there on number 1, Councillor Fitzsimons. I wish I could abstain. Right. On 2, I'm reasonably comfortable with this, but I am not comfortable with the wording. Do we have to have such as enabling more height? Can we just not have request officers identify incentives if developments include, etc.? I mean, if you want to keep the enabling more height, well, that might stop me from voting for it.
I think that such is, and I think this is a practice that has been done around cities around the world. So, yeah. And especially now that we've, haven't got the height limits.
Okay. Councillor Condie.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the bits that are in these amendments around the importance of amenity and good design in new builds, and we've heard that consistently from the community as where we're putting in new buildings, we want it to be great design, and I appreciate the thought that's gone into that. And for me, it's really important if I'm going to look at things like amenity rules, like protecting sunlight. When we introduce things like sunlight rules, we reduce the development capacity of a site. So for me to be able to support those, I actually need to do more upzoning at this stage in the spatial plan and know that we've got lots of development capacity up our sleeve, so that when we come to the district plan and we start putting in these amenity rules that will restrict development capacity slightly, I don't feel worried about it. I want to be able to support those wholeheartedly because we know that our community really want great wellness and good design outcomes. So I appreciate the balance of those two, where you're offering more development capacity and the design that we're looking for. And I guess I just as well say it's very common in other cities to have enable more heights in some developments if they meet certain design guides. It's a very common practice. And as you say, since we're not we're not removing the height limits in the central city, this is one way where a developer would be able to come back and look at providing extra height in exchange for good design, which is what this is about, right? More housing in exchange for some good design. So I'll be wholeheartedly supporting this and thanking both councillors for bringing it to the table.
Any other speakers? So can I just briefly speak? Councillor Fernlock, I'll support you on 2 to 6, so thank you. Obviously, always wanting to support green roofs and outdoor space and all that sort of thing, and any action on waste that we can take is really important. We didn't deal with that so well in the 90s, and that horse kind of bolted a little bit on some apartment buildings. I will just get you to think maybe a little bit about 2. According to the developers I've spoken to, it's the building, the height, which really adds to the cost, because then they've got to be seismically resilient. And then if you're then trying to give a few concessions, I'm just raising it as it is quite a complex thing to have to deal with. But I'm happy to do that. And I'm happy to enable more height, that's fine. What I just didn't like before was the unlimited one in a very, very earthquake-prone city. I think, obviously, just 2 more comments. The character has obviously been very problematic. It would probably be helpful to define it, and certainly I would be more than happy for it to be expanded to other kinds of areas, because character is quite a broad concept, so it doesn't have to have anything to do with heritage. And look, just my last point, I guess I'm just a little bit worried that people are just being told they're going to get affordable housing in the inner city, and I just don't see how that's going to happen. So, because of these lot sizes, because of the value of the land, so I think it will be useful to get some more advice and evidence from the people who are doing the building. Right, anyone else? Mayor Foster.
Just quickly, I mean, obviously, I'm going to support 3 to 6. I won't support 1. Obviously, don't need to carry on with that discussion. But 2 is the one I just wanted to mention. I'd be interested in, I should have asked a question of officers of this one, but when we actually thought about doing something very, very similar under the current district plan, about saying, look, we'll give you extra height if you do A, B or C, because it's effects-based, they would just be able to say, well, because you were going to give us that extra height, we'll take that anyway, and we don't get it. So I'd just be interested in some advice as to whether, in fact, that is still a problem or whether there have been subsequent changes to the RMA which make it no longer a problem.
I think it's a legitimate question. No, you don't want to? Okay, you can... Okay, all right.
Sorry, officer's going to give us advice when? It'd be useful to have advice before we vote rather than after it.
Liam, can you just quickly give a bit of advice about that?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just to answer the Mayor's question, we already have a negotiation point with design excellence. It's not as specific as this recommendation has been worded, this alternate motion, but we already do negotiate using additional height when you get excellent design outcomes. This is just adding a few more layers to that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I know you can give us a guided tour. Right, Councillor Rush.
Question for Liam as well. Liam, in my work with officers in the Whai-Toa Committee when talking in the water-sensitive urban design space, a similar sort of approach. There was going to be some sort of possibility to reward with green design if there was a good water-sensitive urban design that took a load off the network. I mean, I'm not proposing that it needs to go in there, but is that a train of work which is still continuing?
Yeah, John can add there, Sean.
Yeah, certainly are considering that, and would be a requirement around things like stormwater neutrality to ensure that if a new development comes along, it doesn't add to the runoff from a site, or that there is some containment of that before it enters the network. So, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Edel, do you want to do a right of reply? No. Okay. Now, do people want to take these separately? Probably number 1 separately, then, but 2 to 6 together? Yeah. Or would you rather not? That's okay. That's okay. 3 to 6 together, and then 1 and 2 separately. Is that okay, Heidi? Oh, Sean. Sorry, Sean. Okay, right. Number one. Right, that's carried. Number 2. Okay, that's carried. And then 3 to 6. Gary, yeah, it's just not working for you tonight. Oh, Councillor Calvert. Okay. No. Okay. Okay. No.
Councillor Wolf, can you just show us your hand again, please?
Is it like this?
That was up.
Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, we are like 3 amendments, a set of amendments away. Right, so do you reckon we can even get this done in 10 minutes? So Councillor Foon could at least be here for this one? Yeah? Yeah, okay, right, let's go.
Excellent. Boom. Okay. A lot of these amendments are noting amendments because I think it's wonderful that we have a compromise position around the around 88 hectares, which was what we went out to consultation with on character precincts. I personally still think that that might still be more than would be justified in terms of providing exemptions to. And so I just wanted to note that as part of the process going forward into the district plan, that staff are going to have to conduct a cost-benefit analysis, which Councillor Matthews asked about during question time earlier in the week, and they've acknowledged they haven't done that yet. So cost-benefit analysis is still to come, and I think it's really important because, and I've also asked staff to make sure that when they do that cost-benefit analysis, they look at it suburb by suburb or in smaller groups, not right across the city, because areas like some areas of the city, the costs of this are going to be high. This exemption will be higher than others, because it's the cost of this is what the development capacity you're giving up. The houses you could have built, but you can't build because you're going to exempt the character areas. And in some parts of the city, there will be greater development capacity being given up than in other parts of the city. And in a similar way, I think in some ways, some of the parts of the city, the benefits may be higher. For example, I actually think the benefits of character protection around or near or between heritage listed buildings is actually of pretty good value because it enhances the heritage, whereas in other areas it may still have benefits, but those might be less. So there's work to come there. I think it's really important that we note that the MPSUD doesn't actually require us to exempt all of the land that meets the criteria for a qualified matter. So it is a policy question, and we will have to come back to the cost-benefit analysis to see whether these character exemptions continue to stack up. And that as a consequence of this analysis, we may be seeing changes later on. We're also asking that a couple of amendments around the issues in Johnsonville, and as we've discussed a lot during the week, Johnsonville has already had the experience of the MDRA process, the medium density residential areas. And in Johnsonville, when they did that, they actually already established a 10-minute walk-in catchment in that area, and that went to the Environment Court. So we're just number 4 here is just to request officers to develop additional evidence where the proposed walk-in catchment goes beyond where the MDRA walk-in catchment is, because I think it's important that we have strong evidence there. And when we went to look at how much those areas have been walked, there wasn't perhaps as much evidence there as we would like. So it's just acknowledging that we are extending beyond the MDRA walk-in catchment. We are going to have to bring a greater degree of evidence to support that, and there are concerns in the community about that. So but I think we agree that that's really a matter for us to deal with again during the draft district plan, where you're getting down to the level of kind of tweaking the edges of the walk-in catchments. That's not really a thing we want to be doing today during the spatial plan. We've had a long enough day already. And we also wanted to request officers are going to look into the provision of open and green space in Johnsonville. It's another area the community have been really concerned about, that with the MDRA we actually haven't been supported for some of the infrastructure that is needed to support that, particularly the green infrastructure. So that work is going to happen as well. So we really appreciate officers moving forward on that. And then if Hayley, you can see that we've added 6, which is going to be probably the most controversial. Which is, again, this is kind of a compromise position. We tried earlier for a 20-minute Central City walk-in catchment. Maybe we can have a kumbaya moment over a 15-minute Central City walk-in catchment. I think, I'll admit, I was a bit cross that it seems to be all right to increase the walk-in catchment for the mass rapid transit stations to 10 minutes. But we can't actually ask people who live in the inner suburbs to walk a little bit further. And this is the frustration that people in the outer suburbs continually feel during this process. I can't express to you enough. That Johnsonville in particular, but Johnsonville and Tawa, they have been pulling their weight and they just want it to be fair. And when we see a motion like that goes through that says, okay, Whārangi Ward, you guys can have 10-minute walk-in catchments along the Johnsonville line. Takapu Ward, you guys can have 10-minute walk-in catchments along the Kapiti line. That's great. I support that. Let's do it. But no, actually, the Central City, they can't walk that. They can't walk a bit extra. That's not okay. It's really, it's really infuriating. And our community will feel infuriated by that as well. So I did want to bring back this an option for a 15-minute kind of compromise to the walk-in catchment to acknowledge that, you know, it is possible to walk a lot further in the Central City. We are trying to make it comparable to the extent that somebody from Kenepuru might have, you know, a 30, 35-minute journey into the edge of the city. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask people to be expected to walk 15 minutes to the edge of the city centre zone. It's really, I think, an incredibly important thing, and I'll come back to the point I made on Councillor Foon's amendment, which is, I think, if we want to encourage amenity and good design in the district plan rules, we have to make sure we've actually got enough development capacity up our sleeve to do that. And this is another way for us to extend the walking catchment slightly so that we are going to see create greater development capacity in the central city. And as we said during the debate earlier, this will go for consultation because it's going to come to the draft district plan. And really the decision about whether it's 10 or 15 or 20 is more of a policy decision. We can develop evidence about what 10 minutes looks like, but whether 10 minutes is the right number, that is an appropriate decision for politicians to be making. So I would ask you to support this compromise position of increasing it to 15 minutes.
Right, Councillor Day, you'd like to speak? Right, anyone else want to speak? Oh, actually, I do want to ask a question of officers. Yeah, Liam, just about the cost-benefit analysis, I never like them. They don't help on roading projects. Yeah, very neoliberal. So how would that actually work around character? How would you sort of do that, quantify values around character or heritage?
You don't have to quantify it based on money. It can just be under the merits.
Yeah, look, it's so you don't have to necessarily quantify it on value, monetary value. It's basically quantified on merits. So at the moment, the Section 32 would require us to do that. We're not in a position to do it at this stage.
Okay. Number 5, I presume you've already reviewed that provision, or you're going to? Around Johnsonville, absolutely, it should have it. Okay, I'll just, sorry, Liam, has it been started?
Yes, it has.
Yeah, okay, so basically it's being, but you're just making sure that it's done. Do you want a report back date, like by October, or, okay. And John, if no problem with walking, love walking, but it's just the implications for building. So Central City, 15 minutes, what kind of estimate would you have about then how big the zone is for...
You mean the extent of the area?
Yeah.
Well, we're doing...
We could show you what that might
We're doing some quick work now. We're only just finishing it, but I don't think... Is that going to be helpful for councillors to see it?
Would it be somewhat similar to what would be required if we were to have mass transit? It would be slightly bigger, I think, but not a huge amount bigger.
Okay, so maybe we'll keep going, but it would be interesting to see that at some point, definitely. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Mayor Foster.
Simple question, which is, which ones of those are you comfortable with? Because if they're notes, I'm assuming that means you would have done them anyway. So could you just tell us which ones you're comfortable with? And also with 5, absolutely comfortable with doing that. The only question I'd ask is whether you think, given that we've identified Tawa, Johnsonville, Central City, which we've already provided for in terms of budget anyway, and Newtown, would you be thinking you'd need to do the same thing for those other ones, the 4, which are the first cabs off the rank, if you like?
Yeah, look, the ward councillors, I think, the 2 councillors, Condi and Day, that put this together has asked for it for Johnsonville, just specifically for Johnsonville, but we're doing it citywide, Your Worship. So we've answered from 1 to 5 that officers support Councillor Condi, Councillor Day amendments.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Rush.
Liam, I know you probably can't answer this. I'm just interested to know what's the 15-minute, where's the Central City start, and where would 15 minutes take you if you're going east or south or west?
You want to answer?
Oh, look, yeah, I can just loosely, if it gives you a sense, just to the top of the Brooklyn Hill down to McAllister Park, Adelaide Road. Am I looking at the 15? Yeah, 15. Yeah, it is 15. Charles Plummer Park, if you like, right up to the town belt to the east and to the west, the Botanical Gardens, and it right up to Aro Valley.
But but could you just put it in a context where there are buildings rather than nice walkways?
Well, I think that's just the town, the extent of the town belt's probably the best description.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, please.
So, I was just going to say, where's that going from, Liam? Is there a central point where is that Taro Park or something like that?
The edge of the central city, including Adelaide Road.
So you're talking about Courtney Place, or you're talking the end of Lambton Quay?
No, it's just a whole zone.
It's the central city zone.
Okay,
So,
gotcha. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes,
Anyone?
me.
Oh,
I do.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
When the cost benefit analysis is referred to, what is that? What does that cover?
So it's sort of called the policeman. It sort of keeps us in control and make sure that we, firstly, we've got to consider whether it's a relevant resource management issue. And then we've decided that it is, that we look at the options and, that we do a cost benefit analysis around what that looks like. It's not necessarily a very highly economic process, but it could be used. It just depends on what the issues are. So, I mean, yeah, it's prescribed under Section 32 of the RMA.
I don't know that myself. So, so does it cover things like infrastructure upgrades?
Yes, it would. Yeah.
So is that the sort of thing that you would factor in? Because obviously you've made, we've got some high level sequencing of when some of this intensification can occur and where it can occur. And that's obviously based on infrastructure upgrades. So would this impact potentially throw up information that might impact on that sequencing and overall costs?
Well, that would be part of the consideration, yes. I mean, we've got to take quite a broad assessment of costs and benefits. So we've got to look at what impact enabling development in a certain area might have in terms of economic growth, what impact it has on employment, what the costs and benefits are, and what the risks of acting and not acting. And all of that includes, obviously the cost in terms of provision of infrastructure.
Okay. When was the last time you did such an analysis?
Last time I did a district plan review or a plan change?
No, a cost benefit analysis.
Last time I did a plan change, which was...
No, a cost benefit analysis. I don't.
It's part of a plan change process. We have to do a cost benefit analysis.
Mm.
I've done quite a few of those.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not questioning your professionalism there. I was just curious how often. I just thought it was let's say relating to the district plan.
No problem, Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Councillor Young.
Councillor Sparrow and I have no idea what number 2 means.
Well, I have some idea.
Oh, you have some idea. Can we just have it in plain English, please?
I can't hear anything.
Councillor Young and Councillor Sparrow were just asking about the meaning of the motion of item number 2. Would you like the officers, or are you happy for me to address that in right of reply?
I can do it very quickly.
Okay. Do you want to do it right now? Okay. We've done the evidence base to look at the qualifying matter of character, and Bofema School and the staff have looked at the evidence and they've said, okay, we could possibly justify up to 122 hectares. We're looking at 88 hectares. The point of this is just to say that just because we have evidence that something can be exempted due to character doesn't mean we have to exempt it due to character. So the MPS does not require us to exempt land that may meet the qualifying matter of character. So it's just saying that actually there's an option and there's another layer of policy analysis we have to do beyond the intactness of the character, which is what's been done so far.
Can I just ask officers a question related to that? Because we do have a requirement under the MPS to consider all the Section 6, Section 7 issues under the RMA. So that is a requirement. The judgment is how much we do, but it is a requirement to consider those. Is that correct, Liam?
Yeah, it is, Your Worship, but character isn't one.
Well, I suppose, yeah, there's always this moot point as to whether it's character or heritage, but, you know, it's fine grained. Yeah, thank you.
All right, is that all the questions?
Sorry, I've got another question.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, just on that number 2 again. So is that only referring to character, or are you talking about all the various criteria that makes up a qualifying matter? Which I don't know off the top of my head.
Look, Councillor, the point in officers agreeing with that statement is Councillor Condi and Day are just stating a fact. So,
right.
You know, and that's why we have no objection to it.
Okay, so it's a bit of a useless amendment.
Possibly, that could be, yeah, possibly not the best choice of words, Councillor Cover, but
Okay,
Councillor Connie
sorry.
will respond.
It's 7:39 p.m.
Oh, sorry, just about basically all of them, because they're notings of fact.
Yeah.
Can we put them?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, actually, hang on, sorry. So 1 to 5 and then 6 separately. One to 5 first, 6, and then we'll do 6 separately, okay?
So is 5 a request or noting, given that the officers have said that they are already doing it?
I think it's just making sure it's clear from councillors that work is done. It's very important, very important. So, okay, so 1 to 5, that's just what we're voting on at the moment. Oh, Calvert, Wolf, Sparrow. Oh, I did. Sorry, I just thought because it's.
So are you voting on them all together?
No, 1 to 5, 6 will be done separately.
Sorry, councillors, you may not have 6, but it's been emailed to you. So 1 to
Yeah,
5 was
I've
on
seen-
the hard copy, and 6. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, right. So you're putting your thumbs up or down, Councillor Wolf? Okay.
Have we had a debate?
No, we have. We didn't feel we needed to
clarify.
debate it.
Oh, because I did want to make a comment. Sorry, I was a bit confused.
Where was the right of reply?
It's been put
We just had we just had questions, and then next minute we're voting.
Yeah, I did ask. I think
I probably didn't hear you.
It has been put.
Yeah, I'm voting for 1 to 5. Sorry.
1 to 5.
I'm debating myself.
Well, you can. Like you need to do.
Yeah. Well, given that I was, haven't been able to speak to them. Oh,
Sorry,
okay,
sorry,
I'll
just listen.
support them.
Sorry, Councillor sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay.
I'll do it.
That's voting for it. Okay. Right. Okay. Number 6. So that. Oh, sorry, that's carried. Thank you, except for Councillor Young. Increase the walking catchment for the central city up to 15 minutes, and yeah. No, you're not getting another tunnel. Right, thank you. All right, that's done. So that was carried. Right, Mayor Foster, you have got one. Oh, now, sorry. We just need to talk about a process issue. So, I'm sorry. Okay, good. Take care, Laurie. Well, no. And we will behave with propriety. Right. Okay. So can we just? I just want to talk about the last bit of the process. So, Mayor Foster had an amendment around Te Motu Kairangi, and then councillors Calvert and Wolf I'm very sorry, I should have asked for officer advice. They can't actually move their amendment now because they moved the procedural. It's possibly a rule that we need to change. I think it's a bit over the top, really. It's a bit unreasonable. So
people do need to learn the standing orders.
Oh,
It's been like that for a long time.
Anyway,
Can I just speak? Actually wasn't going to move a procedural motion. It was the chair that suggested that I should. So if I'd known, it wasn't an amendment. So I actually think I think morally it's unfair. I'm just saying.
Look, I was just trying to find a way through because we just weren't sure what we're going to do. Now, what we're going to do is get Mayor Foster and Councillor Rush to move it pro forma, and then I will let you speak first, okay?
Well, I mean, you're the chair, but secretary, I just think it's completely unfair. Iona, you're the one who said to me, I didn't even suggest a procedural motion. You suggested it to me.
Because you wanted to finish the meeting, right, Mayor Foster?
I requested something from you. That was all.
As a way through it, because we're going to end up having a debate anyway, and Diane's going to lead the debate because it's her amendment. Is I would suggest maybe we relax the standing order on that, and I'm happy to move accordingly.
So how do we do that? Because we were told that we were told
this particular one for this particular one.
We were told that we had to do it at the start of the meeting. Of course, otherwise I would have done it.
Well, you can do a relaxation at any time.
Standing orders during the meeting, because otherwise we could just do that all the time.
But you could move it. You could move it for them.
No, I'm going to. We're going to move forward anyway.
Hang on, just wait. I just want to absolutely triple check that we can't just relax just for this once, okay?
We allowed you to change your vote, Iona.
No, that was a standing order for that.
One minute.
Oh, just about, we're just going to take a second.
Let's shift the meeting to the Infrastructure Committee. Want to finish this tonight?
With the leave of the meeting, we could relax that particular standing order, but it means to allow Councillor Calvert to move the amendment she has been working on. We can't change the standing order now. Right. What's the feedback from the council?
My feedback is that councillors who have been on council for more than a traineum should know the standing orders, and so.
Councillor Day, can I just suggest that actually isn't particularly helpful? Just to raise it.
Excuse me, but that is it's.
Councillor, I think. Yeah. Okay. No. I just want to know yes or no whether the leave is given. I'm happy to. I just don't think. Yeah, that's the question that we need to address. Well, okay, we're just all trying to get through this together. Okay, so are we going to give the leave? We are. Thank you very much for being so collegial. Right. Now, Councillor Calvert, Mayor Foster, do you still want to do your Te Motu Kairangi?
Well, Te Motu Kairangi is very, very important to me, but my officers advised me that the wording that I actually want is already in the main document, so I don't need to put it in the summary document, and they will update the summary document accordingly.
I think that would be wise to leave as is. Right, Councillor Calvert and Wolf, you may now introduce your amendments, and then we will have questions from officers, and then we'll have debate, and then we will vote, and then we will put the Ford program on the table, because actually it's... No, we don't need to do it today because it's actually got some errors with it. We'll do it next time, and then we can do the karakia, and then we can go home. Right. We're nearly. This is the last. Oh, you haven't responded to my amendments, my 12. All right, but officers agree with most of them, so hopefully it'll be okay. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to speak to the amendment. So the first one is about the Johnsonville train line, and that, and just noting that the rapid transit stops have not as yet been formally identified. I appreciate the officers' commentary on this, but it's very clear that in the even Greater Wellington Regional Council have not as yet identified the rapid transit stops on their on the various train lines. So this is just noting that that's still a piece of regulatory work that is required. The second one is, which does have officers' approval, is for them to report back on the ability and capacity of the Johnsonville train line to support planned potential population growth. Because and even now, as the walking catchment has been extended without any thought to the consequences of whether the public transport system can actually cope in terms of the train line, or even any consideration given to any infrastructure requirements. But nevertheless, this is about the capacity and ability of the train line. The third one is about requesting officers to report back as part of the LTP program of work on for the next triennium on requirements to bring forward the infrastructure investment for Karori, with a view to upgrading that work, or that work commencing within 10 years. If you would have seen the sequencing, Karori is at least 20 years away from any infrastructure investment, but yet it's one of our largest suburbs. A lot of the community are open for further intensification, and it's a suburb that actually would really benefit to help growing their own commercial activity. In fact, part of their visioning that they did a few years ago was to turn the suburb from dormitory to daytime activation and having a daytime economy that's sustainable. My fourth one is it's probably similar to the amendment of councillors Condi and Day, but it's about the Johnsonville walking catchment area. And whilst Condi and Day requested further evidence about the additional areas that have been added in over and above what was designated under the MDRA, I think it's important to note that this matter went to court. So at the moment, you've got the legal definition of what the walking catchment should be. So I think that's the one that should stand. If it needs to extend, then yes, use the evidence to extend it. But at this stage, it should be in place, and we shouldn't be changing that unless we had the evidence to support that, which and this is what this amendment is saying, is to actually remove those areas that have been put in against the environmental court decision. And the fifth amendment is about going back and looking at the new suburb of Ohariu on rural land. That was previously identified in our growth scenario work that we did, and also to enable extensions into areas of the housing in Horokiwi and Takapū Valley. And I know this, officers will tell you about the feedback. The limited feedback was generally it didn't meet favour, but I would say that part of that was because of the questions that were asked of the community or across Wellington. And I'll read you the questions as part of the growth scenarios. The two questions were asked: I support expanding the city into rural areas, even if it means more people will drive and produce carbon emissions. That's not necessarily correct. The other one was, I support significant investment in infrastructure to create a new suburban centre, even if it means less money available to invest in existing suburbs. So it was either one or the other. So, and so I believe that the feedback that we got from those growth scenarios, if you were asking community feedback now, you may well get a very different take on it. And it was well before the MPS, and it was well before this current spatial plan before us. So that's probably the rest of the information I've provided to you as well as background previously.
Does anyone have any questions? Mayor Foster.
For consistency, I'm going to ask officers for their views on whether they support or don't support these and the reasons why.
Thanks, Your Worship, through you, Madam Chair. So, officers' position on Councillor Colvert, Councillor Wolf's amendments, we have a no for the first one, a yes for the second, and the rest are no's. I've got Andrew here to talk through one.
Thank you, Liam. Councillors. So our view is that as number one is written, it's not technically correct because there are a number of regional documents that have identified the Johnsonville train line as a rapid transit service, while recognising that, of course, the controls around land use is a council decision under the RMA.
Okay.
And can you give us your rationale for the ones that use the other three, 4, 5?
Especially 3. Can you tell us why you don't support that?
Probably because it's very expensive.
Well, the way, councillors, the way that reads is if you want us to report back just prior to us adopting this LTP, I think either the intention is in the period from which you adopt the LTP to the period where you start to consider and perhaps adopt the 2024 LTP, you want us to come back with some further work. So for clarity, we've had some advice internally that that's simply not on the work program for Wellington Water, and it's certainly not on our work program. The other complicating factor is the detail that's sitting in that request. It has quite complex consenting related impacts. And that in itself is very difficult to determine and report back with any real clarity until those consents have been worked through and issued.
So just, Liam, just to finish this off, effectively what you're saying, well, there's obviously a lot of complexities there, but is part of what you're saying that if we do ask for this work to be done, something else doesn't get done?
Well, that's right. That's a capacity issue there, Your Worship. Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. And the rural one, I would imagine you're reasonably clear on, but it'd be good to get your advice just on the rationale behind that.
So, councillors, that really goes back to my earlier point, where council in choosing its growth scenarios chose a compact growth scenario, and this is reintroducing that conversation. Now, I would have thought in this particular instance, putting aside the capacity ability for officers to actually complete this work, that council and officers just are uniform in their understanding that that is not a chosen growth scenario for the city.
And 4, final one, which is obviously that's a detail one, but
4?
Yeah, the detail around.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So relating to the catchment area.
No, 4 is the catchment and the Johnsonville walking catchment area.
Yeah, that's the type 4 type 4. I think our position there is that we've put forward our walking catchment evidence to you, and therefore we're not supporting that particular one.
Cool, thank you.
Well, actually, yes. I'm sorry I missed the answer, but could you please explain to me your reasoning around number 4 and the walking catchments? Yeah. So
sure.
You don't support it.
Yeah. Jono will try to answer that.
Yeah,
Kia ora, councillors.
This was raised by a few submitters, so I'd like to understand.
Kia ora, councillors. My name's Jono. I've worked with Orla on the walking catchment analysis leading up to this. I wanted to just establish that, as you will have known from previous discussions, we went through a process to update our walking network to include a number of additional parts of the network that were not in our previous network data sets from 2010. In that, we included things like underpasses, uncontrolled crossing points, and an integrated slope gradient into that. For the use of the walking network in Johnsonville, we provided a consistent approach as we did in other areas, which does mean that if there were roads that didn't have a footpath but had residential properties on that road, we still included it with the assumption that people who live on that road do walk that road, whether there's a footpath or not. As for the motorway underpass, likewise in other areas of the city, we have used those underpasses as pedestrian infrastructure within the network, and so we have done so here as well.
Thank you.
Rush.
Thanks, guys. Just a couple of clarifications on 5 again. So, I mean, I'm not that familiar with the area, to be honest, but is this a greenfield site that has been excluded as a consequence of the 2017 survey, or is it? I mean, is it owned by a developer?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, it was excluded through the 2019 work as a growth scenario. It's a collection of fragmented rural blocks, and as I said before, Horokiwi was also firmly consulted on and unanimously really encouraged not to be included in the growth area from memory. And that's why they culminated in the compact scenario that council chose, and therefore that's why officers are not supporting it in this instance.
Okay, thanks. Understood. And just on number 1, it's similar to actually where we started the day talking about let's get Wellington moving and the sort of the objectives and balancing, but it still needed to come back to council. As I had understood it, it's up to the territorial authorities to determine what constitutes a rapid transit stop rather than, for example, a Greater Wellington or a regional sort of group. Is that correct?
So rapid transit stops, there's, it's for the city and the region to work together on whether that fits into that category. Regarding the Johnsonville line, the train stops at all the stations. So if the line's in, then the stations are in. It's fairly simple. It becomes more complex for some of the bigger lines, like up Tawa Way, where you've got some express services, and particularly further north. So I think that's where some of the discussion is still to be had.
Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Can I just ask just another couple of questions on Karori? Look, I heard the answer, but 20 years does seem like a long way away. We can't do any better than that if we had more resources?
I mean, through you, Madam Chair, just to answer the question, 20 years relates more particularly to perhaps a solution for Karori. I think the intention of the amendment before you related to can we accelerate the planning work and advise council accordingly. In this stage, we don't have Wellington Water in the room. We're unable to provide any advice whether that's possible or not, but it's a good question to ask them at perhaps one of your quarterly updates when they're reporting on their progress as a CCO.
Okay, thank you. Right, any other questions?
Can I just...
Yes, go for it.
Can I just ask a couple? First one, back to the Johnsonville train line. The MPS is very specific about rapid transit stops, not the rapid transit line. So can officers just clarify that again, given that Greater Wellington Regional Council have not as yet defined its rapid transit stops?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. So when we looked at rapid transit stops, they're defined as any point where you access the service on the rapid transit line. And as at a regional level, the Johnsonville line was defined as rapid transit. The conclusion was that the rapid transit stops, all the stations on that line were also rapid transit stops.
Whose conclusion was that?
From staff.
From whose staff? Your Wellington City Council?
That's right, Councillor. Yep.
So we haven't had anything from Greater Wellington Regional Council defining the rapid transit stops.
That hasn't been put into any formal regional documents.
Yeah,
as far as I'm aware.
my understanding, that's what's required.
Sorry, is that a question, Councillor, or?
Yeah, that is a question. I'm just asking you. That's my. Is that not your understanding that it's something that is required for them to put that into writing?
In order to determine if we are using rapid transit stops in our district plan, based on the NPSUD, no, it just has to meet the definitions in the NPS for urban development. The only link to stops in that direction is for proposed stops. So proposed stops become relevant when they are listed in the regional land transport plan, but that applies to proposed, not current stops.
Okay. Any more questions, Councillor?
Yeah, just one more question, and that's on the Karori. So it's officers saying that during between 2021 to 2024, that you cannot come back to, you're unlikely to be able to come back to this council explaining what's the infrastructure investment required for Karori to enable intensification.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's just not an answer we can provide you tonight because we haven't asked the Water Authority whether it's possible or not. There's been an amount of money put aside in the LTP for a whole program of work, so this isn't one of them. So as I said, it's probably more appropriate perhaps to ask the question of Wellington Water when they're next in on their quarterly reporting.
I actually have some information on that.
Okay. Yes. Well, no, I mean, just very quickly. No.
So I asked this exact question, and the answer from Julie Langford was the timing for the anticipated WCC investment and upgrade priorities for Karori sits in the medium to long-term focus, 10 to 20 years away. The timing aligns with the WCC Spatial Plan indications for delivering development capacity in the short, medium and long term.
And look, just to be clear, sorry, Councillor Rush, but Councillor Calvert, the sort of angle of your question is going to a different wording that you're suggesting here. So just to be clear, I'm answering my questions on the basis of your current proposed amendment.
Yeah, have you got that in front of you? Because after your feedback, I did amend it.
I believe I've got the most recent one, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Is that all the questions? Right. Okay. So is Councillor Wolf, do you want to speak?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
First of all,
thank you.
First of all, I'm supportive of Councillor Calvert and what she's done in putting these amendments on the table, because I actually think that we've learned a lot over the discussion as well. And one part of it, particularly the Karori part, is rather concerning. And there are other areas there also. So I do wish to thank you for your indulgence and acting in good faith and allowing the amendments to be put and for the discussion to take place.
Thank you. Councillor Day, did you want to speak? Did you have your hand up? Yes. And then
So I didn't speak to the last amendments because Councillor Conley did such a good job of articulating the position that I also supported. But it's been fascinating to observe the arguments evolve as to why housing shouldn't be intensified in various areas in the city. If we took out all the parts that people have said they don't think is quite right, the we need housing but not here conversation, this plan would be very bare. So I know that my decisions today will not necessarily please everyone in the community, and sometimes in politics we find ourselves in this situation where we have to make unpopular decisions, where we have to rise above the extremely localised feedback, which we're all having to do to a certain extent, and make a decision according to our values and focus on the bigger picture. So that's what I'm choosing to do here. So when council was taken to court over the MDRA in Johnsonville, it was a totally different situation. We now have the NPSUD LGWD telling us that we have a very serious opportunity in front of us that we need to take. As we've heard, we are in this completely different situation really has arisen because of the housing crisis, which of course when the MDRA was done was really just that sort of emergence of we need to do something. Of course, it's got much worse now, and when it was previously considered, the community didn't necessarily have the same understanding either at that point, so I'm sure that the community position will have changed to a certain extent. If we remove if we remove what is recommended in number 4, we really risk setting a precedent within the MPS, and a lot more across the city could likely be taken out, and that's the bit that I'm concerned about, because I believe that actually, in reality, yes, this might not be exactly the best area, and I believe the market will determine what will work there, but there are people who do live up steep hills and can manage walking up steps, and if the housing is needed there, then it will sell and they will build it. I want to also just refer to the greenfields side of things. As we heard before, the greenfields have produced a lot of challenges for us. So we did obviously have Upper Stemmings and Glenside, which we expected to get 2,000 houses in, and once we apply all of the limiting factors around freshwater and biodiversity, which is really important, we just don't get anything near where we expected. And the reality is Ohariu Valley and Makara out in Takapu Valley, they're all the same sort of topography, where there are just a lot of waterways and there are beautiful valleys with SNAs that just need to be protected. And I actually just want to say, as far as the questions that went in the initial planning for growth process, they were deliberately framed as trade-offs, so that people understood if you accepted having greenfield development, you were accepting that you were going to create car-dependent communities, and it wasn't going to meet our climate change objectives. So people did actually make those decisions with enough information to know what they were saying, and I just can't support creating car-dependent communities. I think it goes totally against the goals that we have in our plan, which say we want to be compact and we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to address the issues around that. We just aren't the Canterbury Plains, and when we don't have kilometres of land where there's just no waterways, it is totally different, and I think we need to make sure that we are realistic about that. I think also I just want to acknowledge the amendments around the Johnsonville train line. For me, that feeds back into the argument of we just need a reason to say do it somewhere else, and actually the reality is, yeah, it's just looking for excuses, and at the end of the day, it is pretty good. I have used the Johnsonville train line a lot when I lived in Johnsonville, and it's actually really good. I think people in the east would love to have that sort of level of service. So actually, I think it's probably stacks up pretty well, as Councillor Matthews, who's a user, can say, and I have to say in the Takapu Northern Ward. You know what I mean. In Tawa, it's amazing having a train to be able to jump on and know that it will turn up pretty much most of the time. It's really good. So I don't really want us to be finding more reasons to take stuff out. I want us to be finding all the reasons possible to build houses. Kia ora.
Councillor Condé.
Obviously, I wanted to talk through everything that Councillor Day's just said, and then I'm going to add a few things. Most of these amendments are actually trying to relitigate prior decisions, and I find that quite frustrating. Numbers 1 and 2 are essentially trying to relitigate the decision that the Johnsonville line is MRT. The Johnsonville line is MRT. All right, the regional council documentation says it's MRT. The One Network framework, which has come out from NZTA, which has now become kind of the gold standard for defining these things, says that MRT is on a separate corridor that has more than 3,000 passenger movements per day. The Johnsonville line has more than 3,000 passenger movements per day. It meets the criteria. It also has significant capacity that is not being used at the moment. It actually, when you look at the capacity that's there, you could actually allow for up to well more than 10,000 more movements per day before we're hitting capacity. There is a limit to its capacity, but there remains significant capacity to be used there. So I would ask you not to vote for 1 or 2, even though 2 looks kind of innocuous, asking you to do a little bit of work. It really is trying to undermine the MRT status of that line. And I would also just say that the MPS UD does not require us to look at the future capacity of the line to define it as MRT. It only requires us to look at the current capacity to define it as MRT. And we already have more than 3,000 people per day travelling on that line. The number 3, I think, we haven't even finished signing off our LTP, and we can't be relitigating it now. And if this is something that we want to feed into the next LTP, then it feels like it's far too early for us to be doing that. And I would just say that yes, our community might be disappointed that we aren't going to try and remove these areas from the walking catchment, but I think it is important to give officers a chance to do a bit of extra work, which is what our amendment has asked them to do. That, you know, we do acknowledge the community concern there, but taking it out at this stage is premature. If we need to tweak the walking catchments, the time to do that is in the draft district plan. So we acknowledge the community concern. We will be keeping a very close eye on this, but taking it out at this point is premature, and I think would be irresponsible of us. As I said, I just want it to be, I want all of this to be fair across the line, and I think for now, keeping this in is the fair thing to do. And yeah, again, the Greenfields is just relitigating previous decisions that we made now before I was even here. So I just hope that we can vote most of this down and move on.
Councillor Sparrow.
God, it's gone very quiet. Right, I'll just speak on number 4 there. And for those of us who can think back about almost 11 hours when submitter Tony Randall was here, this is what he was showing us some lovely pics up there. So if you can remember that far back, I thought he made some very good points. That's all I'll say. It was today.
Yeah, look, I'm inclined to take the officer's advice, which is no, yes, no, 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 in terms of voting on these. I guess the thing, I know where Councillor Calvert's coming from in terms of the Johnsonville line. I've actually got a lot of sympathy with this, and I guess my frustration with where we've got with the MPS is that it is a very one-size-fits-all document. And I did go back and reread the consultation document that they did, and the consultation document didn't really give you any guide to where they were actually going to come out. It's what they've come, officers have confirmed that what they've come out with is something quite different to what they consulted with, which included all sorts of words about local flavours to things, and the height limit of 6 metres, 6 stories was certainly not mentioned in any of those documents. And if they'd actually done what they'd said in the first place and said, look, 3s and 4s would work, I think for that area, that probably would have worked. But 6 to me is a bit of a problem. So I guess with a railway line with the capacity and the speed that the Johnsonville line has, to me 6 is too many. But I do see some ability to do some intensification, but not to that degree, which I find problematic. So therefore, I think 2. Recommendation, or the clause 2 there that Councillor Calvert's raising does make some sense, because just to remind you, what the definition of rapid transit means is it says frequent, which I think you probably say at 4 services now. Yep, that's probably frequent enough. Quick probably doesn't make that. 23 minutes. Well, it's actually slower. Okay, well, stop interrupting. You do it all the time. I'd say that with a smile on my face. But 23 minutes is the service. Now the bus stop there off peak is 15. At peak, it's scheduled at 30. So it's somewhere in between. But 23 minutes if you're on the main trunk line out to Kapiti would take you to Mana for an express service, or to Parramatta for an all-stop service. So it is slow. So I don't think it meets the quick. And if it did, that will be something. And the capacity is limited. And I think that's what Diane is getting at here, that the capacity is limited. Is that going to be able to support the growth in that area? And I think that's a reasonable thing for officers to give us a report back. And But I do take on board Councillor Condi's comment about the 3,000 capacity per day. So, I think there is a balance in there. Unfortunately, the MPS doesn't give us that balance, but I think doing some analysis is probably a good idea. And look, the final thing I just wanted to say with respect to Karori, look, we've got a whole series of things. Officers said first cab, second cab, third cab. What they have said there is that the cost of infrastructure is inordinately high, and that's why they've put that as the third cab off the rank. But I'd also make the comment on it, maybe Councillor Calvert might want to respond and write a reply, is that what we do know from previous analysis is that when we did an assessment of all the commercial space within each catchment, there was one catchment which was glaringly short in comparison to its existing residential community, and it was Karori. It was 50% short. So if we were going to increase the volume of the residential area, we'd have to increase the commercial area dramatically. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Getting late, so quickly, Just, I echo what the Mayor said quite well. The MPSUD, in my view, is a blunt tool, and it's. I always felt a bit strange having lived in, larger places, London in particular, where there's a lot of high density and a lot of tube stops, but very few will have 6-storey buildings around them. So, but I do appreciate the intent. The intent is that we put a lot of population around rapid transit, and they will catch that rapid transit because it is far more competitive than the motor vehicle. And that's where I'm a little bit concerned, actually, that the Johnsonville line seems to be quite slow, doesn't compete with the public transport alternative, which is buses. I'm guessing probably doesn't compete with cars either. So I actually think that it's entirely appropriate that the territorial authority that actually has much more granular knowledge about what these different options might do and how they might fulfil the overall goals of the MPS is able to make decisions that around what constitutes mass rapid transit. And I think that simply because Greater Wellington, who have got their own view, have done one thing and NZTA have done another, it's really up to us because we are the ones, such as Councillor Matthews, who actually catches the thing, and we know about we know what the buses do, and we know also what motor vehicles do. And so I am concerned that actually this is not really meeting the real objectives of the MPS, which is to get people living in populations and moving in a mass rapid transit manner to achieve the low carbon objectives. So I will support one. I think, and as a consequence, I'd like to see some work done on two to understand it. I mean, one of the things which I was going to say earlier was not just families, but about infrastructure. And we've got very little in the way of transport infrastructure out in the Eastern Ward. So, Councillor Condi, I love the dynamic between the people of Tawa, Johnsonville and the central CBD, but boy, oh boy, would the Eastern Ward like to have any of that sort of stuff that you guys have. So we got none. We don't have a highway. We don't have a mass rapid transit. But you guys like our airport, don't you? So anyway, so I just guess I think that it's fair to have another look at that anyway. I am interested in. I think if there is a court decision which tells us what the walkable catchment is, then that should be the starting point. I think we're just asking for trouble to go further until we have done that evidence. Councillor Condi, I think the right place to start, and Tony, I think, did articulate that reasonably well. I'm in two minds, to be honest, about the Ohio Valley. I just don't know enough about it. But what I do know is this, colleagues, is that it was a foregone conclusion that the council was going to encourage and endeavour to get a result that said high density. Because I sat with former councillors Chris Kelvey-Freeman and Swampy Marsh at a workshop as the chair of the Rosie Residents Association. They said, well, that's what we're going to do. And this was in 2017 before the consultation had even gone out to issue. So anyway, at that, sorry.
That is.
I'm just whittering on now, aren't I? Anyway, so
Not
I'm in
after
two
11
minds about
hours.
that one because I think we have got ourselves comfortable with the higher density stuff, and the greenfield stuff won't go away. It'll be there at some other point in time. So anyway, thanks very much, colleagues. I'll support 1 to 4, maybe not 5.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, thank you. And I couldn't let that go without saying anything.
I wasn't encouraging you.
You don't need to encourage me, Chair. Look, I just want to say this is about density done well. And I think I don't know anybody around the council table who does not agree with planning to intensify the city. It's how we do it. And I think that's the key of it, ensuring that we've got more than enough capacity for predicted growth over the next 30 years and setting the scene. So suggesting otherwise, I think is a bit disingenuous, but nevertheless, I know this might be unpalatable to some. It is important to understand the rapid transit stops, which haven't actually been adequately defined as yet. And we've heard from officers, but as yet, it's just their assessment. There's no, it's not from an evidential base. There's nothing in writing from them or from Greater Wellington Regional Council. And that's really important. And as you know, pleased to see the support for officers actually understanding the ability and the capacity. Because again, this is the spatial plan and the district plan is all about planning. And it's not just planning for housing, it's also planning for the infrastructure and making sure that we have a cohesive package. And that's what this is ensuring that we have, because we're going to have to invest in across the city. We're expecting ratepayers to invest. We're expecting government to invest. So it's important that we use this based on good evidence. And that's also what the MPS requires councils to do as well. In terms of, and I noticed people are talking about mass rapid transit. This is not what's defined under MPS. It's actually rapid transit. And the other thing that's come from this one network is, yes, 3,000 passengers a day, but it's also greater than 12 services an hour. And the and certainly the Johnsonville line doesn't have.
Sorry. Point of order. That is actually a misrepresentation of what the One Network framework says.
No. I've read it. It says that. It says greater than 12 services an hour.
Misrepresentation is.
She's literally misquoting the document. It's got to be in the meeting.
But it's got to be in the meeting.
So I don't know. It's actually in the document. Councillor Conde quoted one part of that document. I'm quoting another part. So I think that's entirely fair. I didn't pull her up on her one point. And the Johnsonville walking catchment, as Councillor Rush said, we've actually had a legal decision from the Environment Court. That should be our starting point, not from our officers who haven't tested their model effectively. So the starting point is the Environment Court. If we want to change it, then we need to provide the evidence in a scientific way. But at this stage, I believe we need to uphold the court's decision because effectively, if we don't, we're saying we know better than the Environment Court. And I don't believe, and we haven't provided the evidence that we do. In terms of Karori, yes, I still ask for your support. A large suburb, and to think that we cannot do this assessment over the next 3 years to determine even roughly what we need. And this is not just about water, it's actually about transport. If it's beyond, if the assessment comes back, at least it'll give us a ballpark figure about what we can plan for the future. And this is what spatial planning is about, planning for the future, not right here and now. And I understand the last amendment, yes, new land, but I've heard anecdotally that somebody's already buying up the rights to a Haria 2 development, because they know it will eventually happen. I'm not saying this development, greenfields needs to happen in the next 10 to 15 years, but we certainly should be signaling it. So we are planning well for the future. And again, this is what spatial planning is, because our city is small. We know we have a lot of people coming into our city from outside our territorial boundaries. So if they're not living in Ohario or Horokiwi, they could well be up in Plympton. So I am asking your support to at least for officers to report back on the on looking at those areas, because with Transmission Gully in particular opening up soon, we've got a prime piece of land around Takapu Valley. And at the moment, all it is lifestyle blocks. So anyway.
I think that's good. Right, we're going to take these separately. Thank you, all by division. Right, okay. Right. Okay, yes, we do. Sorry. Okay, let's go. Number one. That's lost. Number two.
Sorry, dog chasing cat.
That's carried. Thank you. Number three.
My dog's not happy.
Oh. And that's lost. Number four. Oh, no. I want to see my dog too. That's lost. Okay, which is very reliable. Right, okay, number five. Oh, right. Yeah. That's excellent. It's lost. Oh my goodness, colleagues. Now, no, we're going to head back to the substantive so we can do this all again for 11 hours. No.
Can I?
Sorry, who did? Yes. You want to change your vote? Yes. For number five? So you voted yes, but you want to vote no? No. Okay, lovely. Thank you, appreciate that.
Chairperson, I would like to move a procedural motion that the paper be put. And Andy Foster is going to second.
They haven't moved it, have they? They haven't moved anything today? All righty. Let's vote.
Hi, paper.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, they're just desperate. It's 8:30. We've been here for 11
Are we going
hours.
to take these separately or not then? Is it just the whole lot?
Oh, sorry. Read. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Calvert, we just need you to vote on the procedural motion to finish the debate, and then we're going to vote. Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. I think that's an excellent idea. Right. councillors, we are so close. So, do you want to take these all separately?
No, please, no. It's 8:32.
Sorry, I'm going
It's
to.
44
I want to.
clauses.
I'm not sorry because this is what happens. It all gets voted on unanimously and it gets recorded unanimously, and that's
Everything
not
has
the
had a
case.
division on it.
No, but I want to vote.
No, it doesn't. No,
No, some of them haven't. They're mine.
Sorry, yeah,
No.
we haven't voted on the things that Councillor Pennant added to the substantive, and I want to vote against some of them.
Right.
So.
Sorry. Which ones do you want to vote against? Or so can we do everything up to 11, which is the officer? Yep. Please don't make us vote that separately. 1 to 11, okay? Okay, let's go. Oh, sorry. Have you not got your piece of paper? What's wrong with them, Jenny? What's wrong with them? They're about finding other opportunities. No, you can't. Obviously, don't do that. Yeah, that is.
Let's do 1 to 9. 1 to 9. And then that one struck out because it's been overthinking.
1 to 9. Yeah, it's still working, I know. Oh, God.
Madam Chair, I seem to recall that the amendment at one point about delegating to the chairperson, which then included Councillor Condi as well, was also going to include the mayor.
No, that was another one.
Was that a different paper?
I included Councillor Paul at number 11. So please don't vote against my amendment on that. Okay. 1 to 9. Yeah, keep it together. Don't lose it. Okay, so are you voting?
Yeah.
Oh. Possibly. Sorry, councillors. Okay, right. So we've got 1 to 9 voted on.
Yep.
Councillor Calvert, can you just vote on 1 to 9, please?
It's all the officers' original bits and pieces.
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you. Right, now number 10. Oh, sorry, we have to just make sure that's fine. Okay, so yeah, just because there'll be a new 10. Sorry, that was, how's that? Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, so number 11, I presume it's all right to include the deputy chair. Yeah, okay. So can we just vote? Well, there's a number of amendments that have been made today. I think we could.
The infrastructure committee would have done this one.
What are we voting on?
Oh, sorry, this is number 11, just about giving Tam and me the chief executive just to make minor changes and incorporating things in. Yep.
Okay.
And I'll watch you. We're watching each other. Okay. Balance, political balance. I understand that's what was required. Right. Right, 12. Now, do you want to do everything separately from now till... Should we just do 12 to 22, everything separate? Yeah. Okay, right. So, 12. Oh, come on, you're not going to vote against that. That's ridiculous. Sorry, are you going to... What's wrong with it? Oh, you're not going to vote against... Sorry. Yeah, of course. Adjourn just for a minute, okay? We just need to sort a couple of things. Number 12 now. Oh, no. Well, you better not oppose that.
Best idea of ever.
Thanks. No, in Mount Vic, actually.
Shh. It's now we've given it a 15-minute walking catchment.
Oh, councillors Calvert and Wolf, can you vote on 12, please?
Oh, yeah.
So is this the inclusionary zones?
Inclusionary zones.
Right. Okay, yes.
Okay, and the... So what? Okay, thank you. Do you want to be exclusionary? Okay, that's all good. Right, number 13. No.
Talking about selling off assets on a global.
Oh yeah, totally. Give us housing, councillor. Give us
Do you
housing.
want to sell them? Are you trying to sell them?
No, just remember it was already in the LTP. Get some more houses. Councillor Calvert, number 13.
Is this the long-term plan investment
Yeah, that's
divestment
right, yeah.
opportunities? Okay, yeah. No.
Oh, no, okay. Hang on, just wait. Oh, it's all, okay, 14. 14. Right, 14.
No.
Come on. Oh, come on. Come. Three. Oh, sorry. So I just have to say. Oh, right. So sorry, it goes through. Yeah. So I didn't cast an extra vote. It's just because. Yeah. Right. Because I'd already voted. You see what I mean? Yeah. No, I know, but sorry, that's just what I meant.
You were voting yes.
Okay, so I keep pressing the button. Yeah, I know, I appreciate. Okay, so number 15, and that was we changed the underutilised.
Yeah.
No.
So we're up on 15, underutilised sites. Okay. Yeah. That was a rather interesting vote today. Right. Okay. Now we're up to number 17 now. Oh, 16, because that was misnumbered. So number 16, and that's around tools and options for incentivising. No. Oh, that was the definition. It was just a definition.
So that got changed at the time.
Yeah. Okay. It was really just a definition, but anyway. Okay. Oh, my heck. It will help us. Right, anyway, Nicola, have you voted? And Councillor Calvert?
Are we on 16?
16, yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's okay, so that's just about describing what underutilised land might look like.
No, that's what a brownfield is.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting...
Because it brownfield.
Oh, okay, sorry, this was the one about realising, sorry, yeah, my papers are different too, apologies. Right, so that's the realising. Okay, we're now up to 17, options and tools. Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on, let's go. Please, it's not that difficult. Right. Malcolm, okay, good. Diane, Simon?
No, this is 17?
This is 17.
No.
Okay. Right, that's carried. Now, number 18, this is the Newtown, the design scheme for Newtown. Just making sure I've got the right number. I think we're just voting at the moment. We're not having another debate, thank you. Right. Yes, yes, we might just have to look at that one. Yeah. Let me just think about that. Let me think about it. Hang on. Let's just do this one first. Councillor Calvert?
Yes.
Okay. That's carried. Okay, now, can I just get a bit of advice? Just does that, it conflicts with the one that was passed, doesn't it, actually? So should we, what's the process? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, should we do that? Or do we just strike it out? What we do need to just follow it, yeah, that it supersedes? I think it should supersede. So, 32 supersedes 19. Good. Yep, that's fine. Okay, number 20. God, all the numbers have gone wrong. 21? 20, sorry, it's been. Yeah, okay, the mass rapid transit. Yeah, sorry, it's not the one on the mass rapid transit, number 20 is now number 20, but it says 21 on some versions. Okay, Councillor Calvert?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, yep. That's, and number, it'll be 21 now on climate change adaptation.
It's not significant, but we have to begin to
Well, hang on, sorry, just wait. If, sorry, Barbara, if it's, I mean, that was my understanding, proper work on the adaptation work. I mean, can we just modify it now with the leave of the meeting just, you know?
Just note that significant adaptation planning needs to happen, but...
No, okay, all right, I'm going to... Well, that was my understanding in terms of proper work. It is going to change. Councillor Day, it's rather than taking photos. No. Oh, you've got to be kidding. That's no. This is voting yes. It's absolutely freaking nuts. Anyway. Sorry, I should have. Councillor Calvert, sorry, I should have.
Which one are we? Which one are we on?
One on adaptation planning, and I'm sorry, I would have modified the wording slightly, but.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, for goodness. All right. Okay. Right now. Yes. So look, just in terms of process, councillors, what I'll do is that I will vote with if there's any tied votes, I will vote with what was agreed. Okay, just not to be difficult. Okay, right, all right, okay, right. So where are we? Which
22.
22. All right. Okay. So that's just the noting. This is the factual. This is the factual.
Yeah, your papers have run out now. You have to look at the screen.
Yeah.
Your hard copies won't be relevant anymore.
Okay, and people on Zoom. So, Malcolm, this is just a straight factual statement. You don't, just about saying 4A is 6 stories, 4B is at least 6 stories. Yeah, it's just a factual statement because it got all confusing. Yeah, I know.
Yep, I agree.
All right. Right, Sean, Malcolm, Rebecca, Andy, can you please vote? Thank you. This is just 4A and 4B. That's okay. That's all good. Oh, look, this is, sorry, just, this was the one about just making it clear what 4A was and what 4B is. It's just a statement of fact.
Up to you.
You can vote however you like, Malcolm. Rather than combining it all into one. No, hang on. It's more significant than that, just to be absolutely clear. Instead of putting it into one big lot, whether it was 6 stories or at least 6 stories, yeah. Okay, just making sure that everyone understood, because it was very confusing. Right. Okay, what are we on to now?
Unlimited heights proposal.
No. Right. So this time I will, get it right. Right. Okay, so if we can vote.
Which one are we on, sorry?
This is the central height limits.
Yeah, to remove them.
Yeah. So yes if you agree, no if you don't.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, she thought we were going to be creative. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yeah. Okay, right, the next one. Thank you. So this is increasing the walking catchment from all rapid transit stops to 10 minutes.
No.
Oh my gosh, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Okay. Sorry, so that is not carried. Oh, sorry, it's carried. Sorry, it's carried. Right, okay. Right, 25, universal design principles. You better not now vote against it. Yeah. More votes. Yeah. How many have we got to do? Keep going. Right.
25.
Sorry, this is about universal design? I think we are. We're nearly there. Yeah. Okay, that is carried. Yeah, well, that was obviously wishful thinking. Right, okay. Now, this is about the accessible units on the ground floor. Okay, we don't need to hear that. Yeah. Wish we could enforce it. Right. Okay, so it's Simon, Sean, Diane.
So which one?
This is about universal design or trying to
Oh,
encourage
yeah.
people on the ground floor to be accessible.
Okay.
Is that a yes, Diane? Yeah, good.
Okay. Okay, right. Okay. Oh, so these are the two stream ones. Can we do those together? Oh no, we can't. Sorry, we can't. Okay, so the stream. We're getting there. We can't combine them. They've been set up to vote on them separately.
Sorry, I'll put you.
Councillor Young.
Okay. So this is about the streams, daylighting streams. Oh no, not yet. Sorry, that's the other one. The network map.
Councillor Calvert and Councillor Wolf.
Councillor Calvert and Councillor Wolf, your vote.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Great. Okay, now we're on to the daylighting of streams.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, lovely. Hey, we're already up to 28 and we've got 44. We're doing well. Okay. Yeah, I am. Okay, right, so now we're doing the SNAs, let's just keep going. SNAs.
No.
Okay, right. Okay, number 30, Gordon Wilson Flats. It's heritage. Oh, no, exactly. They're quite significant. Thank you, Councillor. It's nothing. Oh, right, and I will be casting in, oh, yeah, she did vote in favour? Yeah, okay, so, yep, so that's, yep. Okay, and, right, 31. Okay. Okay, that is carried. Okay. Okay, now we are up to the Our Place. So this is the one that we amended. Yep, okay, yep. So 32, Our Place. Sorry. Okay, right. Oh, look, we're doing so well. We're getting in there. Right, 33. Okay, that's the one. Yep, okay. No, that's the lorry one that got through because it's all about successful ones against...
We're doing 33, right?
Yep, 33.
Let's do it.
I think they're losing. Okay, thank you. Right, next one. Let's go. We're getting there. Okay? No, 34. Oh, right, yep. More height if there's green roofs. Okay, we're nearly there. Let's just keep it together for 5 more minutes. Then you can lose it officially after the karakia. Right, 3. Okay, right, and number 35, just about quality building design, mental health benefits. Oh, don't you dare. Oh, okay, sorry, I just... What are you, mental health advocates? Oh. Okay, all right, okay, look, we're nearly done, so... Okay, that's carried, yeah. Okay, right, 36, we're so close, people. Okay, so incentives to developers for gardens, composting solutions, green, yep, okay. Is it? Yeah. No. It's so original. It's so original. Yeah. I don't think my parents thought that through. Right. Okay, right. Yes, you might not like the circumstances entirely in which I got that. Right, so 37? 37?
Yes.
All right, okay. We're so close. So close. Definitely no cigars after our smoking discussion. Okay. Okay, so that is carried. Okay, design panels, 38. Okay. No, we're nearly there. We only got to 44. We're so close, okay? No. Okay, so that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, the cost-benefit analysis, that is definitely a Jenny Condy amendment, right? There you go. Okay. Does that really, make you happy? It's your happy space? There you go.
Honestly, done well. When they're done badly, it's like bouncing.
Indeed. You did see that email. Oh, yeah. We'll call you that.
Sorry, Councillor Calvert did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, did Councillor Calvert, did you vote yes or no? For 39?
I voted yes.
Yes? Okay, right. Okay, 40. Okay, let's go. Okay, 40. Okay. These are all the note. No, that's all right. Don't worry. We don't.
Councillor Wolf.
So close.
Yep.
We're so close. Okay. Okay. 41. We're nearly there. Okay. 41. No, she won't. Anyway, let's keep going. We're nearly there. I know you won't. Okay, that is carried. Okay, 42. Okay, yep. Okay, 43. Oh, sorry, 42. Sorry, 42. Sorry. Okay, carried. And 43. Yes. Maybe they could take you for a tour. Obviously. Okay. All right. Okay, we've got 2 more to go. Let's just keep focused. Okay. Right. Okay, and 44. Oh. Oh, anyway, can we just stop talking? We are voting. So one. So I'm going to vote in favour, just given the status quo. Oh, I am all that. Right. Okay. And and 45. Jayville line. It isn't MRT. Okay, we're nearly there. Councillor Sparrow?
Johnsonville train line.
Okay, that is carried. Right. I would just like to say, I want to give a special thanks to particularly the 3 members of the public who have, I think, well, nearly, who stayed. Yeah, I know. We are very sorry. So, no, I'm really grateful that you gave, particularly those of you who are not paid, who gave up 11 hours of your life to sit through this debate. Thank you so much. Right. Okay. Now, if we stand for the karakia, please. The officers asked me to do that. It's not. I think they asked it, so they pulled it, basically.
So if there is no movement,
Kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara whakatū, koe rā e ronga, whakaria a ki ronga. Kia wātia, ai rā kua wātia. Thank you, everyone. Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Simon. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
Thank you very much.